This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 1. The Catching of Unshelled Fish. First, catch your hare, the old cookery books used to say, and hence it is proper, in a treatise devoted entirely to the cooking of unshelled fish, to pay passing attention to the catching, or what the head of the house terms the masculine division of the subject. As it is evident that the catching must, in every case, precede the cooking, but not too far, the preface is the place to begin. Shellfish are, comparatively, slow of movement, without guile, pitifully trusting, and very easily caught. Observe the difference between the chunk of mutton and 4 feet of string with which one goes crabbing, and the complicated hooks, rods, flies, and reels devoted to the capture of unshelled fish. An unshelled fish is lively and elusive, past the power of words to portray, and in this undoubtedly lies its desirability. People will travel for 2 nights and a day to some spot where unshelled fish had once been seen, taking $59.99 worth of fishing tackle, marked down from $60 for today only, rent a canoe, hire a guide at more than human life is worth in courts of law, and work with dogged patience from gray dawn till sunset. And for what? For one small bass, which could have been bought at any trustworthy market for 65 cents, or possibly some poor little kitten-fish offspring of a catfish, whose mother's milk is not yet dry upon its lips. Other fish who have just been weaned and are beginning to notice solid food will repeatedly take a hook too large to swallow, and be dragged into the boat, literally, by the skin of the teeth. Note the cheerful little sunfish, 4 inches long, which is caught first on one side of the boat, and then on the other, by the patient fisherman angling off a rocky, weedy point for bass. But, as Grover Cleveland said, he is no fisherman who is willing to fish only when fish are biting. The real angler will sit all day in a boat in a pouring rain, eagerly watching the point of the rod, which never for an instant swerves a half-inch from the horizontal. The real angler will troll for miles with a hand line and a spinner, winding in the 35 dripping feet of the lure every 10 minutes to remove a weed, or to see if she's still a-spinnin'. Vainly he hopes for the muskellunge who has just gone somewhere else. But, by the same token, the sure-enough angler is ready to go out the next morning, rain or shine, at sunrise. It is a habit of unshelled fish to be in other places, or possibly at your place, but at another time. The guide can never understand what is wrong. 5 days ago he himself caught more bass than he could carry home at that identical rocky point. A man from La Porte, Indiana, whom he took out the week before, landed a 38-pound muskie in trolling through that same narrow channel. In the 40 years that the guide has lived in the place, man and boy, he has never known the fishin' to be as poor as it is now. Why, even old Pop Summers has ceased to fish. But the real angler continues, regardless of the local sage. He who has heard the line sing suddenly out of his reel, and, after a hard-fought hour, scooped a 6-pound black bass into his landing net, and, weary, but still game, is not dismayed by bad luck. He who can cast a fly 100 feet or more finds pleasure in that, if not in fishing. Whoever has taken in a muskellunge of any size will ever after troll patiently, even through masses of weed. Whoever has leaned over the side of a sailboat, peering down into the green crystalline waters of the Gulf, and seen, 20 feet down, the shimmering sides of a 15-pound red grouper, firmly hooked and coming, will never turn over sleepily for a last nap, when his door is almost broken in at 5 a.m. And, fish or no fish, there are compensations. Into a day of heart-breaking and soul-sickening toil, when all the world goes wrong, must sometimes come the vision of a wooded shore, with tiny dark wavelets singing softly on the rocks, and a robin piping cheerily on the topmost bough of a maple. Tired eyes look past the musty ledger and the letter files to a tiny sapphire lake, set in hills, with the late afternoon light streaming in glory from the far mountains beyond. It may be cold up north, but down in the Gulf they are fishing, scudding among the Florida Keys in a little white sailboat, landing for lunch on a strand as snowy as the northern streets, where the shimmering distances of white sand are paved with shell and pearl, and the tide thrums out its old song under the palms. And fish? 250 pounds is the average day's catch for a small sailboat cruising among the Florida Keys. Yet, when all is said and done, the catching of fish is a matter of luck, a gambler's chance, if you will have it so. The cooking, in unskilled hands, is also a lottery, but by following the appended recipes becomes an art to which scientific principles have been faithfully applied. Having caught your fish, you may cook him in 1,000 ways, but it is doubtful whether, even with the finest sauce, a pompano will taste half as good as the infantile muskellunge, several pounds under the legal weight, fried unskilfully in pork fat by a horny-handed woodsman, kneeling before an open fire, 18 minutes after you have given up all hope of having fish for dinner, and had resigned yourself to the dubious prospect of salt pork, eggs, and coffee, which any self-respecting coffee mill would fail to recognize. All of which is respectfully submitted by O.G. End of Section 1, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Summer 2006.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 2. Fish in season. Bass, all the year. Blackfish, April 1st to November 1st. Bluefish, May 1st to November 1st. Butterfish, October 1st to May 1st. Carp, July 15th to November 1st. Codfish, all the year. Eels, all the year. Flounder, all the year. Haddock, all the year. Halibut, all the year. Herring, October 1st to May 1st. Kingfish, May 1st to November 1st. Mackerel, April 1st to October 1st. Mullet, June 1st to November 1st. Perch, September 1st to June 1st. Pickerel, June 1st to January 1st. Pike, June 1st to January 1st. Pompano, May 1st to August 1st, and November 15th to January 1st. Red snapper, October 1st to April 1st. Salmon, all the year. Salmon-trout, October 1st to April 1st. Shad, January 1st to June 1st. Sheepshead, June 15th to November 15th. Skate, September 1st to July 1st. Smelts, August 15th to April 15th. Sole, November 1st to May 1st. Sturgeon, June 1st to October 15th. Trout, April 1st to September 1st. Turbot, January 1st to July 15th. Weak fish, May 15th to October 15th. Whitebait, May 1st to April 1st. Whitefish, November 1st to March 1st. Salt, smoked, and canned fish are never out of season. End of section 2. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Fall 2006. Section 3 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 3. 11-quart bouillons. 1. Put into the bottom of the fish kettle a thick layer of sliced carrots and onion, and a sliced lemon. Season with parsley, thyme, a bay leaf, half a dozen whole peppers, and 3 or 4 whole cloves. Lay the fish on top of this, and cover with equal parts of cold water and white wine, or with water and a little lemon juice or vinegar. Put the kettle over the fire and let it heat slowly. The fish must always be put into it while cold, and after boiling, allowed to cool in the water. 2. Cut fine a stalk of celery, a carrot, an onion, and a small sweet pepper. Fry in butter and add 8 cupfuls of water, 1 cupful of vinegar, and the trimmings of fish. Season with salt and pepper. Add half a bay leaf, 4 cloves, and 2 sprigs of parsley. Boil for 10 minutes and let cool thoroughly before cooking the fish in it. 3. 1 pint of water, 1 quart of white wine, 1 tablespoonful of butter, a bunch of parsley, 4 young onions, a clove of garlic, a bunch of thyme, a bay leaf, a carrot, and a blade of mace. Bring to the boil and let cool thoroughly before cooking the fish in it. 4. Fry a large onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add half a can of tomatoes, salt, pepper, allspice, and minced parsley to season, and half a cupful of tomato ketchup. Add also 1 cupful of sliced carrot and sufficient water to cover the fish. 5. 1 onion, 2 bay leaves, 4 whole cloves, a stalk of celery, 2 sprigs of parsley, and 3 quarts of cold water. Add any trimmings of fish at hand. Simmer for 2 hours. Season with salt and pepper and strain. Cool before using. 6. Chop fine 1 onion, 1 stalk of celery, and 2 or 3 sprigs of parsley. Fry in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 6 peppercorns, a bay leaf, 3 cloves, 2 quarts of boiling water, and 2 cupfuls of vinegar or sour wine. Boil for 15 minutes. Strain and cool. Rub the fish with salt and lemon juice before cooking. 7. Chop fine a large onion and a carrot. Add 3 bay leaves, a few sprigs of parsley, a pinch of powdered thyme, and 3 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Add enough water to cover the fish. The vinegar may be omitted and equal parts of water and white wine used for liquid. 8. Chop fine a 1/4 pound of bacon and an onion. Fry, add a can of tomatoes, a chopped clove of garlic, and cayenne, salt and pepper to season. Add sufficient boiling water and cook for 15 minutes. Cool before putting in the fish. 9. Half a carrot, half an onion, 2 cloves, 3 sprigs of parsley, 3 peppercorns, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice or vinegar, a teaspoonful of salt, a blade of mace, half a bay leaf, half a teaspoonful of paprika, a dash of celery salt, and 2 quarts of cold water. Bring to the boil and cool before using. 10. Fry an onion in butter. Add half a teaspoonful of beef extract, a pinch of celery seed, a few drops of Worcestershire, a tablespoonful of tomato ketchup, half a cupful of vinegar, and salt and pepper to season. Add 2 quarts of cold water. Bring to the boil and cool before using. 11. 4 quarts of water, 1 onion, 1 slice of carrot, 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 1 tablespoonful of pepper, 2 cloves, 1 tablespoonful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, and a bouquet of sweet herbs. Boil for an hour before putting in the fish. End of section 3. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 4. 100 Simple Fish Sauces. Admiral Sauce. Add 2 pounded anchovies, 4 chopped shallots, a teaspoonful of chopped capers, and a little grated lemon peel to 1 cupful of drawn butter sauce. Reheat, season with salt and pepper and lemon juice. Serve hot. Albert Sauce. Boil 3 chopped shallots with a tablespoonful of butter and 1/4 cupful of vinegar. Add 1 cupful of freshly grated horseradish, half a cupful of white stock, and 1 cupful of veloute sauce. Boil until thick. Rub through a sieve. Reheat. Add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a cupful of cream, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, and a little minced parsley. Allemande Sauce 1. Pour 2 cupfuls of white stock into a saucepan with half a dozen mushrooms chopped fine, a 2-inch strip of lemon peel, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Simmer for an hour and strain. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold stock or water. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Reheat but do not boil. Take from the fire and add a tablespoonful of butter. Allemande sauce 2. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Beat the yolks of 3 eggs and add the sauce gradually to the eggs, beating constantly. Strain, add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of butter. Serve hot. Anchovy butter. Soak, bone, dry, and pound 8 salted anchovies. Add twice their bulk of fresh butter. Mix thoroughly. Press forcibly through a fine sieve. Add a little more butter and the juice of a lemon. Make into small pats and keep in a cold place. Anchovy butter sauce. Prepare a pint of brown sauce according to directions elsewhere given and season with melted butter, lemon juice, and anchovy essence. Anchovy sauce 1. Stir 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy essence into 1 cupful of melted butter. Season with cayenne and powdered mace. Anchovy sauce 2. Pound 3 anchovies smooth with 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of vinegar and 1/4 cupful of water. Bring to the boil and thicken with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Strain through a sieve and serve hot. Anchovy sauce 3. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy paste to a cupful of drawn butter sauce and season with lemon juice and paprika. Aurora sauce. Add 1/2 cupful of mushroom liquor to 1 cupful of bechamel sauce. Add also 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Reheat, add a few cooked mushrooms cut into dice, and serve. Avignonnaise sauce. Chop together 4 shallots and 2 beans of garlic. Fry in olive oil. Add 2 cupfuls of bechamel sauce. Bring to the boil. Add the yolks of 3 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese, and a little minced parsley. Heat but do not boil, and use as soon as it thickens. Béarnaise sauce 1. Bring to the boil 2 tablespoonfuls each of vinegar and water. Simmer in it for 10 minutes a slice of onion. Take out the onion and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten very light. Take from the fire. Add salt and pepper to season, and 4 tablespoonfuls of butter beaten to a cream. The butter should be added in small bits. Béarnaise sauce 2. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs. Add a pinch of salt and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Heat in a double boiler until it begins to thicken. Then take from the fire and add 2 more tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with minced fine herbs and parsley and add a teaspoonful of tarragon vinegar. Béarnaise sauce 3. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs very light and put into a double boiler. Add gradually 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, then the same quantity of boiling water, then 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice. Season with salt and cayenne and serve immediately. Quick béarnaise sauce. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 4 tablespoonfuls of oil and 4 of water. Add a cupful of boiling water and cook slowly until thick and smooth. Take from the fire and add minced onion, capers, olives, pickles, and parsley, and a little tarragon vinegar. Bechamel sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Bombay sauce. Season drawn butter sauce highly with chopped pickle, curry powder, and tarragon vinegar. Bordelaise sauce. Fry in butter a tablespoonful of chopped shallots and 2 minced beans of garlic. Add half a cupful of claret, a pinch of red pepper, and a pint of Espagnole sauce. Boil until thick. Take from the fire and add lemon juice and minced parsley to season. Add also a quarter of a pound of beef marrow cut into small pieces and parboiled in salted water. Serve at once. White Bordelaise sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onions in butter. Add a wineglassful of white wine and a cupful of veloute sauce. Season to taste. Boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire. Add 1 tablespoonful each of minced parsley, lemon juice, and butter. Brown sauce 1. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of milk or cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Brown sauce 2. Fry in pork fat 2 slices of onion, a slice of carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Add a heaping teaspoonful of flour and, when brown, a cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, strain, add the juice of half a lemon, and salt and pepper to taste. Brown butter sauce. Melt butter in a frying pan and cook until brown, taking care not to burn. Take from the fire and add lemon juice or vinegar and salt and pepper to taste. Serve hot. Butter sauce. Mix chopped hard-boiled eggs with a liberal amount of melted butter. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Caper sauce 1. Add half a cupful of capers to 2 cupfuls of drawn butter sauce. Caper sauce 2. Prepare a pint of drawn butter sauce and add it to 2 tablespoonfuls of capers, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, and salt and pepper to taste. Claret sauce. Reheat 1 cupful of brown sauce. Season with grated onion and half a cupful of claret. Bring to the boil and serve. Colbert sauce. Put into a saucepan 1 cupful of Espagnole sauce, 2 tablespoonfuls of beef extract, the juice of a lemon, red and white pepper, and minced parsley to season, and half a cupful of butter in small bits. Heat, but do not boil, and serve at once. Cream sauce. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Cucumber sauce 1. Chop 2 cucumbers. Drain and add 1 tablespoonful of grated onion and half of a minced bean of garlic. Season with salt, pepper, and vinegar and add enough olive oil to make a smooth paste. Serve immediately. Cucumber sauce 2. Grate 4 large cucumbers and drain. Season the pulp with salt, pepper, grated onion, and tarragon vinegar. Add enough whipped cream to make a smooth mixture and serve at once. Cucumber sauce 3. Chop a cucumber finely. Season with salt, pepper, and vinegar and add it to hollandaise sauce. Curry sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in butter and add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Mix thoroughly. Add 1 cupful of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and onion juice, and serve hot. Drawn butter sauce. Cook to a smooth paste 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Dutch sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with half a cupful of cream. Cook in a double boiler for 3 minutes. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of lemon juice and strain. Duxelles sauce 1. Cook in butter 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms and 1 tablespoonful each of minced onion and parsley. Add to 1 pint of Spanish sauce and serve. Duxelles sauce 2. Prepare a pint of veloute sauce. Add a wineglassful of white wine and 2 tablespoonfuls of beef extract. Boil for 5 minutes. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped mushrooms and cooked beef tongue or ham. Add a little minced parsley. Reheat and serve. Egg Sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of sliced or chopped hard-boiled eggs to 2 cupfuls of drawn butter sauce. Egg Sauce 2. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given, and add the yolks of 2 raw eggs, a tablespoonful of grated onion, a hard-boiled egg chopped fine, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Espagnole sauce. Add a small bay leaf, a blade of mace, and 2 cloves to 2 cupfuls of white stock. Simmer for 15 minutes. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add the heated stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 tablespoonful each of chopped ham, onion, celery, carrot, and parsley, with salt and paprika to season. Simmer for an hour, strain, and serve very hot. Fine Herb Sauce 1. Fry in butter 1 tablespoonful each of minced parsley and onion. Add to 1 pint of white sauce and reheat. Season with salt and pepper and serve. Fine Herb Sauce 2. Prepare according to directions given for brown Italian sauce, using butter instead of oil, and 1/2 cupful of minced parsley instead of the thyme and bay leaf. Season with grated nutmeg and add to either Spanish or veloute sauce. Flemish sauce. Prepare a cupful of drawn butter sauce. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, and pepper, grated nutmeg, made mustard, vinegar, and minced parsley to season. Add gradually 1/2 cup of melted butter and serve. Garlic sauce. Peel the garlic and boil for an hour, changing the water 4 times. Drain, chop, and mix to a smooth paste with melted butter. The flavor is mild and resembles almond. Sauce à la Gasconne. Chop together a tablespoonful of capers and a bean of garlic. Fry in olive oil, seasoning with pepper and grated nutmeg. Add a wineglassful of white wine, a cupful of veloute sauce, a bay leaf, and a sprig of thyme. Boil for 15 minutes. Skim. Add another wineglassful of white wine. Strain and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Season with lemon juice, butter, anchovy essence, and minced parsley. Geneva sauce. Brown 1 tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of thick stock and 1 cupful of red wine and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 small onions chopped, a bunch of sweet herbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped mushrooms, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer for half an hour. Add a wineglassful of Madeira, strain, and serve. Gooseberry sauce. Boil a pint of green gooseberries for 10 minutes in water to cover. Drain, press through a sieve, and mix with an equal quantity of white sauce. Hessian sauce. Mix 4 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish with an equal quantity of fresh breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of sugar, and a little salt and pepper. Mix to a smooth paste with sour cream and serve with baked fish. Hollandaise sauce 1. Beat 1/2 cupful of butter to a cream and add gradually the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Then add the juice of 1/2 lemon and pepper and salt to season. Place the bowl over boiling water and beat with an egg beater until thick and smooth. Take from the fire and beat for a few moments. Be careful not to cook it too long. Hollandaise sauce 2. Put a bay leaf and a chopped onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Bring to the boiling point, strain, and cool. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add 1/2 cupful of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the vinegar. Reheat for a moment, seasoning with salt and pepper. Strain and serve immediately. Lemon juice may be used in place of the vinegar. Horseradish sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of freshly grated horseradish to a cupful of drawn butter sauce. Season with lemon juice and beat until smooth. Horseradish sauce 2. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given and add 3 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish and half a cupful of melted butter. Serve with boiled fish. Horseradish sauce 3. To 1 cupful of Spanish sauce, add 2 tablespoonfuls of prepared horseradish, 2 tablespoonfuls of breadcrumbs, a teaspoonful of powdered sugar, and salt, pepper, and made mustard to season. Heat in a double boiler, and just before serving, add 1/2 cupful of whipped or cold cream, cow cream, not cosmetic. Italian sauce. Fry in butter 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley and 1 tablespoonful of chopped mushrooms and shallots. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine and boil until reduced half. Add 1 cupful of velouté sauce and 1/2 cupful of stock. Boil until thick. Skim and serve. Brown Italian sauce. Fry in olive oil 1/2 cupful of chopped mushrooms, 4 chopped shallots, a sprig of thyme, and a bay leaf. Add 1/2 cupful of white wine and simmer until the liquid is reduced half. Take out the thyme and bay leaf, add a cupful of Spanish sauce, skim, boil, and serve. Japanese sauce. Chop fine a shallot and 2 cloves of garlic. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of walnut catsup, soy, and Worcestershire sauce. Season highly with paprika. Add 2 cupfuls of tarragon vinegar and let stand for 2 weeks. Strain and serve with fish. Jersey sauce. Brown 4 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of brown stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire. Lemon sauce 1. Melt 1/2 cupful of butter and add it to the juice of a large lemon. When very hot, take from the fire and pour over the well-beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Lemon sauce 2. Prepare a pint of drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice, and add 1/2 cupful of melted butter. Livornaise sauce. Soak, bone, and pound to a pulp 8 salted anchovies. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Add slowly 1/2 cupful of olive oil and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Season with pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Serve very cold. Lobster sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of chopped, cooked lobster meat and the pounded coral to each cupful of drawn butter sauce. Season with paprika, butter, and lemon juice. Lobster sauce 2. Prepare a hollandaise sauce and mix with finely cut cooked lobster meat. Season with melted butter, lemon juice, Tabasco, and Worcestershire. Maître d'hôtel sauce. Work into 1/2 cupful of butter all the lemon juice it will take and add a teaspoonful or more of minced parsley. Or melt the butter without burning, take from the fire, add the juice of 1/2 lemon and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Mayonnaise. Put into an earthen bowl the yolk of a fresh egg and a pinch of salt, a dash of red pepper, and 1/2 teaspoonful of dry mustard. Place the bowl on ice or in ice water. Pour 1 cupful of olive oil into a small pitcher from which it will drop easily. When the egg and seasoning are thoroughly mixed, begin to add the oil using a silver teaspoon and rubbing rather than stirring. Add the oil until a clear spot is formed upon the egg and then mix until smooth. Only a few drops can be added at first, but the quantity may be gradually increased. The clear spot on the egg is an infallible test of the right quantity of oil. If too much oil is added, the dressing will curdle. A few drops of lemon juice and a long beating will usually make it right again. If this fails, set the bowl directly on the ice in the refrigerator and let stand for 1/2 an hour. If it is still curdled, begin again with the yolk of another egg and add the curdled mayonnaise by degrees to the new dressing. When the mayonnaise is so thick that it is difficult to stir, add the juice of 1/2 a lemon if desired. Milanese sauce. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add 2 chopped mushrooms and 2 boned and pounded anchovies. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, and cook until the flour is brown. Add 1 cupful of brown stock and 1 tablespoonful each of sherry and vinegar drained from capers. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with salt, cayenne, and made mustard. Simmer for 20 minutes, strain, add 1 tablespoonful of capers, boil for 5 minutes, and serve. Mushroom sauce. Prepare a drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given, and add to it 1 cupful of chopped, cooked mushrooms. Niçoise sauce. Rub through a fine sieve the yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs. Put into a deep bowl with 2 raw yolks, a tablespoonful of made mustard, and salt and pepper to season. Add gradually half a cupful of olive oil and a little vinegar, finishing with 2 tablespoonfuls of minced fine herbs. Nonpareil sauce. Add chopped hard-boiled eggs and chopped cooked mushrooms to hollandaise sauce. Normandy sauce. Add 1 tablespoonful of mushroom catsup to 1 pint of velouté sauce and cook for 10 minutes. Add 1/4 cupful of strong fish stock, bring to the boil, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Strain, add a tablespoonful of butter, and serve. Olive sauce. Prepare according to directions given for Jersey sauce, adding half a dozen chopped olives instead of the Worcestershire. Oyster sauce 1. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given, using the oyster liquor for part of the liquid. Add parboiled oysters cut fine and season with paprika and lemon juice. Oyster sauce 2. Cook 2 dozen oysters in their liquor with a little water, butter, white and red pepper, and grated nutmeg. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, the juice of a lemon, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Serve with boiled fish. Parsley sauce 1. Prepare a drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given. Add half a cupful of fine minced parsley and season with lemon juice. Parsley sauce 2. Boil 2 large bunches of parsley in water to cover for 5 minutes. Strain the water and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little vinegar, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, and a little minced parsley. Parsley and lemon sauce. Squeeze the juice out of a lemon. Remove the seeds and chop the pulp fine with a bunch of parsley. Add a little of the grated peel. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add the parsley and the lemon and 1 1/2 cupfuls of stock. Season with salt, pepper, and powdered mace, and boil for 10 minutes. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little cold stock, and serve. Persillade sauce. Put into a bowl 1/4 cupful of olive oil with a tablespoonful of made mustard, the juice of 2 lemons, and 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add a few drops of tarragon vinegar. Mix thoroughly and serve. Piquante sauce 1. Cook together a teaspoonful of chopped onion, a pinch of sugar, a few drops of Worcestershire sauce, and 1 tablespoonful each of chopped capers and pickles, with 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, and salt and cayenne to season. Prepare a Spanish sauce and add the mixture to it. Piquante sauce 2. Mix together half a cupful of beef stock, 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped pickle, 1 tablespoonful each of chopped onion, capers, and parsley, a teaspoonful each of sugar and salt and paprika to season. Poor man's sauce. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup and 1 of anchovy essence. Strain and serve. Portuguese sauce. Put 6 tablespoonfuls of butter into a saucepan with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Season with salt and pepper and heat thoroughly but do not boil. Take from the fire, stir until thick, and serve immediately. Poulette sauce. Simmer for 10 minutes a pint of white sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Beat the yolks of 3 eggs light and pour the hot sauce over them slowly. Cook for 2 minutes in a double boiler and serve immediately. Ravigotte sauce. Put 1 cupful of stock into a saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine and 3 tablespoonfuls of chopped chives and parsley. Season with salt and pepper and simmer for 20 minutes. Thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon, and serve. Cold ravigotte sauce. Chop together a tablespoonful each of parsley, chives, chervil, tarragon, and shallot. Add to a stiff mayonnaise and tint green if desired with color paste. Remoulade sauce. Mix 2 tablespoonfuls each of capers and minced anchovies. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, a teaspoonful of dry mustard, and salt and pepper to taste. Add 1/2 bean of garlic, chopped very fine, and enough olive oil to make a smooth paste. Add a few drops of vinegar and serve. Royale sauce. Cook together 1/2 cupful of butter and the beaten yolks of 3 eggs until the yolks begin to thicken. Take from the fire and add by degrees 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of Indian soy, 1 finely chopped small pickle, and cayenne and salt to season. Mix thoroughly and cool. Serve cold. Sardine sauce. Add skinned, boned, and mashed sardines to mayonnaise. Beat until smooth and serve with cold fish. Shad roe sauce. Boil, drain, skin, and mash a shad roe. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, and powdered mace. Add 1/2 cupful of Madeira and 1/2 cupful or more of melted butter. Serve with shad or any other fish. Shrimp sauce. Add 1 cupful of chopped cooked shrimps to each pint of white sauce. Season with lemon juice, paprika, and Tabasco sauce. Sicilian sauce. Slice 4 onions, fry brown and drain carefully. Put into a saucepan with 2 cupfuls of Espagnole sauce, a wineglassful of sherry, and a pinch of cayenne pepper. Reheat, strain, and serve. Spanish sauce. Prepare according to directions given for brown sauce, using 1 cupful of highly seasoned stock for liquid. Supreme sauce. Prepare according to directions given for drawn butter sauce, using chicken stock and a little cream for liquid. Take from the fire and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Tartar sauce 1. Chop together capers, olives, parsley, and pickles. Add 1/2 cupful of the mixture to a cupful of mayonnaise. Tartar sauce 2. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of vinegar and Worcestershire sauce. Add a teaspoonful of lemon juice and a pinch of salt. Brown 1/2 cupful of butter and strain into the hot vinegar. Serve hot. Tartar sauce 3. Prepare a cupful of drawn butter sauce and add it to a teaspoonful each of made mustard, grated onion, and chopped pickle. Take from the fire. Season with salt and cayenne. Add the beaten yolk of an egg and serve. Tomato sauce 1. Prepare according to directions given for drawn butter sauce, using tomato juice or stewed and strained canned tomatoes for liquid. Tomato sauce 2. Chop together capers, pickles, onion, and olives. There should be 1/2 cupful in all. Add 1/2 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, a teaspoonful each of made mustard and sugar, and salt and cayenne to season highly. Serve very hot. Tomato sauce 3. Chop fine an onion and a clove of garlic. Fry in butter and add 1/2 can of stewed and strained tomatoes. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper and serve. Brown tomato sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in butter. Add 1 tablespoonful of flour and 1/2 cupful each of stock and stewed and strained tomato. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and kitchen bouquet. Strain and serve. Veloute sauce. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and 1/4 cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, cayenne, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Simmer for an hour. Strain and serve. Venetienne sauce 1. Cook together for 5 minutes 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 6 peppercorns, a tablespoonful of chopped ham, 6 parsley roots, a sprig of thyme, and a bay leaf. Strain and add to 1 cupful of veloute sauce. Reheat, add a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and serve. Venetienne sauce 2. Add minced parsley, tarragon vinegar, grated nutmeg, and a tablespoonful of butter to Allemande sauce. Vinaigrette sauce. Mix 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil with 1 tablespoonful of vinegar. Season with salt and paprika and add it to minced parsley, pickle, and capers. Whipped cream sauce. Mix a teaspoonful of dry mustard with a tablespoonful of vinegar and 2 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish. Mix with 1/4 cupful of mayonnaise and, when smooth, fold in carefully 1 cupful of whipped cream. Season with salt and red pepper and serve very cold with cold fish. White sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and 1/2 cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk may be used instead of the stock and cream. End of section 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 5. 10 Ways to Serve Anchovies. 1. Clean, bone, and trim the fish. Arrange on a dish, alternating with quarters of hard-boiled eggs. Moisten with olive oil, sprinkle with parsley, and serve with toasted crackers. 2. Split the anchovies, wash in white wine, and bone them. Make a paste with the yolks of eggs, equal parts of minced cooked fish, and breadcrumbs. Stuff the anchovies, dip into batter, and fry in deep fat. 3. Pound the fish in a mortar, seasoning with minced parsley, grated onion, and cayenne. Serve on small circles of fried bread as a first course at dinner. 4. Drain a bottle of anchovies and mash fine with enough butter to make a smooth paste. Season with lemon juice and cayenne. Spread on fingers of toast and lay a whole anchovy on each piece. 5. Wash 8 salted anchovies, remove the skin and bones, and soak in clear water for an hour. Drain and wipe dry. Arrange on lettuce leaves with sliced hard-boiled eggs and pour over a French dressing. 6. Toast circles of bread, spread with butter, cover with chopped hard-boiled eggs, make a hollow in the egg, lay an anchovy upon it, and set into a hot oven for 5 minutes. 7. Toast thin circles of graham bread, butter, and cover each piece with anchovies. Sprinkle with lemon juice and paprika, and put into hot oven for 5 minutes. 8. Clean and rinse the fish and dry on a cloth. Butter a small baking dish. Put in a layer of cracker crumbs, then a layer of anchovies, then sugar and crumbs. Repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs with half a cupful of cream and a little sugar. Pour over the fish and bake in the oven. 9. Use salted Norwegian anchovies soaked for 2 hours in cold water. Split down the back, bone, and skin, cut into strips, and arrange on a platter. Mince separately parsley, capers, boiled carrots, beets, and the whites and yolks of hard-boiled eggs. Arrange small piles of contrasting colors among the fish and pour over a French dressing. 10. Fry thin circles of bread, put a pimola in the center, and curl an anchovy around it. Fill the remaining space with chopped hard-boiled eggs and serve as a first course at dinner or luncheon. End of section 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Walter. www.sjwalter.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 6. 45 Ways to Cook Bass. Baked Bass 1. Scale, wash, and clean, leaving the head intact. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 1 cupful of butter, 2 eggs well beaten, and enough cold water to make a smooth paste. Season with pepper, salt, grated lemon, minced parsley, thyme, and marjoram. Split the fish, stuff, and sew up. Lay thin slices of salt pork over the fish and put into a baking pan with a little boiling water seasoned with wine and tomato juice. Bake carefully, basting frequently. The gravy may be thickened and served with the fish. Baked Bass 2. Split the fish and stuff with seasoned mashed potatoes. Put a little boiling water and a tablespoonful of butter into the baking pan and baste frequently while cooking. Baked Bass 3. Rub the inside of the fish with salt. Sprinkle the outside with pepper and salt. Cover with sliced onion and salt pork. Dredge with flour and put into the baking pan with sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Baste frequently while cooking. Remove the pork and onion. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, blended and mixed with a little tomato ketchup. Pour the hot sauce over the fish and serve. Baked Bass 4. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 1 teaspoonful each of melted butter, Worcester sauce, tomato ketchup, minced parsley, minced onion, minced olives or pickles, lemon juice, salt, black pepper, and paprika to taste, and sufficient cold water to moisten. Sew up the fish and bake as usual. Serve with tartar sauce. Baked Bass with white wine. Put a bass into a baking dish with salt, pepper, and mushroom liquor to season, and enough white wine to moisten. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a little cold water and the juice of half a lemon. Add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice in the baking pan. Pour over the bass and serve. Baked Bass with shrimp sauce. Marinate the clean fish for an hour in oil and vinegar. Put into a baking pan with slices of salt pork underneath and on top and sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Add a teaspoonful of butter to the water and baste 2 or 3 times during the hour of baking. Strain the gravy and set aside. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter. Add 1 tablespoonful of flour and cook until brown. Add 1 cupful of the liquid left in the baking pan, making up the required quantity with boiling water, if necessary. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with cayenne and lemon juice, and add half a can of shrimps chopped fine. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked and stuffed black bass. Mix together 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 2 small onions chopped, 2 eggs well beaten, and cold water to moisten. Season with Worcester, Tabasco, and minced parsley. Stuff a bass with this mixture, rub with melted butter, and bake with a little boiling water, basting as required. Baked bass a la Newport. Clean the fish, gash the top, season with salt and pepper, and cover with thin slices of salt pork. Pour a little boiling water into the pan and bake slowly, basting as required. Serve with the pork. Bacon may be used instead. Baked bass a la Manhattan. Butter a baking dish, put in the cleansed fish, rub with melted butter, season with salt and pepper, and cover with thin slices of bacon and breadcrumbs. Add a little boiling water and bake in a very hot oven, basting as required. Baked bass and tomatoes. Select 1 large bass or 2 small ones. Clean the head and let it remain on the fish. Slice 4 tomatoes and cut in halves. Make a plain bread dressing. Open the fish, rub the inside lightly with salt and soft butter, lay a thick layer of tomatoes in, then a layer of the bread dressing, alternating them until the fish is well stuffed, then bind with a tape. Lard the fish with strips of salt pork. Lay in a baking pan, add 1 cupful of hot water and 1 tablespoonful of butter, and bake, basting often. In 15 minutes, take the pan out of the oven and spread the fish with a layer of thinly sliced tomatoes, seasoned with a sprinkling of salt, some melted butter, and a light sprinkling of grated cheese. Bake until the tomatoes are done, then carefully remove it to a platter, taking off the tape first. Garnish with parsley and serve. Baked bass a la Babette. Clean the fish, salt it well, and put into a baking pan with a cupful of water. Put lumps of butter on top and season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Bake for an hour, basting often. Add a wineglassful of sherry and a little catsup to the sauce remaining in the pan. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour, rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked fillets of bass. Cut bass into small fillets, sprinkle with salt and pepper, put into a shallow pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 12 minutes in a hot oven. Serve with a border of boiled rice and hollandaise sauce. Baked bass a la Montmorency. Clean, skin, and bone a bass and cut into pieces. Butter a baking dish, put in the fish, season with salt, pepper, and white wine. Cover with buttered paper and set in the oven until the fish is partly cooked. Take out the fish and arrange in a baking pan. Add to the remaining liquor a chopped onion, half a dozen mushrooms, and 2 sprigs of parsley finely chopped. Add a little stock and thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Pour this sauce over the fish, lay a large mushroom on each piece, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Stuffed sea bass. Clean the fish and cover it with a marinade of olive oil and vinegar. Soak for an hour. Fill the fish with chopped salt pork and mushrooms. Put into a baking pan with slices of salt pork underneath and on top, and sufficient boiling water. Bake for 40 minutes. Cover with slices of tomatoes and half a sweet green pepper chopped fine. Dot with butter and bake for 20 minutes more. Take up the fish and rub the sauce through a colander. Stir in a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour. Add 1 teaspoonful of sugar and 2 teaspoonfuls of grated onion. Dilute with boiling water if too thick. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Bass a la Bordelaise. Split a large sea bass. Put into a baking dish with a wineglassful of claret and salt and pepper to season. Sprinkle with chopped shallot, cover with buttered paper, and cook in a moderate oven for 15 minutes. Lay the bass on a platter. Put the juice in a saucepan with half a teaspoonful of beef extract, 4 chopped mushrooms, and a bruised bean of garlic. Thicken with flour browned in butter, bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve very hot. Boiled bass. Clean the fish, put it into warm salted water and simmer for 20 minutes. Boiled sea bass with egg sauce. Boil the fish according to directions previously given. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of the water in which the fish was boiled, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Add 3 hard-boiled eggs, coarsely chopped. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled bass with mushrooms. Boil a bass in water to cover, adding to the water 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, 6 peppercorns, and a little salt. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 tablespoon of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful or more of boiling water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the juice of half a lemon, half a can of mushrooms chopped fine, and pepper and salt and minced parsley to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled black bass with cream sauce. Clean the bass and sew it up in coarse cheesecloth. Boil in enough water to cover, adding half a cupful of vinegar, a sliced onion, 6 or 8 whole peppers, a blade of mace, and salt to season. Take up the fish and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling. Strain and set aside. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 tablespoonful of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add a cupful of the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season to taste, add half a cupful of cream, bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and garnish with sliced lemons. Black sea bass à la poulette. Prepare a poulette sauce and pour over the black sea bass boiled according to directions previously given. Cold bass with tartar sauce. Boil the fish in court bouillon and drain. Chop fine parsley, pickles, olives, and capers. Mix with a stiff mayonnaise and spread over the fish. Serve with a border of sliced cucumbers. Broiled bass. Clean the fish, split it, and cut each half into 2 or 3 pieces. Dip in oil or melted butter, sprinkle with flour, and broil carefully. Broiled black bass. Clean and split the fish, remove the bone, rub with melted butter or oil, and broil carefully. Pour over a little melted butter and garnish with lemon and parsley. Bass stewed with tomatoes. Clean the fish, remove the bones, and cut into square pieces. Fry 2 sliced onions in olive oil. Lay the fish upon it, season with salt and pepper, and pour over a can of tomatoes which have been rubbed through a sieve. Season with salt and pepper, cover closely, and cook for an hour. Serve in the same dish. Fried bass with bacon. Clean and cut up the fish, season with pepper and salt, roll in flour, and fry in hot lard. Serve with rashers of bacon fried separately. Garnish with parsley and lemon. Fried black bass. Scale, clean, and cut up the fish. Season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Breaded fillet of bass. Clean the fish and cut into convenient pieces. Season with salt and pepper, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve very hot with tartar sauce. Breaded bass with bacon. Clean the fish and cut into pieces. Season with pepper and salt, roll in flour, then in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs. Fry in deep fat and serve with a border of rashers of bacon fried separately. Garnish with parsley. Broiled sea bass with parsley sauce. Put 2 medium-sized cleaned sea bass into a fish kettle with a bunch of parsley. Cover with salted and acidulated water, bring to the boil. Simmer for half an hour, drain, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with a parsley sauce. Fried sea bass with tartar sauce. Clean and wipe small sea bass. Score the sides deeply, dip in milk, roll in flour, fry in deep fat, drain, sprinkle with salt, and garnish with quartered lemons and fried parsley. Serve with tartar sauce. Matelote of sea bass. Clean 3 pounds of sea bass and cut in convenient pieces for serving. Put into a saucepan with a bunch of parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of sweet herbs. Add 2 onions sliced and 2 cloves of garlic. Cover with equal parts of stock and claret, and simmer slowly until the fish is done. Move the fish carefully to a serving dish, and strain the liquid into another saucepan. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in as much butter as is required to make a smooth paste. Add the liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add to the sauce 3 tablespoonfuls of essence of anchovy and some mushrooms and small button onions fried brown in butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled sea bass. Select a large fish, clean and split. Season with salt and pepper. Rub with olive oil and broil carefully. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce and garnish with lemon and parsley. Sea bass a la Buena Vista. Prepare and clean a large sea bass. Cut a long, deep incision lengthwise on each side. Place in a buttered baking dish with a chopped onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of sweet herbs, half a can of tomatoes, and a small green pepper shredded. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, add 2 cupfuls of stock and 1 cupful of port wine. Dot with butter and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes, basting freely. Take up the fish and strain the sauce. Melt a tablespoonful of butter, brown in it a tablespoonful of flour, add 2 cupfuls of well-seasoned beef stock, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Combine these 2 sauces, cover the fish with broiled tomatoes, pour the sauce over, sprinkle with parsley and lemon juice, and serve. Boiled sea bass with melted butter sauce. Boil the fish in acidulated water according to directions previously given. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with a sauce made by melting half a cupful of butter with the juice of a lemon and seasoning with white pepper and a little grated nutmeg. Sea bass a la Francais. Clean and trim 2 large sea bass. Put into a saucepan with salt and pepper to season, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 large onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, and enough claret to cover the fish. Simmer for 40 minutes, drain, and place on a serving dish. Take out the parsley and keep the liquid warm. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add the onions and liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add stock or water if there is not enough liquid. Add a tablespoonful each of melted butter and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Sea bass with black butter. Boil medium-sized sea bass in salted and acidulated water, drain, and marinate with salt, pepper, and vinegar. Brown a cupful of butter in a saucepan, skim, pour the top part over the fish, leaving the sediment in the pan. Garnish with fried parsley, and serve. Striped bass with shad roe. Clean a 4-pound striped bass and soak the soft roes of 4 shad in cold water. Put the bass into a fish kettle with an onion, salt and pepper to season, a small bunch of parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, 2 wineglassfuls of white wine, and enough white stock to cover. Cover, cook for half an hour or more, basting as required, and drain. Strain the liquid and add it to a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Cook until it thickens, stirring constantly. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cook the roes for 5 minutes in salted and acidulated water, drain, cut in 2, and arrange around the fish. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Fillets of striped bass a la Bordelaise. Clean 2 striped bass and cut into fillets. Cover the trimmings with water, add 1 cupful of white wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, a sliced onion, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Skin the fillets, season with salt, and marinate for half an hour in oil and lemon juice. Drain, sprinkle with flour, dip in egg yolks beaten smooth with a little melted butter, then in crumbs. Broil carefully, basting with melted butter as required. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook to a smooth paste. Add the liquid strained from the fish trimmings and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stewed and strained tomato, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with red pepper and lemon juice, Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of striped bass a la Manhattan. Clean and trim a 4-pound bass, skin, remove the bones, and chop very fine. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and enough cream to make a stiff paste. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat or sauté in clarified butter. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Striped bass with caper sauce. Clean and trim a large striped bass. Cut 2 incisions across the back, tie in a circle, and boil slowly in salted and acidulated water for 40 minutes. Drain, pour over a caper sauce, garnish with parsley, and serve. Striped bass a la Dauphine. Clean and trim a striped bass. Put into a fish kettle with salt, pepper, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of sweet herbs, a sliced onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, 2 cupfuls of water, and 4 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cook for 40 minutes in a moderate oven, basting frequently. Drain the fish, strain the liquor, and add enough white stock or oyster liquor to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 tablespoonful of butter, add the liquid, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 3 egg yolks well beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, the juice of half a lemon, and a pinch of paprika. Bring to the boiling point, pour over the fish, and serve. Garnish with fried mushrooms. Striped bass a la Cardinal. Clean and trim a striped bass. Cook in a fish kettle with 2 cupfuls of water, 1 cupful of white wine, 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, an onion, a carrot sliced, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer for 40 minutes and drain. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the liquid, strain, and skim off the fat. Cook 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in a tablespoonful of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and a pinch of paprika. Bring to the boil, then take from the fire, add sufficient dried and pounded lobster coral to color, pour over the fish, and serve. Striped bass a la Hollandaise. Clean and trim a striped bass and simmer half an hour in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Striped bass a la Commodore. Clean and stuff a striped bass. Put into a fish kettle with a bunch of parsley, a cupful of mixed vegetables cut fine, a cupful of white wine, a cupful of oyster liquor, and enough water or stock to cover. Simmer for 40 minutes and drain. Strain the gravy, skim off the fat, and set aside. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 cupful of stock, and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Add the strained sauce and reheat, stirring until smooth. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, and lemon juice to taste. Pour over the fish and serve. Striped bass a l'Américaine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a pint of oysters with their liquor and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Prepare and trim a striped bass. Fill with the oyster mixture, season, and sew up. Put into a fish kettle with enough white wine and water in equal parts to cover. Add a sliced onion, a bunch of parsley, a little salt and pepper, and a tablespoonful of butter. Simmer for an hour and drain. Strain the gravy and skim off the fat. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 1 of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, the juice of a lemon, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Garnish with fried oysters. Striped bass a la Marseille. Clean a large striped bass and divide into fillets. Put into a fish boiler with 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 large onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, a bay leaf, salt and pepper to season, and red wine and water in equal parts to cover. Simmer for an hour, drain the fish, take out the parsley, Strain the liquid and spread the cooked onions over the fish. Cook 3 tablespoonfuls of flour in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the juice of a small lemon, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. When the butter is melted, pour over the fish and serve. Striped bass a la Conti. Clean and trim a large striped bass. Put into a baking pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, a small onion chopped fine, salt and pepper to season, a bunch of parsley, and 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Cover and cook for an hour in a moderate oven, basting often. Drain the fish and remove the parsley. Strain the sauce. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. End of section 6.
Section 7 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 7. 8 ways to cook blackfish. Blackfish à la Américaine. Draw 2 large blackfish, trim, and clean thoroughly. Put into a baking dish with 2 chopped onions, fried in butter. Add 2 cups of cold water, and a half a cupful of port wine. Season with salt and pepper, a pinch of powdered cloves, mace, allspice and thyme, 2 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, and 2 leeks. Cover tightly and cook for an hour. Lift out the fish and strain the liquid. Thicken it with a tablespoonful of butter, blended with an equal quantity of flour. Bring to the boil, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and minced parsley and lemon juice to season. Pour over the fish and serve. Blackfish with fine herbs. Put the cleaned fish into a baking dish with chopped onions, parsley, and mushrooms. Gash the fish and fill the incisions with butter and chopped onion. Moisten with equal parts of white wine and stock, cover with buttered paper, and cook in a moderate oven for half an hour, basting frequently. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and add stock to make the necessary quantity. Thicken with a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, and pour over the dish. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Broiled catfish with chili sauce. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, rub with oil, and broil slowly. Fry in butter a cupped shallot and 2 chili peppers. Add 2 chopped tomatoes, a wine glassful of Catawba wine, and a cupful of stock. Boil to the consistency of a thick sauce. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a little chopped parsley. Spread over the fish. Matelote of blackfish. Cover 4 pounds of cleaned blackfish with equal parts of claret and water. Add salt and pepper to season, 2 small cloves of garlic, 2 onions sliced, and a bunch of parsley. Boil for half an hour and strain the liquid. Thicken it with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter blended with a little flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and lemon juice to season. Strain over the fish and garnish with fresh fired mushrooms and small white onions sprinkled with sugar and fried brown in clarified butter. Stewed blackfish a la Newport. Cook 4 pounds of blackfish in Catawba wine and water to cover, seasoning with parsley and onion 3 cloves, salt, and half a dozen peppercorns. Boil for half an hour. Strain the sauce and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour browned in butter. Cook until thick. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Strain over the fish and surround with a border of baked tomatoes. Baked blackfish 1. Put 2 cleaned blackfish into a buttered baking pan with 1 cupful of port wine and 2 cupfuls of water. Add salt, white and red pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, and sweet herbs to season. Dot the fish with butter, covered with buttered paper, and bake for 45 minutes, basting as required. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and put it into a saucepan with 2 cupfuls of stock. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter blended with an equal quantity of flour, and boil for 10 minutes. Skim, add 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and anchovy paste, and lemon juice to taste. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked blackfish 2. Remove the skin and fins from a 6-pound fish and place in a baking pan. Cover with 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs moistened with hot water, and seasoned with butter, salt, pepper, sage, summer savory, and sweet marjoram. Bake for an hour and a half and serve with any preferred sauce. Blackfish with port wine sauce. Put 2 cleaned blackfish into a pan with 1 cupful of port wine, 1 cupful of water, 1 cupful of white stock, and salt, pepper, minced parsley, and sweet herbs to season. Cover and simmer for 40 minutes. Take out the fish, add 2 cupfuls of stock to the sauce, thicken with 1 tablespoonful of butter blended with 2 of flour, and cook until of the proper consistency. Strain through a cloth. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and lemon juice and red pepper to season. Pour over the fish and serve. End of Section 7. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 8. 26 Ways to Cook Bluefish. Baked Bluefish à l'Italienne. Score and scale the bluefish and put it into a buttered pan with 3 tablespoonfuls each of white wine and mushroom liquor, a tablespoonful of chopped onion, half a dozen chopped mushrooms, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add to the sauce half a teaspoonful of beef extract dissolved in half a cupful of boiling water. Add a wineglassful of white wine and thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and browned flour. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Baked Bluefish 1. Clean, scrape, and split the fish and take out the backbone. Gash the flesh and insert a thin slice of salt pork under the skin. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped salt pork, and salt, minced parsley, chopped onion, red pepper, kitchen bouquet, and tomato ketchup to season. Add 1 egg well beaten. Fill the fish and sew up. Lay on thin slices of salt pork and bake, basting frequently with the fat. Garnish with cress and lemon. Baked Bluefish 2. Clean a large bluefish, put into a baking pan, pour over it a cupful of boiling salted water, Cover and bake for an hour, basting frequently. Put on a serving platter and thicken the sauce with browned flour, seasoning with salt, pepper, Worcestershire and tomato ketchup. Serve with a garnish of sliced lemon. Baked Bluefish 3. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced onion, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 egg well beaten, and salt and pepper to season. Stuff the fish and tie securely. Bake in a pan with a cupful of hot water and a tablespoonful of butter, basting frequently. Take out the fish, boil up the sauce, add a tablespoonful of ketchup, a tablespoonful of browned flour wet with 4 tablespoonfuls of cold water, and the juice of a lemon. Cook until thick and strain. Baked Bluefish 4. Prepare a stuffing of crumbs, grated onion, beaten egg, and capers. Stuff a large bluefish and sew up. Season with salt and pepper, rub with butter, and add sufficient boiling water. Bake, baste frequently, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Bluefish 5. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of melted butter, and salt and pepper to season. Fill the fish and sew firmly. Gash the fish and lay strips of pork in the gashes. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and add sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Bake for an hour, basting frequently. Garnish with parsley and lemon and serve with tomato sauce. Baked Bluefish 6. Slit a large bluefish, take out the bone, put in a buttered baking dish, and season with salt and pepper. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add half a dozen chopped mushrooms, 3 tablespoonfuls of chopped cooked eggplant, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook for 15 minutes. Thicken with a tablespoonful or more of flour rubbed smooth in cold water and pour over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Baked Bluefish with white wine sauce. Put a cleaned bluefish into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, minced parsley, sweet herbs, a sliced onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and 1 cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Boil for 10 minutes, add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of half a lemon, and 3 egg yolks well beaten. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked Bluefish à la Naples. Prepare the fish according to directions given for Baked Bluefish 2. Fry in butter for 5 minutes 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped onion, carrot, and lean raw ham. Add 12 peppercorns, 2 cloves, and a sprig of marjoram. Add 2 1/2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook until brown. Add gradually 1 cupful of brown stock and 1 1/4 cupfuls of white wine. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain, reheat, pour over the fish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Boiled Bluefish. Prepare according to directions given for boiled bass. Broiled Bluefish 1. Split the fish down the back and soak for half an hour in brine. Rinse in fresh water, dry on a towel, and broil on a buttered broiler. Serve on a hot platter with melted butter poured over, and garnish with watercress and sliced lemon. Broiled Bluefish 2. Clean and split down the back, season with salt and pepper, and broil according to directions previously given. Sprinkle with minced parsley and lemon juice, and pour over a little melted butter. Serve with a border of mashed potatoes. Pan-broiled Bluefish. Lay the fish flesh side down in a well-greased, very hot pan. Turn with a pancake turner. Broiled Bluefish au beurre noir. Broil a bluefish according to directions previously given. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of vinegar and minced parsley, 1 teaspoonful of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to season. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into a frying pan, and when it browns, add the other ingredients. Bring to the boil and pour it over the broiled fish. Broiled Bluefish with mustard sauce. Broil a bluefish according to directions previously given, and sprinkle with lemon juice. Pour over a cream sauce to which prepared mustard has been added. Matelote of bluefish. Prepare according to directions given for matelote of blackfish, using white wine instead of claret. Stuffed bluefish 1. Prepare according to directions given for stuffed sea bass. Stuffed bluefish 2. Scrape, clean, and dry a large bluefish. Chop 3 onions fine and fry in butter. Add enough mashed potatoes to make the required quantity of stuffing, and season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and melted butter. Fill the fish and sew up. Rub with melted butter, put a little hot water into the pan, and bake for 30 minutes, basting as required. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Escalloped bluefish. Flake cold cooked bluefish and mix it with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes. Fill buttered shells, sprinkle with grated cheese, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of bluefish à la d'Uxelles. Skin, bone, and fillet a bluefish. Season with salt and pepper and cook with melted butter and lemon juice until firm. Take from the fire and cool. Prepare a d'Uxelles sauce, boil down until thick, and cook the fish with it. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a diluted sauce poured around the fish. Fillets of bluefish with anchovy sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe, cooking with white wine as well as lemon juice. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and anchovy paste. Pour over the fish and serve. Bluefish à la Carrienne. Scale and score a 2-pound bluefish and put in a buttered baking dish with 3 tablespoonfuls each of mushroom liquor and white wine, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with a buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add to the sauce 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes and 1 tablespoonful of chopped, cooked, smoked beef tongue. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Bluefish à la Vénitienne. Prepare according to directions for baked bluefish à l'Italienne, adding to it a chopped tomato and 6 whole mushrooms. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, brown in the oven, and sprinkle with minced parsley. Fried fillets of bluefish. Cut the fish into fillets and soak for half an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned cracker crumbs, and set into a cold place for an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Fried bluefish. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and fry in plenty of hot lard. Drain on brown paper and garnish with parsley. Steamed bluefish. Season the fish with salt and pepper and pour over it a cupful of vinegar. Let stand for an hour, pour off the vinegar, and steam for 20 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. End of Section 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 9. 5 Ways to Cook Butterfish. Fried butterfish. 1. Trim, draw, and clean the fish. Wipe dry, dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry in a frying pan in plenty of clear, hot fat. Drain on a cloth, sprinkle with salt, and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried butterfish. 2. Clean, wash, and dry the fish. Rub with flour, season with salt and pepper, dip in beaten egg, then in cracker dust or sifted breadcrumbs. Fry in deep fat. Fried butterfish. 3. Clean and gash the fish, roll in cornmeal, and sauté in hot salt pork fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Butterfish with fine herbs. Prepare according to directions given for sole with fine herbs. Boiled butterfish. Cover well cleaned and lightly gashed butterfish with boiling water. Season with 1 chopped onion, parsley and thyme, salt and pepper. Boil gently for about 10 minutes if small. Take from the water and serve with scalded milk seasoned with butter, pepper, salt, and minced parsley. End of section 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 10. 22 Ways to Cook Carp. Baked Carp 1. Clean a carp and cover it with salted cold water and vinegar. Soak for an hour, then drain and dry. Stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up, and put into a deep baking pan. Brush with beaten egg, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, and dot with butter. Add 2 sliced onions and a pinch of sweet herbs, a cupful each of sweet wine and stock, and a teaspoonful of anchovy paste. Bake for an hour, basting as needed. Take out the fish, strain the liquor, thicken with a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, and season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, and a pinch of sugar. Baked Carp 2. Let the fish stand in vinegar for 15 minutes. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and sew up. Brush with beaten egg, cover with crumbs, and dot with butter. Put into a baking pan with 2 chopped onions, a bunch of parsley, a cupful of water, and a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce. Bake in a moderate oven, basting as required. Add enough water to make a cupful of the liquid remaining after taking up the fish. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour, blended with an equal quantity of butter, strain, add the juice of a lemon, and pepper and salt to season. Stewed Carp 1. Clean and scale a carp, pouring boiling vinegar over the fish to facilitate the process. Wrap in a cloth and cook it gently in court bouillon. Serve with a sauce made of court bouillon, strained and thickened, with a few capers and a little anchovy sauce added. Stewed Carp 2. Mix together 1 tablespoonful of salt, half a teaspoonful of pepper, and a pinch of powdered mace. Rub a clean fish with it, both inside and out. Leave it in a cold place for 2 hours. Then put into a kettle, cover with boiling water, add a small onion sliced, a sprig of parsley, a bay leaf, and a teaspoonful of marjoram. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with cream sauce. Boiled Carp. Put a clean carp into a saucepan with sufficient beef stock to cover. Add an onion, 4 cloves, a bunch of sweet herbs, and salt to season. Simmer until the fish is done. Take out the fish and strain the sauce. Add 2 cupfuls of beef stock and thicken with browned flour. Boil until thick. Add a wineglassful of white wine and the juice of half a lemon. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Pickled Carp. Put a clean carp into a fish kettle and pour over it boiling vinegar and a cupful of claret. Add 2 carrots and 3 onions chopped fine, and sage, thyme, bay leaves, parsley, cloves, and bruised garlic to season. Simmer for an hour and let cool in the liquid. Carp à l'italienne. Clean, scale, and slice the fish. Fry with onion, parsley, thyme, salt, and pepper, using plenty of butter. Add white wine to cover and simmer for 10 minutes, then put in the oven and bake until tender. Add 2 lemons sliced and 1 cupful each of chopped almonds and currants. Cook long enough to soften the currants, adding stock if necessary. Carp à l'allemande. Clean and cut into strips 2 pounds of carp. Add 1 wineglassful of claret, 1 cupful of beef stock, 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms, a carrot, and an onion chopped fine, and salt, pepper, thyme, clove, and parsley to season. Simmer for an hour, add a tablespoonful of capers, and serve on buttered toast. Carp à la bordelaise. Chop fine an onion, a carrot, and a bunch of parsley. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine, a clove of garlic, 3 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Cook for 15 minutes, then add 2 quarts of cold water. Boil the carp in this sauce and drain. Prepare a sauce as follows. Chop fine a small onion and a shallot. Season with salt and pepper and cook until soft with a wineglassful of claret. Add 2 cupfuls of beef stock and bring to the boil. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of browned flour, rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Season with salt, red pepper, minced parsley, and chives, and add a small piece of cooked chopped marrow. Pour over the fish and serve very hot. Broiled carp. Broil as usual and serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley poured over it. Carp à la française. Put the clean fish into square pieces and put it into a saucepan with 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, 1 cupful of claret, and a tablespoonful of butter, blended with an equal quantity of flour. Add a chopped clove of garlic, a shallot, 1/4 pound of mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Cook for 20 minutes and serve. Fried carp. 1. Soak the fish overnight in salt water. Drain, rinse in cold water, season with pepper and salt, dredge in flour, and fry in butter. Fried carp. 2. Cook the carp in court bouillon, drain, and cut in slices. Cover with a very thick cream sauce and let cool. Dip in crumbs, then in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried carp. 3. Clean the fish and cut it into convenient pieces. Dip in milk, then in seasoned flour, and fry in hot fat. Carp à la Coblentz. Boil the fish with 1 cupful of Rhine wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, 2 carrots and 2 onions sliced, 1/2 cupful of sliced mushrooms and minced parsley, salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Add water if the stock is not sufficient to cover. Boil for half an hour, take the fish up, then thicken the sauce with butter and flour, and add the juice of half a lemon with another tablespoonful of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked carp à la marinière. Clean the fish and line it with bacon. Boil carefully in court bouillon, to which 1/4 of the quantity of white wine has been added. Boil for 5 minutes, then put the pan into the oven and bake for an hour and a half, basting frequently. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, thicken with brown flour, add a wineglassful of white wine, and boil until thick. Rub through a sieve, and add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Steamed carp. Scale and clean the fish and steam until done. Serve with sour cream or with a drawn butter sauce seasoned with lemon juice. Carp in matelote. Cook the cleaned carp in a fish kettle with 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, a little salt, a few peppercorns, 2 cloves of garlic, a quart of red wine, and a pint of water. Cook slowly for 40 minutes and take out the fish. Strain the sauce and reduce by rapid boiling to 1 quart. Thicken with butter and browned flour and boil for half an hour. Skim, add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Carp à la bourguignotte. Stew the carp in red wine, drain, and place on a platter. Cook 4 shallots, 2 cloves, a blade of mace, a pinch of thyme, a bay leaf, and a mushroom, for 5 minutes in enough red wine to cover. Add enough beef stock to make the required quantity of sauce, and thicken with butter and brown flour. Cook until thick, strain, and pour over the fish. Carp à la Périgueux. Cook the carp in wine and drain. Chop 6 truffles fine. Add a tablespoonful of chopped raw ham, a pinch of thyme and a bay leaf. Cook for 10 minutes in sufficient white wine to cover. Add a cupful of beef stock and thicken with butter and brown flour. Cook until thick, rub through a sieve. Add a tablespoonful of butter and a little anchovy paste and the juice of half a lemon. Carp à la Lyon. Clean the fish and cut into thick slices. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Season with salt, pepper, thyme, bay leaves, and chopped onion. Drain, dip in flour, then in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs, mixed with Parmesan cheese. Fry in deep fat, and garnish with lemon and parsley. Carp à la Provençale. Stew the carp in court bouillon and white wine. Drain and place on a platter. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped ham and olive oil, 4 bruised cloves of garlic, a pinch of thyme, a bay leaf, a tablespoonful of capers, a peeled lemon sliced, a small bunch of parsley, and paprika to season. Cook for 5 minutes and add enough beef stock to make the required quantity of sauce, and cook for 10 minutes. Thicken with brown flour, rub through a sieve, skim, add a tablespoonful of butter and a little anchovy paste, and pour over the fish. End of section 10. Recorded by Gesine in May 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 11. 6 ways to cook catfish. Catfish stewed with tomatoes. Slice the fish and fry in butter. When half cooked, add a cupful of water, a chopped onion, a red pepper, and a can of tomatoes. Cook slowly for half an hour and serve with buttered toast. Fried catfish. 1. Clean and cut the fish in squares. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcester sauce. Dip in egg, then crumbs or cornmeal, and fry in deep fat. Fried catfish. 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given above, dredge with seasoned flour, and fry in butter in a frying pan. Fried catfish. 3. Skin and clean the fish, cut into pieces. Soak for an hour in olive oil and vinegar, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Stewed catfish. Soak the skinned fish in brine for an hour. Put into a saucepan with a chopped onion, cover with cold water, and simmer until they are tender. Take out the fish, season with salt, pepper, and butter, and thicken the liquid in which they were cooked with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together and mixed with half a cupful of boiling cream. Bring to a boil, add a teaspoonful of minced parsley and 1 egg well beaten. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Boiled catfish. Boil the fish according to directions previously given. Thicken the remaining liquid with butter rolled in flour, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs, pour over the fish, and serve. End of section 11.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 12. 67 Ways to Cook Codfish. Baked Codfish 1. Rub the inside of a small fresh cod with butter and lemon juice and put on a buttered drainer in a fish kettle. Rub with butter, Sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, shallots, and parsley, lemon juice, and minced garlic. Pour over the fish 3 cupfuls of white wine. Bring to the boil and simmer for an hour and a half. Baste as required. Thicken the liquor with butter and flour and serve with sauce. Baked codfish 2. Stuff the fish with seasoned crumbs and season with pepper and salt. Pour over 2 cupfuls of sherry and a tablespoonful of mushroom catsup. Add 2 cupfuls of stock, cover with buttered paper, and bake, basting often. When nearly done, sprinkle with breadcrumbs and dot with butter and bake until brown. Take up the fish carefully. Add a teaspoonful of beef extract and a little anchovy paste to the liquor in the baking pan. Strain. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked Codfish 3. Prepare according to directions given for Baked Codfish 1, adding a pint of parboiled oysters to the sauce. Baked Salt Codfish. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for boiled salted cod. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes. Season. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and enough hot milk to make very soft. Put into a buttered baking dish. Rub with butter and bake until brown. Serve with cream or drawn butter sauce. Creamed and baked codfish. Put in a stoneware platter creamed codfish prepared according to directions elsewhere given, and surround with a border of mashed potatoes beaten light with an egg. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked codfish à la Montreal. Butter a baking dish and put in the center a large piece of prepared codfish. Surround with boiled potatoes. Rub all thoroughly with butter. Season with pepper and salt, and bake in the oven, basting frequently. Serve in the same dish, sprinkling with minced parsley. Baked codfish à la Nantucket. Prepare a stuffing of 1 cupful of cracker crumbs, 1 cupful of oysters, 1/4 cupful of melted butter, and salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice to season. Clean a 4-pound cod. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, brush over with lemon juice, stuff, and sew. Rub with butter, sprinkle with crumbs, and add sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Bake until done, basting as required. Baked codfish with cheese sauce. Rub the fish with butter and lemon juice. Put it on the grating in the baking pan. Season with salt and pepper and bake, pouring a cupful of white stock under the grating. Take up the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Strain the liquid, thicken with butter rolled in flour, and season with lemon juice, grated onion, and 4 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese. Bring to the boil and serve poured round the fish. Quick baked codfish. Put a thick slice of codfish into a baking pan. Rub with butter, season with pepper and salt, and add sufficient boiling water to moisten. Bake for half an hour, basting frequently. Thicken the gravy with butter and flour, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked rock cod with dressing. Season breadcrumbs with grated onion, sage, salt, and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of butter broken into bits and sufficient milk to moisten. Fill and sew up the fish. Lay in a baking pan on thin slices of salt pork. Rub with butter and cover with thin slices of pork. Pour over 2 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup and half a cupful of boiling water. Bake for an hour, basting frequently. Baked cod à la Bedford. Soak the cleaned fish for 2 hours in olive oil seasoned with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire. Drain and put into a baking dish. Rub with butter and sprinkle with crumbs. Add 2 wineglassfuls of Catawba wine and 2 cupfuls of oyster liquor. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour, season with lemon juice and minced parsley, pour around the fish, and serve. Baked codfish with cream. Parboil part of a codfish in salted water. Remove the bones and put the pieces into a baking dish in layers with cream sauce and seasoning between. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated nutmeg, and bake. Boiled salt codfish 1. Soak 2 pounds of salted cod overnight. Put into fresh water. Bring to the boil and serve with melted butter. Boiled salt codfish 2. Soak the fish overnight. Change the water and simmer until done. Serve with a drawn butter sauce. Boiled salted codfish with egg sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Cook 1 teaspoonful of cornmeal until thick in 1 cupful of milk. Add 1 cupful of mashed potatoes, the codfish chopped, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 well-beaten eggs, and pepper to taste. Prepare an egg sauce. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled codfish with oyster sauce. Boil the fish in salted water. Season with pepper, cloves, and lemon peel. Prepare a cream sauce and cook oysters in it until the edges curl. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled codfish with cream sauce. Boil the codfish slowly in salted water. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt, pepper, and anchovy paste to season. Pour over the fish. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Boiled codfish à la hollandaise. Boil the fish according to directions previously given and serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled codfish with caper sauce 1. Prepare according to directions given for boiled codfish with cream sauce, omitting the anchovy paste and adding 2 tablespoonfuls each of capers and melted butter. Boiled codfish with caper sauce 2. Boil a small fresh codfish in court bouillon and allow it to cool partially in the liquor. Serve with caper sauce. Boiled codfish creamed. Sew up the fish in a cloth dredged with flour and boil in salted and acidulated water. Unwrap and serve with sauce made of half a cupful each of milk and boiling water. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter rolled in flour. Take from the fire, add 2 eggs well beaten, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Add a tablespoonful of capers or tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and garnish with slices of hard-boiled eggs. Boiled codfish with egg sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for boiled codfish with oyster sauce. Serve with egg sauce. Codfish balls with egg sauce. Free 2 pounds of fresh cod from all bones. Chop it and season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and a little finely chopped lemon peel, adding chopped parsley, marjoram, a little soaked breadcrumbs with the water drained out well. Mix with 2 unbeaten eggs and form into balls the size of a tomato. Fry a large sliced onion in 2 ounces of butter and a cupful of boiling water. Let it boil up, then put in the balls. When cooked, beat 3 eggs. Strain in the juice of 2 large lemons, adding a little chopped parsley. Stir this well in without letting it boil. Then dish up the balls and strain the sauce over. Garnish with parsley. If liked, add 3 or 4 cut-up tomatoes to the balls. Codfish à la Creole 1. Flake 1 pound of cooked codfish, add it to 1 cupful of boiled rice, half a can of tomatoes strained, a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Cook slowly for half an hour. Codfish à la Creole 2. Soak overnight 2 pounds of salt codfish. Fry brown in lard a chopped onion and a bean of garlic. Mix with 3 tablespoonfuls of browned flour and cook thoroughly. Add a can of tomatoes which have been rubbed through a sieve and simmered until very thick. Drain and rinse the fish. Pour boiling water upon it and let stand until cool. Pick out the bones, add to the sauce, and reheat. Codfish puffs. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes, add a heaping tablespoonful of butter, and mix thoroughly using a little hot cream to moisten it. Add 4 eggs well beaten and mix thoroughly. Drop by spoonfuls into boiling fat and fry brown. Codfish au gratin. Cook in court bouillon and cool in the liquor. Scrape off the skin, take out the bones, and put in the baking dish in which it is to be served. Sprinkle it thickly with grated cheese and pour over a bechamel sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake golden brown. Escalloped codfish and macaroni. Mix together equal parts of cooked and broken macaroni and flaked boiled cod. Mix with cream sauce. Fill a buttered baking dish. Sprinkle thickly with grated cheese. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fricasseed salt codfish. Soak overnight in cold water 2 pounds of salt codfish. Take out the bones, cover with fresh water, and bring to the boil. Fry in olive oil 2 chopped onions and a green pepper with a sliced tomato, a bruised clove of garlic, and a chili pepper. Add 6 cupfuls of stock, 3 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and 2 cupfuls of peeled raw potatoes cut into dice. Cook until the potatoes are nearly done. Then add the codfish and boil for 5 or 10 minutes. Creamed codfish. Flake cold cooked codfish or salted codfish which has been soaked and boiled. Mix with a cream sauce, adding 1 or 2 well-beaten eggs to the sauce just before serving. Escalloped codfish with cheese. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish. Cover with grated cheese, crumbs, and butter, and bake in the oven. Broiled salt codfish. Soak 2 pounds of salt codfish overnight. In the morning, change the water, add a chopped onion, bring to the boil, and cool. Drain, wipe dry, rub with melted butter, and broil. Serve with drawn butter sauce. Codfish soufflé. Boil half a pound of salt codfish according to directions previously given. Mash the fish and mix with 2 cupfuls of mashed potatoes, pepper to season, and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Beat thoroughly. Fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs and bake in a hot oven until well puffed and brown. Codfish and macaroni. Soak overnight half a pound of salt codfish. Boil for 20 minutes 2 ounces of broken macaroni. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter. Add 1 of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Add the fish and macaroni and cook for an hour in a double boiler. Codfish à la bonne femme. Soak overnight 3 pounds of salt codfish. Boil for 25 minutes a quart of peeled potatoes with salt, parsley, a clove, and an onion in the water. Add the fish and cook for 10 minutes longer. Arrange the fish on a platter with the drained potatoes for a border. Melt 1 teaspoonful of butter, add 1 of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of water in which the fish was cooked and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a teaspoonful of vinegar and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Season with pepper, pour over the fish and the potatoes, and serve. Codfish à la Beauregard. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish using fresh codfish and omitting the egg. Serve on buttered toast and cover with hard-boiled eggs rubbed through a sieve. Stewed codfish à la Lincoln. Clean and bone 4 pounds of fresh codfish. Slice and scald 2 small onions. Drain and fry soft in salt pork fat. Cut the fish into cubes and season with salt and pepper. Boil the bones in water to cover with onion and pork fat. Put the fish into a buttered saucepan and strain the boiling liquid over it, using enough to cover. Add the juice of half a lemon and thicken with 1 heaping tablespoonful of butter cooked with 2 of flour. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and tomato or mushroom catsup. Just before the fish is done, add 1 quart of drained oysters and cook until the oysters are plump. Boiled cod's tongue with egg sauce. Soak the tongues overnight. Change the water and boil for 10 minutes. Serve with drawn butter sauce. Fried codfish tongues. Wash the tongues, dip in cold milk, and roll in seasoned flour. Fry in butter and serve with tomato sauce. Cod's tongues à la poulette. Prepare according to directions given for boiled cod's tongues with egg sauce, and serve with a poulette sauce, using for liquid the water in which the tongues were boiled. Codfish tongues à la beurre noir. Prepare the tongues according to directions given in the recipe for boiled cod's tongues with egg sauce. Drain and serve with brown butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Codfish fritters. Cut into strips fresh boiled cod or freshened and boiled salt cod. Dip in fritter batter and fry in deep fat. Deviled codfish. Flake cold cooked fish. Mix with an equal quantity of breadcrumbs, the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, and melted butter, grated onion, minced parsley, and pepper and salt to season. Add milk or oyster liquor to moisten, and fill buttered shells. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Codfish à la Seville. Wash and dry 1 cupful of rice. Brown it in olive oil and drain. Put into a stew pan and cover with fillets of fresh cod fried in the oil. Add a sliced onion fried, half a dozen sliced tomatoes, and salt, cayenne, and lemon juice to season. Add 2 cupfuls of stock. Put a buttered paper on top, cover the pan, and bake half an hour in the oven. Take out the fish carefully. Mix the rice and seasoning together and serve as a border around the fish. Codfish à la Béchamel. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish, omitting the egg and using white stock and milk in equal parts instead of cream. Escalloped codfish à la Béchamel. Prepare according to directions given for codfish à la Béchamel, adding the yolks of 3 eggs. Arrange in a baking dish with layers of seasoned crumbs and add sufficient milk to moisten. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Codfish à la Flamande. Prepare boiled codfish according to directions previously given. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and cook it in a teaspoonful of flour. Add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, 4 tablespoons of made mustard, and pepper, vinegar, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley to season. Add gradually half a cup of melted butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Stewed codfish à la Shrewsbury. Stuff the fish with drained oysters and seasoned crumbs, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Sew up. Put on the grating in a fish kettle, seasoning with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Dot with butter and add the oyster liquor and 2 cupfuls each of stock and water. Simmer for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together, and boil for 10 minutes. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, the juice of a lemon, and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Strain over the fish and serve. Salt codfish à la brandade. Cut the fish in pieces and soak in cold water for 24 hours. Put into fresh cold water. Bring to the boil and simmer for 20 minutes. Drain, bone, and cool. Mix to a cream with lemon juice and olive oil, adding a little milk if it becomes too thick. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and garlic. Serve with toasted crackers and cheese. Stewed cod with oysters. Cut fresh cod into fillets and put in a baking pan with salt, pepper, and chopped onion to season. Add 1 cupful of white wine and the liquor of 2 dozen parboiled oysters. Cook slowly for 15 minutes. Take out the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Season with lemon juice and pour the sauce over the fish. Garnish with the parboiled oysters and serve. Salted cod with brown butter. Soak the fish for 24 hours and prepare according to directions given for boiled salted cod. Drain, wipe dry, and fry brown in butter, adding a little minced parsley. Codfish steak. Cut the fish into steaks about 2 inches thick. Season with salt and pepper and let stand for 2 hours. Dredge with cornmeal and fry in salt pork fat. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve. Broiled codfish steaks with bacon. Prepare the steaks according to directions previously given and serve with a border of thin slices of bacon, fried crisp. Broiled codfish steaks. Soak in salted water for 15 minutes, wipe dry, and let stand for an hour in olive oil and vinegar. Drain, season, and broil on a well-buttered gridiron. Serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Breaded codfish steaks. Season the steaks with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried codfish steaks. Clean the steaks, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dip into flour. Sauté in salt pork fat. Codfish steaks à la Narragansett. Fry the steaks with a chopped onion in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Take out and put a tablespoonful of flour into the frying pan. Cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of water and half a cupful of wine, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with minced parsley and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Codfish hash. Flake cold cooked cod. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes and season to taste. Cook until light brown in butter. Matelote of codfish. Mix together 1 cupful of oysters, 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 egg, and a small onion chopped. Stuff a small boned codfish and sew up. Lay the fish on slices of bacon in a baking pan and cover the top with bacon. Add sufficient boiling water and bake for an hour, basting as required. Stewed codfish. Flake cold cooked cod and reheat with butter, pepper, salt, minced parsley, cayenne, and lemon juice. Serve very hot on toast. Fillets of codfish. Clean and bone the fish and cut into thick strips. Put into a buttered saucepan with a little stock. Season, sprinkle with minced parsley, and set into the oven covered with a buttered paper. Serve in a deep platter with a border of mashed potatoes. Fried cod. Prepare the fish according to directions given for fillet of codfish. Season, dredge with flour, dip in egg and breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried codfish à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare according to directions given for fried codfish. Serve with a sauce of melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Fried fillets of codfish. Mix together 1 tablespoonful of olive oil, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice, and salt, grated onion, and paprika to season. Soak fillets of codfish in this for an hour. Then drain, dip into beaten egg, then into breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Drain on brown paper and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled codfish. Split the tail end of the fish and broil. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Codfish pie. Prepare creamed codfish according to directions previously given, seasoning with grated onion. Fill a buttered baking dish and cover with mashed potato, beaten very light with an egg and a little cream. Rub with melted butter. Sprinkle with grated cheese and bake in a quick oven. Escalloped codfish. Prepare the fish according to directions previously given. Flake and prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish. Put into a buttered baking pan with layers of seasoned crumbs between. Add milk to moisten, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. End of section 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Sean McKinley. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 13. 45 Ways to Cook Eels. Braised eel. Skin and clean an eel. Cut it into 2-inch pieces. Sprinkle with salt and let stand for an hour. Soak in cold water for 10 minutes, drain, and dry. Put into a buttered saucepan, seasoning with grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Cover with sliced lemon, chopped shallot, minced parsley, and a few peppercorns. Cover the pan and bake in the oven until the fish is brown. Take out the eel and put into a deep dish. Add to the sauce 1 cupful of stock. Bring to the boil and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Boil until thick. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with a little stock. Bring to the boil. Add a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and serve. Broiled eels 1. Skin, clean, and cut up a large eel. Dip into beaten egg, then into crumbs seasoned with grated lemon rind, nutmeg, minced parsley, sweet herbs, pepper, and salt. Broil skin side down on a buttered gridiron, turning when done. Serve with anchovy or tartar sauce. Broiled eels 2. Clean and cut the eels into 3-inch lengths. Let stand for half an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with pepper and salt. Drain, broil, and garnish with fried parsley. Broiled eels with sour sauce. Clean the eels and cut into 5-inch lengths. Boil for 10 minutes in 1 cupful of vinegar and enough cold water to cover, seasoning with salt, peppercorns, carrot, onion, and parsley. Cool in the water, dip in crumbs, then in eggs beaten with a tablespoonful of olive oil for each egg, then in breadcrumbs. Broil as usual. Serve with a sauce made of 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped shallots, fried in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, added to a wineglassful each of white wine and vinegar. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and thicken with browned flour cooked in butter. Boil for 5 minutes. Add 1 tablespoonful each of chopped mushrooms, parsley, pickles, and capers, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Garnish with lemons and parsley. Fried eels 1. Prepare and cut up the fish according to directions previously given and soak for several hours in vinegar with salt, pepper, and grated lemon peel. Drain, dip into batter, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried eels, 2. Prepare according to directions previously given and cut into 2-inch pieces. Dredge with flour and sauté in hot lard, or dip into egg and breadcrumbs and fry in deep fat. They may also be dipped into cornmeal before frying. Fried eels, 3. Prepare the eels according to directions given for stewed eels à la américaine, sprinkling with shallot and parsley also. Let stand for several hours, dip into egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried eels, 4. Clean the eels, cut into 2-inch pieces, and parboil for 8 minutes. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dip into cornmeal, and sauté in salt pork fat. Eels fried in batter. Cut a large cleaned eel into joints, and soak for several hours in cold water, to which salt, pepper, and vinegar have been added. Drain dip in batter, and fry in hot fat. Drain on brown paper and serve with tomato sauce. Eels à la lyonnaise. Clean 2 large eels, cut into 4-inch lengths and remove the bones. Cook in equal parts of white wine and water to cover, adding salt, pepper, a sliced onion, a clove of garlic, and a bunch of parsley. Drain the fish and strain the liquid. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, rubbed smooth with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Boil for 15 minutes and skim. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve with a garnish of small onions fried in butter and sugar. Eels à la Virois. Clean 2 large eels and cut into lengths. Cover with salted and acidulated water. Add a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Boil slowly for 10 minutes. Cool and drain. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and cook in it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and season to taste. Add the yolks of 4 eggs, well beaten and cool. Dip the pieces of eel in this sauce and set on ice. Roll in cracker crumbs, dip in beaten eggs, then in breadcrumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Eels à la tartare. Cut up the eel and cook in court bouillon with wine. Drain, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a stiff mayonnaise mixed with chopped parsley, olives, pickles, and capers. Eels à l'Indienne. Chop fine an onion, half a carrot, and a stalk of celery. Fry in butter, dredge with flour, and cook thoroughly. Add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with mace, thyme, a bay leaf, minced parsley, and curry powder. Strain through a sieve and pour over eels stewed in wine and seasoned with vegetables according to directions previously given. Serve with a border of boiled rice sprinkled with grated Parmesan cheese. Eels à la Normandie. Fry in butter 1.5 pounds of prepared eels. Add a wineglassful of white wine or cider, a tablespoonful of mushroom ketchup and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Simmer for 10 minutes, add 1 cupful of white stock, half a dozen mushrooms, a dozen oysters, and half a dozen shrimps. When cooked, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs, well beaten, and serve at once. Stuffed eels à l'Italienne. Skin the eel, but keep the head on. Remove the backbone and stuff with seasoned crumbs, mixed with minced parsley and mushrooms. Skewer in the form of a circle. Put into a saucepan with 2 ounces of butter, a small bunch of parsley, a chopped onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Bake for an hour, basting as required. Drain, take out the parsley, and add to the sauce 2 cupfuls of brown stock, and 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms. Boil for 5 minutes and thicken with browned flour cooked in butter. Season with minced parsley and lemon juice. Pour the sauce around the eel and serve. Eels à la London. Fry 4 chopped onions in butter, dredge with flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of stock, half a cupful of port wine, 2 bay leaves, and salt and pepper to season. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 large cleaned eel, cut into 2-inch lengths. Cover and cook for 15 minutes. Serve on toast. Eels à la reine. Prepare and cut up the eels. Fry in butter with half a can of mushrooms and dredge with flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and half a cupful of white wine. Bring to the boil, season with salt, pepper, and a chopped onion, and cook until the eel is tender. Skim, take from the fire, and add the juice of half a lemon, beaten smooth with the yolks of 2 eggs. Eels à la poulette. Stew the eels in white wine with carrot, onion, parsley, bay leaf, thyme, peppercorns, and salt to season. Drain and serve with poulette sauce. Fricassee of eel. Prepare the eel according to directions previously given. Cook in equal parts of white wine and water, seasoning with mace, pepper, nutmeg, cloves, sweet herbs, allspice, and salt. Boil until the eels are tender, then skim out. Add a little anchovy paste to the sauce and a spoonful of butter. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, pour over the fish, and serve. Fricasseed eels. Skin, clean, and cut up. Cover with cold water, add salt, and minced parsley to season. Cover and cook slowly for an hour. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour blended together and make smooth with cold water. Season highly with pepper and serve. Stewed eels with cucumbers. Clean and skin 2 eels, cut into pieces and soak in cold water for an hour. Drain, cover with wine and water, seasoning with salt, pepper, onion, and parsley, and simmer for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add 3 sliced and parboiled cucumbers. Strain the sauce, thicken with flour cooked in butter, and boil for 10 minutes. Skim, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and take from the fire. Season with red pepper and lemon juice, strain over the fish, and serve. Stewed eels 1. Put into a saucepan 3/4 of a cupful of butter and fry in it 4 small chopped onions. Add a tablespoonful of flour, cook through, and add 2 cupfuls of boiling water or stock. Cook until thick, stirring occasionally. Then put in 1 large cleaned eel cut into inch pieces. Cover and cook for 15 minutes. Stewed eels 2. Wash and skin a pint of eels, cut them in pieces 3 inches long, pepper and salt them, and put them into a stew pan. Pour in 1 pint of good soup stock, adding 1 large onion, shredded, 3 cloves, a teaspoonful of grated lemon peel, and a wineglassful of port wine. Stew slowly for half an hour, and pour into a hot dish. Strain the liqueur and add a wineglassful of cream thickened with flour, and boil up at once. Pour over the eels and serve. Stewed eels 3. Clean, skin, and joint the eels. Cover with boiling water, add a tablespoonful of vinegar, and cook for 10 minutes. Drain, cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of the water in which the eels were cooked. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Then add the eels and reheat. Simmer for 20 minutes. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley and serve. Stewed eels 4. Prepare according to directions given above, using veal or fish stock instead of water, and adding a bay leaf to the seasoning. Stewed eels à l'anglaise. Cook prepared eels in half a bottle of port wine, seasoned with carrot, onion, parsley, bay leaf, thyme, salt, peppercorns, cloves, mace, and chopped mushrooms. Cover with buttered paper. Simmer for half an hour and drain. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and cook in it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add a chopped shallot and enough of the eel liqueur to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stock and 2 wineglassfuls of port wine. Bring to the boil, strain, add a few chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of butter, and minced parsley, lemon juice, and anchovy paste to season. Pour the sauce over the eels and serve. Stewed eels à l'américaine. Use 3 pounds of cleaned and skinned eel with all the fat removed. Cut in 2-inch pieces, season with pepper and salt and chopped onion, and put in a double boiler with half a cup of butter. Sprinkle with parsley, cover tightly, and cook for about an hour and a half. Serve in a deep dish. Stewed eels à la poulette. Cut cleaned eels into 2-inch pieces and cook until tender in stock. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Add half a dozen chopped mushrooms and salt, pepper, grated onion, and minced parsley to season. Boil for 20 minutes. Add the juice of a lemon and serve. Stewed eels à la canotière. Fry a chopped onion in butter. Add a pound of rice and cook brown. Add 4 cupfuls of fish stock, seasoning with red and white pepper, caver, and cook for 20 minutes. Take from the fire, add half a cupful each of butter and tomato sauce. Prepare the eels according to directions given for eels à la lyonnaise, adding a tablespoonful of anchovy essence to the sauce. Serve with a border of the rice. Stewed eels à la genevoise. Prepare 2 eels, cut into 4-inch lengths. Put into a saucepan with a sliced carrot, an onion, a bunch of parsley, 2 cloves of garlic, and salt and peppercorns to season. Put in enough cider to cover the fish and simmer for 15 minutes. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken it with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter to the sauce. Reheat, pour over the eels, and garnish with small onions fried brown in butter and sugar. Matelote of eels 1. Prepare and cut up the fish according to directions previously given. Put into a saucepan with 1 cupful each of stock and claret, a bruised clove of garlic, a whole pepper, a sliced onion, a bay leaf, and a pinch each of thyme, cloves, parsley, and salt. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, add it to a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together, and pour over the fish. Matelote of eels 2. Cut 1.5 pounds of prepared eels into 2-inch pieces and fry for 2 minutes in butter. Add a wineglassful of claret and 3 tablespoonfuls each of stock and mushroom liqueur. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Add 6 small onions and 6 button mushrooms. Cook for half an hour and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Matelote of eels 3. Prepare 2 eels and cut them into 2-inch lengths. Cover with cold salted water and bring to the boil. Add an onion, a dozen cloves, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Boil for 15 minutes, drain, dry, roll in flour, and fry brown in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water and salt, pepper, and fine herbs to season. Add a cupful of button onions, peeled and fried brown in butter and sugar. Cover and simmer for 1 hour. If the sauce should evaporate, add more boiling water. When done, add half a cupful of wine and serve. Matelote of eels à la Parisienne. Clean and cut the eels into 4-inch pieces. Cover with white wine and season with sliced carrot and chopped mushrooms. Add also the liqueur from 3 dozen parboiled oysters. Simmer until the eels are done and drain. Add to the liquor half a cup of white stock and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of white wine and boil until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of butter, and a grating of nutmeg. Add the parboiled oysters and a handful of button mushrooms. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Matelote of eels à la Genoise. Prepare the eels and cut into 4-inch lengths. Cover with claret or burgundy and add sliced carrot, onion, minced parsley, chopped mushrooms, thyme, a bay leaf, mace, cloves, and peppercorns to season. Simmer until done and drain. Add to the liquor half a cupful of beef stock and thicken it with browned flour. Strain through a fine sieve and add a tablespoonful of butter, a little anchovy paste, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, a grating of nutmeg, and a little lemon juice. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Matelote of eels à la Bordelaise. Cut the eels into 3-inch lengths and cover with a bottle of claret. Season with carrot, onion, parsley, chopped mushrooms, thyme, bay leaf, mace, cloves, and peppercorns. Simmer for half an hour and drain. Thicken the liquor with browned flour rubbed smooth with butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of claret and bring to the boil. Skim. Add a teaspoonful of capers, a pounded clove of garlic, a little butter, grated nutmeg, and anchovy paste to season. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled eels. Cut into short pieces 1.5 pounds of eels which have been skinned and cleaned. Put into a saucepan, cover with cold water, add a tablespoonful of salt, 6 whole peppers, 1 red onion, and a cupful of vinegar. Simmer for half an hour. Drain and serve on a platter with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Pickled eels. Clean and cut 3 pounds of eels into 6-inch lengths. Cover with salt, let stand for 3 hours, then rinse thoroughly. Boil together for 15 minutes 1 cupful of vinegar, 1 cupful of water, a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, 3 allspice, and a slice of lemon. Put in half of the eels and simmer until tender. Take out and cook the remaining half. Let the vinegar cool before pouring over the eels. Green eels. Boil together an onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of celery seed, and a tablespoonful of mixed spices in a little water. Add 2 cleaned and cut eels with water to cover and simmer until done. Strain the sauce, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and pour over the eels. Serve with boiled potatoes and cucumber salad. Baked eels. Skin and parboil, cut into 2-inch pieces and put into a baking pan. Dredge with flour, season with salt and pepper, and add half a cupful of water. Bake for 20 minutes and take out. Thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth with a little of the liquid. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, and add enough boiling water to make the sauce of the proper consistency. Bring to the boil and pour around the eels. Baked eels with tartar sauce. Clean and skin 2 large eels. Wrap in a wet cloth and simmer for 15 minutes in court bouillon. Cook in the liquor. Take out, wipe dry, and cover with seasoned crumbs. Spread with 2 eggs beaten with 1 tablespoonful of olive oil and sprinkle with crumbs. Put into a baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and bake for half an hour, basting twice. Serve with tartar sauce. English eel pie. Skin, clean, and cut up 2 large eels. Cook with 1 tablespoonful of butter, half a cupful of chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of chopped parsley, a minced onion, a bay leaf, salt, pepper, the rind of a lemon, a wineglassful of sherry, and a cupful of beef stock. Cook until the eels are tender. Strain the sauce, and thicken with butter and flour. Line a baking dish with pastry. Put the eels in it, and pour the sauce over with sliced hard-boiled eggs on top. Cover with pastry, brush with yolk of egg, and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Serve either hot or cold. Collared eels. Clean, split, and bone one large eel, and season with salt and pepper. Chop together 3 hard-boiled eggs, a beet, a tablespoonful of capers, 2 pickles, 1 onion, and 3 anchovies. Add salt and pepper. Cover the eel with the mixture, tie in a cloth, and cook with a bay leaf for half an hour in equal parts of vinegar and water. Drain, untie, and put into a mold with aspic jelly or with beef stock to which sufficient dissolved gelatin has been added. Serve cold with mayonnaise. Eels en brochette. Boil the eel in a quart bouillon and cut into 2-inch pieces. Dip into egg and crumbs and string on steel skewers, alternating with squares of bacon. Bake in the oven and serve on toast. Creamed eels. Clean and cut up the eels and stew according to directions previously given. Pour over a cream sauce, seasoned with salt, paprika, onion juice, and minced parsley. End of section 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 14. 15 Ways to Cook Finnan Haddie. Boiled Finnan Haddie. 1. Divide into convenient pieces, cover with boiling water, add a teaspoonful of sugar, and boil for 15 minutes. Take up on a hot platter, remove the skin, and dot with butter. Boiled Finnan Haddie. 2. Cover the fish with boiling water, boil for 5 minutes, drain, cover with melted butter, and serve with plain boiled potatoes. Broiled Finnan Haddie. 1. Brown a haddie on a greased broiler. Cover with hot water. Let stand for 10 minutes and drain. Spread with butter and sprinkle with pepper. Broiled Finnan Haddie. 2. Cut the haddie into small squares, skin and parboil it. Wipe dry, broil on a buttered gridiron, and serve with melted butter. Broiled Finnan Haddie. 3. Wash the fish thoroughly, and let stand in cold water for 3/4 of an hour. Then cover with boiling water for 5 minutes. Wipe dry, rub with butter and lemon juice, and broil for 15 minutes. Serve with melted butter or tartar sauce. Broiled Finnan Haddie. 4. Wash the fish and soak for half an hour in cold water, skin side up. Cover with water just below the boiling point and let stand for 15 minutes. Wipe dry, brush with olive oil, and broil slowly. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Baked Finnan Haddie. 1. Pour boiling water over the fish and let it stand for 10 minutes. Take it out of the water, lay it in a baking pan, brush with butter and pepper, and bake for 15 minutes. Baked Finnan Haddie. 2. Put a haddie into a frying pan, pour over it half a cupful of milk and half a cupful of water. Heat slowly and let stand just below the boiling point for half an hour. Pour off the liquid, spread with butter, and bake for 25 minutes in a hot oven. Escalloped Finnan Haddie. Prepare the fish according to the directions given in the preceding recipe. After drying, remove the skin and bones and flake with a fork. Butter a baking dish and put the fish into it. Pour over it a sauce made of 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together and added to 2 cupfuls of milk. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Toasted finnan haddie. Brush the fish with butter and sprinkle it with pepper. Broil until cooked through and serve with toast. Finnan haddie à la Delmonico. Flake half a pound of freshened finnan haddie and fry in a little butter. Add 1 cupful of cream, beaten with the yolk of a raw egg. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour, rubbed smooth with a little of the cream. Add a hard-boiled egg chopped fine, and a teaspoonful of grated cheese. Serve on toast. Savory finnan haddie. Dip the fish in boiling water, take out all the bones and skin, mash the meat with a tablespoonful each of butter and cream, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Cook until thick and pour over slices of buttered toast. Finnan haddie hash. Prepare the fish according to directions given for boiled finnan haddie. Mix with an equal quantity of hot mashed potatoes, moisten with cream, and season with chopped green peppers fried in oil. Finnan haddie with tomatoes. Lay a haddie in a deep dish, cover with boiling water, and let stand for 10 minutes. Drain and remove skin and break in good-sized flakes. Cook 2 level tablespoonfuls of butter and a tablespoonful of finely minced onion in a saucepan until golden brown. Add 1 cupful of the solid part of canned tomatoes. When it begins to simmer, add salt and pepper to taste. Then add the prepared fish and simmer for 5 minutes. Add 1 tablespoonful of finely minced parsley and serve. Creamed finnan haddie. Parboil, drain, and flake the fish. Reheat with shredded fried green peppers in a cream sauce. Canned pimentos may be used instead of the green peppers. End of section 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 15. 32 Ways to Cook Flounder. Baked Flounder. Clean and split 2 flounders and take out all the small bones. Lay the fish in a buttered dish. Sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, minced parsley, onion, and grated breadcrumbs. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Dot with butter and bake. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour and thicken 2 cupfuls of milk with it. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, anchovy paste, and minced parsley. Add a tablespoonful of capers. Drain the butter from the fish, pour over the sauce, and serve. Baked flounder à l'italienne. Cook together a tablespoonful of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley, 1 tablespoonful each of chopped mushrooms and shallots, and 2 cupfuls of white wine. Reduce half by rapid boiling. Add 1 cupful of chicken stock and half a cupful of milk or beef stock, and thicken with flour blended with butter. Season with salt and pepper and boil down until very thick. Prepare a flounder according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Season with salt and pepper, rub with butter, pour over 1 cupful of white wine. Cover with the sauce and sprinkle thickly with crumbs. Bake in a moderate oven until done. Serve in the same dish. Baked flounder à la Bonvalet. Put a cleaned flounder into a baking pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter, a wineglassful of white wine, and a cupful of white stock. Bake carefully, basting as required. Take up the fish, add another cupful of stock, and thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, blended with an equal quantity of butter. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Spread this sauce over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve. Baked flounder à la Parisienne. Stuff a cleaned flounder with seasoned crumbs and put into a buttered baking dish. Dot with butter, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and pour over half a cupful each of oyster liqueur and white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, and prepare a sauce according to directions given in the first part of the recipe for flounder pie à la Normandie. Add the strained liquid to the sauce. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Baked flounder à la Saint-Malo. Put the cleaned fish into a buttered baking dish with chopped onions, parsley, salt, pepper, a tablespoonful of butter, and 2 cupfuls of cider. Also add a little mussel or oyster liqueur, if at hand. Bake for half an hour in a moderate oven, basting as needed. Drain the sauce. Thicken with a tablespoonful of butter cooked with an equal quantity of flour. Add more butter and a squeeze of lemon juice. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Baked fillets of flounder in wine. Fillet the fish. Mix together 4 tablespoonfuls of sherry, half a cupful of butter, 1 tablespoonful each of onion juice, lemon juice, and salt, and add pepper to season. Bring to a boil, dip the fillets into it, arrange in a baking dish, cover with the remaining sauce, and bake in a hot oven for 10 minutes. Fry in butter a slice each of onion and carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Add a tablespoonful of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful of chicken stock and half a cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add the gravy from the baking pan. Strain, reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked fillets of flounder. Remove the backbone and cut the fish into 4 pieces. Roll up each piece and pin with a toothpick. Soak for an hour in oil and lemon juice. Roll in seasoned crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Put into a baking pan. Upon thin slices of salt pork, sprinkle with chopped onions and olives. Cover and bake. Garnish with sliced lemons. Flounder with fine herbs. Put the prepared fish into a pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of a lemon, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful each of water and white wine. Cover and cook for half an hour. Drain the fish. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Boil, strain, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Flounder à la Française. Cover a flounder with white wine. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Add a bunch of parsley, a few chives, a bay leaf, and a little chopped onion. Boil for 10 minutes. Take up the fish carefully. Rub the sauce through a sieve. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth with half a cupful of butter. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Flounder à la Janine. Fill a flounder with seasoned crumbs mixed with chopped mushrooms, shallots, and parsley. Put on a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and pour over half a cupful each of sherry and oyster liqueur. Bake until done, basting as required. Take up the fish, add a cupful of stock to the sauce, and thicken with browned flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and garnish with parboiled oysters. Flounder à la Provençale. Clean 2 flounders and let stand for 4 hours in a marinade of olive oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, onion, parsley, thyme, bay leaves, and bruised garlic. Put into a baking dish with the seasoning, a teaspoon of butter, 1 cupful each of stock and white wine. Bake for half an hour, basting as needed. Drain, strain, and skim the sauce. Thicken with butter and flour. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and lemon juice to taste. Season with red pepper and minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Breaded turbans of flounder. Fillet 3 flounders, season with salt and pepper. Dip into melted butter, roll up and fasten with a toothpick. Dip into egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Turbans of flounder with anchovies. Drain a bottle of anchovies from the oil. Mix with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, half a cupful of stock, a tablespoonful of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to taste. Pound to a paste and add the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Prepare the fillet of flounder according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Spread with the forcemeat, roll up, and pin with toothpicks. Roll in melted butter, then in flour, and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Turbans of flounder with oysters. Prepare according to directions given above, stuffing with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Fricassee of flounder. Clean the flounders, cut into convenient pieces, season with salt, dredge with flour, and fry in boiling fat. Chop a dozen oysters and put into a saucepan with their liqueur, 1 cupful of white wine, a tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to taste. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried flounder. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dip into milk, then into flour, and sauté in pork fat. Or dip in beaten egg and breadcrumbs and fry in deep fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Keep in a cold place for half an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of flounder au gratin. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of flour, a slice of onion, and a bay leaf. Add 2 cupfuls of chicken stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain and add a tablespoonful of lemon juice. Dip the fillets of fish into melted butter, season with salt and pepper, cover with sauce and breadcrumbs. Bake for 20 minutes in a very hot oven. Fillets of flounder à la Lyon. Bone the fish and cut into fillets. Wash in cold, salted water and wipe dry. Dip in egg and seasoned breadcrumbs and fry in hot drippings. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley, or tomato sauce, or a sauce made as follows. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour and thicken with it a cupful. Add a tablespoonful each of lemon juice, chopped pickles, and capers, a teaspoonful each of minced parsley and mustard, and the mashed yolk of a hard-boiled egg. Beat thoroughly together and serve either hot or cold. Fillet of flounder à la Normandie. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given and season with pepper and salt. Fry a small chopped onion in butter and add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs and 1 tablespoonful of minced parsley. Season with pepper and salt. Add a tablespoonful of butter and cook to a smooth paste. Spread the fillets with this paste. Put a parboiled mussel on each one. Roll and tie with a string. Add to the mussel liqueur 1 cupful of cream and simmer the fillets in it for 6 minutes. Take out and cut the strings. Thicken the sauce with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of cream. Add a teaspoonful of butter and a few drops of lemon juice. Add a few parboiled mussels to the sauce. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Stuffed fillets of flounder 1. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Season with salt and pepper and dredge in flour. Put half of the fillets into a buttered baking dish. Chop together a button onion, a small bunch of parsley, half a stalk of celery, and half a can of mushrooms. Mix 2 tablespoonfuls of butter with 1 teaspoonful of flour and add to the chopped mixture with the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Season with salt, red and black pepper, and mix thoroughly. Spread the fillets in the pan with this stuffing and lay the other fillets on top. Cover with buttered paper and cook for 12 minutes. Serve with the remaining mushrooms heated and sprinkle with lemon juice. Stuffed fillets of flounder 2. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Put each 2 together with mashed potato beaten light with egg between. Cover with crumbs, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of flounder with green peas. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Dip into melted butter and season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Skewer into shape with toothpicks and arrange in a baking dish. Half cover with stock made from the fish trimmings and bake for 10 minutes. Arrange in a circle on a platter and fill the center with green peas seasoned with salt, pepper, and butter. Strain the stock, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and serve separately as a sauce. Steamed fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given and spread with chopped pickles, olives, capers, parsley, and onions. Roll up, fasten with toothpicks, and steam or bake, basting with stock, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed fillets of flounder a la Delmonico. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Cover with half a cupful of white wine, 1 cupful of fish stock made from the bones, and salt and paprika to season. Simmer for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add half a cupful of stock, and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful each of shrimps and oysters chopped fine, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, the yolk of an egg, and 2 drops of Tabasco sauce. Dip the fillets in this mixture and cool. When cold, dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Rolled fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets as directed and spread with anchovies, lobster, shrimps, or sardines, mashed to a paste with butter. Roll up, fasten with toothpicks, and bake, fry, sauté, or stew as preferred. Broiled fillets of flounder a la Brighton. Season the fillets with salt, pepper, and oil. Broil carefully and put on slices of buttered toast. Surround with parboiled oysters and serve over a sauce made of water and the oyster liqueur, thickened with butter and flour cooked together, and seasoned with anchovy paste. Fillets of flounder a la Dieppoise. Prepare the fillets as directed, seasoning with salt and pepper. Brown in melted butter and cool. Sprinkle with crumbs, dip in eggs beaten with an equal quantity of melted butter, roll in fresh crumbs and broil, basting with oil. Serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Flounder pie à la Normandie. Chop fine 2 carrots and 2 onions, 2 sprigs of parsley, a stalk of celery, and a bit of bay leaf. Fry in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper and powdered mace. Add 2 cupfuls of boiled milk and cook slowly for 25 minutes. Press through a sieve, add 2 cupfuls of cream, and reheat. Add the fillets of a 2-pound flounder, the mussels taken from a quart of mussel shells, a quart of oysters, parboiled in their liqueur, and drained, and half a pound of cleaned, fresh mushrooms. Cook for 2 minutes. Thicken with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of cream. Fill a baking dish lined with pastry, cover with crust, and bake. Broiled flounder à la Chivry. Cut the flounder into fillets as previously directed. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt, pepper, onion, and parsley. Dip in crumbs and broil, basting with oil. Serve with quartered lemon. Flounder with white wine sauce. Put the prepared fish into a baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and salt and pepper to taste. Cover and cook for 20 minutes, adding more water if necessary. Drain the fish, thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter, bring to the boil. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, pour over the fish, and serve. Flounder au gratin. Fry in butter chopped parsley, shallot, and button mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and spread on the bottom of a baking dish. Lay on them a trimmed flounder. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, moisten with white wine, and cook carefully. Serve in the same dish. End of section 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Barnhart. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 16. 27 ways to cook frog legs. Fried frog legs 1. Break the yolk of an egg with a cupful of milk and add flour, enough to make a smooth batter. Dip into the batter frog legs which have been marinated in oil and vinegar, and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs 2. Clean, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried frog legs 3. Parboil for 3 minutes. Drain, wipe dry, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a border of green peas or with cream sauce. Fried frog legs 4. Parboil for 5 minutes. Blanch in cold water, drain, and wipe dry. Season with salt and pepper. Dredge with flour and sauté in butter. Serve with a garnish of fried parsley. Fried frog legs 5. Soak the prepared legs in milk for 15 minutes. Dip in seasoned flour without wiping and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs 6. Parboil for 5 minutes in salted and acidulated water. Drain, dip into beaten egg, then in cornmeal, and fry golden brown in salt pork fat. Frog legs sauté. Put a tablespoonful of butter into a saucepan, and when it bubbles, put in the frog legs with a sprig of parsley and salt and pepper to season. Fry brown and garnish with slices of lemon. Southern fried frog legs. Parboil the legs for 3 minutes in salted water. Beat together 1 egg and half a cupful of milk. Season the legs with salt and pepper. Dip into the milk, then into cracker crumbs rolled fine, and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs l'anglaise. Season the frog legs with salt and pepper and soak for an hour in lemon juice. Roll in flour, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tomato sauce. Fried frog legs la FINNAN. Marinate for an hour in vinegar with salt, pepper, parsley, chopped onion, bay leaves, and thyme. Drain, roll in flour, and sauté in hot fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Boiled frog legs. Soak the legs for half an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil on a double broiler and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Baked frog legs. Prepare and clean 1 dozen frog legs. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with chopped mushrooms and crumbs, and lay the frog legs on them. Season with salt and pepper and sweet herbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, squeeze over the juice of a lemon, and pour in a cupful of brown sauce. Cover and bake for half an hour in a moderate oven. Fricassee of frog legs 1. Simmer the prepared legs in milk until tender. Drain and put in a platter. Spread with butter and keep warm. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of flour and 2 of butter. Add the milk in which the legs were cooked and enough more to make a pint. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, and minced parsley. Take from the fire and add 2 eggs well beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Bring to the boil. Pour over the frog legs and serve. Fricassee of frog legs 2. Prepare and skin the legs and boil until tender in veal stock to cover, with pepper and salt to season, a bunch of sweet herbs, and a bit of lemon peel. Add a small slice of onion and cook until the legs are tender. Strain the liquid, thicken it with butter and flour and a little cream cooked together. Add the frog legs and a few canned mushrooms cut fine. Bring to the boil and serve. Fricassee of frog legs 3. Brown a dozen frog legs in butter with half a teaspoonful of chopped onions. Add 1/2 cupful of water and 1/2 cupful of sherry. Cover and cook for 20 minutes. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Add a little of the hot liquid. Pour into the pan and bring to the boil. Skim out the frog legs, put on a platter, and strain the sauce over them. Brown fricassee of frog legs. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and brown it in 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add sufficient brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated lemon peel, grated onion, sweet herbs, anchovy paste, and a pinch of allspice. Dip the frog legs in flour and fry brown. Arrange on a platter, cover the broiled mushrooms, pour the sauce over, and serve. Stewed frog legs 1. Soak the frog legs for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, adding a teaspoonful of chopped onion. Fry brown in butter a small onion, a tomato, and a green pepper, all chopped fine. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook to a smooth paste. Add the frog legs and enough water or stock to keep from burning. Cover and cook for 10 or 15 minutes. Stewed frog legs 2. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and brown it in 1 tablespoonful of flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a dozen prepared frog legs. Simmer for 10 minutes. Season with salt and pepper. Take from the fire. Add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cold water. Bring the boil and serve at once. Stewed frog legs 3. Soak the prepared legs in milk for 15 minutes. Dip in seasoned flour and fry in hot butter for 3 minutes. Cover with hot water and simmer for 20 minutes. Bring half a cupful of cream to the boil, stir in a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add to the frog legs, cook 3 minutes longer. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley, and serve. Stewed frog legs 4. Brown a dozen frog legs in butter, sprinkle with flour, and add enough cream to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful each of onion juice and minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten smooth with a little cold milk. Bring to the boil and serve very hot. Frog legs la hollandaise. Fry the prepared frog legs in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Add half a wineglassful of white wine. Cover and simmer for 5 minutes. Then add 2 cupfuls of hollandaise sauce, 2 teaspoons of finely chopped parsley, and a little lemon juice. Bring to the boil and serve very hot. Frog legs la provenale. Cover the bottom of a saucepan with olive oil and sprinkle with finely minced garlic. Lay the frog legs on this, cover and cook until brown. Squeeze over the juice of half a lemon, sprinkle with parsley, and serve. Frog legs au beurre noir. Boil the legs in court bouillon for 5 minutes. Drain, arrange on a serving dish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and keep warm. Brown half a cupful of butter in a frying pan, taking care not to burn. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar and salt and pepper to season. Pour over the frog legs and serve. Frog legs la poulette 1. Parboil a dozen frog legs, drain and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of milk or white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt and pepper to season and the frog legs. Cover and cook for 20 minutes. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cold water and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Bring to the boil and serve at once. Frog legs la poulette 2. Season prepared frog legs with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and fry brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 2 cupfuls of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a wine glassful of white wine, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil and serve. Frog legs patties. Boil the legs until the meat drops from the bone. Remove the bone. Reheat in cream sauce and season to taste. Fill patty shells and serve. Frog legs la Crayola. Melt a tablespoonful of butter in a saucepan and fry in it a chopped onion, a tablespoonful of chopped raw ham, and half a green pepper shredded. Season highly with salt and pepper. Add 4 cupfuls of stock, a tablespoonful of rice, 6 sliced okras, and 1 sliced tomato. Cook thoroughly for 20 minutes. Add 4 cupfuls of prepared frog legs and simmer until they are tender. Half of this recipe is sufficient for a small family. End of section 16.
Section 17 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 17. 22 Ways to Cook Haddock. Broiled haddock 1. Clean and dry a fresh haddock. Rub with vinegar, sprinkle with flour, and broil on a well-greased gridiron. Serve with shrimp or anchovy sauce. Broiled haddock 2. Soak the fish for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain, wipe dry, broil, and serve with melted butter. Broiled haddock à la maître d'hôtel. Clean and split a haddock, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled smoked haddock. Rub the fish with melted butter, season with pepper, and broil. Serve very hot. Fried fillets of haddock 1. Skin, clean, and fillet a haddock. Season with pepper and salt, dip into egg and crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Fried fillets of haddock 2. Cut the fish into fillets and marinade in oil and vinegar with a little onion. Drain, dip in batter, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tomato sauce. Fried smoked haddock. Soak a haddock for 4 hours in olive oil to cover. Drain and fry in a frying pan with a little of the oil. Season with pepper and serve very hot. Baked haddock 1. Make a stuffing of equal parts of chopped bacon and breadcrumbs. Season with salt and pepper, anchovy essence, and add a raw egg to bind. Stuff a cleaned haddock and sew up. Mix 1 tablespoonful of flour with 1 of cold water, add 1 cupful of boiling water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of essence of anchovy. Pour the sauce into a baking pan, put the fish on it, and bake for an hour, basting as required. Baked haddock 2. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of cracker crumbs, 1/4 of a cupful of butter and salt, minced onion, pickles, pepper, and parsley to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, cover with strips of salt pork, dredge with flour, and bake until brown, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked haddock 3. Stuff the fish with crumbs and chopped veal, seasoning to taste and using a raw egg to bind. Rub with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and bake in a moderate oven, basting with melted butter as required. Serve with anchovy sauce. Baked fillets of haddock. Clean and fillet a fish, put into a pan with melted butter, and season with pepper, salt, and lemon juice. Sprinkle with minced parsley, cover with buttered paper, and bake in the oven. Serve with Italian sauce. Baked haddock with sauce. Clean and cut up the fish and remove the bones. Cut into small pieces. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, put in a layer of the fish, and spread with crumbs seasoned with salt, pepper, thyme, and grated onion, and mixed to a paste with raw egg. Repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Add enough milk to moisten and bake. For the sauce, simmer the bones and trimmings of the fish, strain, season, and thicken with a teaspoonful each of butter and flour, cooked together and blended with a little hot water. Baked haddock with oyster stuffing. Remove the skin, head, and tail, and take out as many bones as possible. Divide into 2 fillets. Sprinkle with salt and brush with lemon juice. Lay 1 fillet on a greased fish sheet in a dripping pan, and cover thickly with seasoned oysters dipped in buttered cracker crumbs. Cover with the other fillet. Brush with egg slightly beaten. Cover with buttered crumbs, and bake for 50 minutes in a moderate oven. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Haddock rarebit. Cut the haddock into slices an inch thick, free from bone and skin. Lay in a greased baking dish and season with salt and pepper. Grate sufficient cheese to cover, and season with salt, red pepper, and mustard. Make to a smooth paste with cream or beaten egg. Put into a hot oven and cook until the cheese melts and browns, and the fish is firm. Take up carefully on a platter and pour 1 tablespoonful of sherry over each slice. Boiled haddock with white sauce. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water, with a bunch of parsley to season. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour, and add salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Bring to the boil, strain, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled haddock with egg sauce. Mix finely grated breadcrumbs with half the quantity of chopped beef suet. Season with minced parsley, shallot, thyme, pepper, salt, and grated nutmeg. Bind with a raw egg. Stuff and sew up the fish, and boil in salted water. For the sauce, Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs, season to taste, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled haddock with lobster sauce. Boil the fish gently in salted boiling water to cover. Melt 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add gradually 2 cupfuls of boiling water and cook until thick. Season with lemon juice and cayenne. Strain the sauce and reheat. Add the finely cut meat of a small boiled lobster and the pounded coral. Pour over the fish and serve. Stewed haddock. Split the fish lengthwise and cut into pieces. Boil the bones and trimmings in water to cover and strain. Butter a baking dish. Put the fish into it with the flesh downward and sprinkle each piece with salt, cayenne, mace, and flour. Pour over it 2 cupfuls of the fish liquor. Cover and simmer for 20 minutes. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of anchovy essence and 1 cupful of sherry. Blend together 2 tablespoonfuls each of flour and butter. Make smooth with a little of the gravy and thicken all of it. Simmer for 10 minutes and serve with the gravy poured over the fish. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Haddocks and oysters. Clean and fillet a haddock. Cover the trimmings with water and add the liquor drained from a pint of oysters. Add a slice of onion, a pinch of powdered sweet herbs, and a slice of carrot. Simmer to form a stock. Put a layer of sliced onion into a saucepan and arrange upon it the fillets of fish and a pint of oysters. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, add the juice of a lemon, cover with sliced onion, strain the stock over, cover and simmer until the fillets are tender. Arrange the fillets on a hot dish with the oysters, strain the liquid, thicken it with the yolks of 4 eggs, pour over, and serve. Fillets of haddock à la royale. Prepare the fillets and put into a basin with a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and chopped shallots. Drain. Dip into batter and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Haddock à la crème. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and cook in it 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 4 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with pepper, salt, grated onion, and minced parsley. Put the fish into a serving dish, skin it carefully, and pour the sauce over it. Put a border of mashed potatoes around the fish, rub with melted butter, and put into the oven until the potato is brown. Haddock cutlets. Prepare a sauce according to directions given in the preceding recipe, using 1/4 the quantity of milk. Mix the sauce with cold cooked haddock, minced very fine, and cool. Shape into cutlets. Dip into egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. End of section 17. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Spring 2007.
This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 18. 80 Ways to Cook Halibut. Broiled halibut. 1. Cut into steaks, dust with salt and pepper, cover with melted butter, and let stand for half an hour. Dredge with flour and broil. Serve with a garnish of sliced lemon and parsley. Broiled halibut. 2. Freshen salt halibut for an hour or 2 in cold water. Drain, season with pepper, and wrap each slice in tough paper well buttered, twisting the ends. Broil for 8 minutes. Take from the papers and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled halibut. 3. Season with salt and pepper and broil on a buttered gridiron over a clear fire. Serve with plenty of melted butter. Broiled halibut. 4. Sprinkle halibut steaks with salt, rub thoroughly with melted butter and broil until brown. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled halibut. 5. Rub halibut steaks with olive oil and lemon juice and broil over a clear fire. Season with pepper and salt and serve with melted butter. Broiled halibut a la Boston. Broil one side of halibut steaks until heated through, then turn, and spread the other side with a paste of butter, flour, chopped onion, and tomato pulp. Cook until brown and serve with the crust side up. Halibut a la Rarebit. Sprinkle 2 halibut steaks with salt and pepper, brush with melted butter, and bake until done. Arrange on a platter, pour over a Welsh rarebit, and serve. Halibut a la Majestic. Skin and bone halibut steaks and cut into fillets. Lay in a buttered baking dish, spread with butter, and add a wineglassful of white wine and a little boiling water. Cover with buttered paper and set into a hot oven until cooked. Take the pan out, cover the fish with a layer of sweet Spanish peppers, spread with cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and brown in a hot oven. Serve in the same dish. Halibut a la Conant. In a buttered baking pan, put 3 thin slices of fat salt pork, 3 slices of onion, and a bit of bay leaf. On top of these, lay a halibut steak and spread over it 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour blended together. Cover with buttered cracker crumbs and small strips of salt pork and bake for 20 minutes. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Halibut a la Maître d'Hôtel. Soak 2 halibut steaks for an hour in lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Mix together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of flour, and 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put the slices of halibut into a buttered pan, cover with the sauce, and bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Halibut a la Creole. 1. Wash a thick piece of halibut, put on a buttered baking dish, and season with salt and pepper. Cover with finely minced garlic, add 1 cupful of canned tomatoes and enough boiling water to keep from burning. Bake until done, basting as required. Halibut a la Creole. 2. Lay halibut steak for an hour in oil and vinegar, adding chopped onion and minced parsley to the marinade. Drain and put the fish into a baking pan. Turn over it a sauce made of 1 cupful of strained tomatoes, a tablespoonful of butter, a heaping teaspoonful of flour, and salt, paprika, and grated onion to season. Cover closely and bake until tender. Sprinkle with grated cheese and cook for 5 minutes longer. Transfer the fish carefully to a hot platter and pour the sauce around it. Halibut a la Creole. 3. Boil together a pint of stewed tomatoes, a cupful of water, a slice of onion, and 3 cloves. Blend together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour and stir into the sauce when it boils. Season with salt and pepper and cook for 10 minutes. Strain and cool. Skin the fish according to directions given in the recipe for Baked Halibut 1. Put on a buttered tin sheet in a baking pan, season with salt and pepper, and bake, basting frequently with the sauce. Baked halibut 1. Take 3 or 4 pounds of the fish and remove the dark skin by dipping it into boiling water and scraping. Rub the flesh with salt and pepper, put it into a baking pan, and add enough milk to cover the bottom of the pan an inch deep. Bake for an hour, basting frequently with the milk. Take out the fish, remove the bone and skin, and serve with egg sauce. Baked halibut 2. Soak 6 pounds of halibut in salt water for 2 hours. Wipe dry and score the outer skin. Bake for an hour in a moderately hot oven, basting with melted butter and hot water. Add a little boiling water to the gravy, a tablespoonful of walnut catsup, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, salt and pepper to season, and the juice of a lemon. Thicken with browned flour, rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked halibut 3. Take a thick cut of halibut and soak for half an hour in salted water. Put into a baking pan with 2 slices of carrot, a slice of onion, and half a bay leaf. Pour over it a cupful of boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Bake for an hour, basting frequently, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked halibut 4. Lay a thick piece of halibut into a buttered pan, cover with thin slices of salt pork, and dredge with salt, pepper, and flour. Cover the bottom of the pan with boiling water and bake for an hour. Baste with the gravy in the pan and melted butter, adding salt, pepper, and flour as needed. A bay leaf, a sprig of parsley, 2 slices of carrot, and half an onion or a clove of garlic may be put into the dripping pan. Baked halibut 5. Prepare according to directions given for baked halibut 2, seasoning the gravy with lemon and onion juice, celery salt, and half a cupful of claret. Baked halibut with lobster sauce. Put a piece of halibut on a buttered fish sheet, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Cover the bottom of the pan with water, add a sprig of parsley, a slice of onion, 2 slices of carrot, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a bit of bay leaf. Bake for an hour, basting as required, and serve with lobster sauce. Baked halibut with tomato sauce. Cook together for 20 minutes 2 cupfuls of tomatoes, 1 cupful of water, a slice of onion, 3 cloves, and a teaspoonful of sugar. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, stir into the hot mixture, and cook until thick. Strain and pour half of the sauce around 2 pounds of halibut placed on a buttered tin sheet. Bake for 35 minutes, basting often. Transfer to a hot platter and pour the remaining sauce around. Baked halibut with cream. Cover the fish with cream sauce, then with crumbs. Dot with butter and bake. Baked fillets of halibut au gratin. Bake half a dozen fillets of halibut for half an hour, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with milk. Cover with a cream sauce to which half a cupful of grated cheese has been added, then with fried crumbs. Reheat and serve in the same dish. Baked halibut steaks with oysters. Soak 2 halibut steaks for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Lay thin slices of salt pork upon a buttered tin sheet and spread thin slices of salt pork upon it. Lay one of the steaks upon the pork. Dip oysters in melted butter, then in cracker crumbs, and cover the steak with them. Put the other steak on top, cover with thin slices of pork, and bake for 40 minutes, basting with the juice in the pan or with butter melted in hot water. A few minutes before taking up, remove the pork from the top and cover with cracker crumbs and melted butter. Serve with hollandaise sauce to which parboiled oysters have been added. Baked fillets of halibut. Skin, bone, and fillet 2 halibut steaks. Dip in melted butter, season with salt, pepper, lemon, and onion juice. Roll up each fillet, fasten with a wooden toothpick, and bake for 20 minutes, basting with butter melted in hot water. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked halibut steaks 1. Put a halibut steak into a buttered baking dish and spread with a dressing made of 1 cupful of crumbs, 1 tablespoonful of butter, and grated onion, minced parsley, grated nutmeg, salt, and red and black pepper to season. Lay another steak on top, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and bake for half an hour. Baked halibut steaks 2. Wash the steaks and soak for an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Put into a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with minced onion and parsley, and pour over a cream sauce, using white stock instead of milk if preferred. Put a layer of flaked cooked halibut into a buttered baking dish, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, add a layer of chopped mushrooms and a few tablespoonfuls of the sauce. Repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked halibut steaks 3. Trim the steaks, lay them in a baking pan, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dot with butter, pour over 1 cupful of cream and bake for 15 minutes in a quick oven, basting with cream. Baked chicken halibut. Prepare a dressing according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Stuff a chicken halibut, sew up and bake in a buttered pan, basting with melted butter and salted hot water. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Baked halibut steaks with tomatoes. Soak the steaks for an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Cook together for 15 minutes a can of tomatoes and a seeded chopped green pepper, half an onion, a teaspoonful of sugar, and pepper and salt to season. Rub through a colander and cool. Put the drained fish in a buttered baking pan, pour the sauce over, and bake. Deviled halibut 1. Flake cold-cooked halibut. Make a forcemeat of breadcrumbs, the yolks of 2 eggs, a tablespoonful of melted butter and salt, paprika, grated onion, and minced parsley to season. Mix the fish, moisten with oyster liquor, and fill buttered individual shells. Cover with crumbs, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Deviled halibut 2. Flake a pound of cooked halibut. Mix together the pounded yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs, 1 tablespoonful of olive oil, 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, a teaspoonful of made mustard, a pinch of cayenne, a teaspoonful of salt, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, half a teaspoonful of anchovy paste, and enough vinegar to make a smooth paste. Mix thoroughly with the fish and garnish with hard-boiled eggs sliced or quartered. Molded halibut with green peas. Chop a pound of raw halibut very fine. Add to it the yolk of an egg well beaten and salt, red and white pepper to season. Add a teaspoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with 2/3 of a cupful of milk and 1/3 of a cupful of cream whipped solid. Fill buttered individual molds, put into a pan of hot water, and bake in a slow oven for 20 minutes. Turn out on a platter and surround with cooked peas reheated in cream sauce. Sandwiches of chicken halibut. Cut chicken halibut into thin fillets. Put together in pairs with chopped oysters between, rub to a paste with seasoned crumbs and cream. Rub with melted butter, sprinkle with lemon juice, and season with salt and pepper. Put into a shallow pan with half a cupful of white wine and bake for 20 minutes. Arrange on a platter, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Turbans of halibut. Have a slice of halibut cut 2 inches thick. Take off the skin and cut into cylinders with a small tin baking powder box. Steam until firm and serve with a cream sauce flavored with parsley and lemon. Or bake in milk and serve with cream sauce, using a stewed and strained tomato for half of the liquid. Halibut and lobster à la hollandaise. Reheat equal quantities of boiled and flaked lobster and halibut in hollandaise sauce. Halibut steak à la jardinière. 1. Soak halibut steaks for an hour in salt and water. Wipe dry and rub with melted butter. Butter a china baking dish, sprinkle chopped onion on the bottom, and put in the steaks. On top, put a boiled carrot cut into dice, half a dozen sliced tomatoes, a shredded green pepper, and half a cupful of green peas. Add enough salted boiling water to keep the fish from scorching. Put a tablespoonful of butter on top, cover, and bake until done. Drain the liquor carefully from the pan, add 3 tablespoonfuls of white wine, and thicken with a teaspoonful of butter rolled in browned flour. Serve separately as a sauce. Halibut à la jardinière. 2. Cover 2 slices of halibut with a chopped onion, 2 tomatoes sliced, a shredded and seeded green pepper, a dozen chopped almonds, a tablespoonful of melted butter, and salt to season. Bake for half an hour, pour over the sauce from the pan, and serve. Halibut and cucumbers. Cook the halibut until tender in court bouillon, drain and flake with a fork. Make a cream sauce, seasoning with curry powder. Pare, cut in halves, and parboil in beef stock as many cucumbers as are required. Scoop out the inside of each half, fill with the creamed fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven until the cucumbers are soft. Serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Halibut with anchovy sauce. 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, 4 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1/8 teaspoonful of pepper, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, 2 hard-boiled eggs chopped, 2 cupfuls of cream, 2 drops of Tabasco, 1 teaspoonful of anchovy essence, 1 1/2 cupfuls of cold cooked halibut, flaked. Mix the ingredients in the order given and cook for 10 minutes. Serve with brown bread spread with cheese and chopped olives. Halibut au gratin. Flake cold-cooked halibut and mix with an equal quantity of cream sauce. Put into buttered individual shells, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Escalloped halibut. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe, and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Fill a baking dish using alternate layers of fish and grated cheese. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Halibut steak à la Flamande. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onion, and lay a halibut steak upon it. Pour over the beaten yolk of an egg, season with salt and pepper, add the juice of half a lemon and 1 tablespoonful of butter cut into small pieces. Bake for 30 minutes. Add to the liquid remaining in the pan enough boiling water to make the required quantity of sauce and thicken it with browned flour. Creamed halibut. Flake cold-cooked halibut and mix with cream sauce. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, the juice of half a lemon, and 3 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese. Spread on buttered toast, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Halibut salad. Take cold-cooked halibut cut small. Salt and pepper lightly and sprinkle with lemon juice. For the dressing, boil 3 large peeled potatoes until mealy. Drain, let dry, and beat to a dry powder with a fork. Add 1 saltspoonful of salt, the same of mustard and pepper, 1 rounding teaspoonful of powdered sugar, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar beaten in gradually. Pour over the halibut and decorate with lettuce or green tops. Turkish halibut. Place on the bottom of a baking pan 2 or 3 slices of onion, then a cutlet of halibut, and put a tablespoonful of butter cut into small bits over the top of the fish. Cut 3 skinned tomatoes into quarters, slice a sweet green pepper into ribbons, and put the tomatoes and pepper on the fish. Put the pan on the shelf of the oven to cook first the vegetables, but do not let it remain there long enough to discolor or change their shape. Then remove it to the bottom of the oven, baste it well, and finish the cooking. When done, place it carefully on a hot dish and pour over it the juice from the pan. Halibut pie. Butter a china baking dish and sprinkle with chopped shallots and parsley. Add a layer of chopped halibut and salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped shallots, and parsley to season. Dot with butter and cover with sliced hard-boiled eggs. Add a cupful of cream sauce and 2 wineglassfuls of white wine. Wet the edge, cover with pastry, gash, brush with egg, and bake for an hour and a half in a moderate oven. Make a hole in the center and moisten the pie with milk if it becomes too dry. Steamed halibut. Put the prepared fish on a plate, cover with a cloth, and put in a steamer. Steam for 2 hours and pour over an egg sauce. Halibut mousselines. Mince enough uncooked halibut to make 2 cupfuls. Add 1 cupful of soft breadcrumbs and 1/2 cupful of cream. Press through a colander, season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, a suspicion of mace, and Worcestershire sauce. Fold in carefully the beaten whites of 4 eggs. Turn into buttered molds, round-bottomed ones, and steam 1/2 hour. Turn out on separate plates, surround with sauce, make a stock of the fish bones and water, and add it to 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour cooked together. There should be 1 1/2 cupfuls of stock. Add 1/2 cupful of cream, and when boiling add salt, pepper, and 1 tablespoonful of grated horseradish soaked in lemon juice. Halibut steaks à la maître d'hôtel. Season the steaks with salt and pepper and rub thoroughly with oil. Broil in a double broiler and serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Timbale of halibut. Chop 1/2 pound of raw halibut and press it through a sieve. Mix a cupful of breadcrumbs to a smooth paste with 1/2 cupful of milk and cook until it thickens. Take from the fire, add the fish pulp and the stiffly beaten whites of 5 eggs. Fill buttered timbale molds with the mixture and cook in a pan of hot water in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Serve with cream or tomato sauce. Fillets of halibut à la poulet. Free the fish of skin and bones and cut it into fillets. Sprinkle with lemon juice, salt, and pepper. Cover with sliced onion and let stand for half an hour. Remove the onion, dip into melted butter, roll up each piece, and fasten with a wooden toothpick. Dip once more into the butter, dredge thickly with flour, and bake for 20 minutes in a moderate oven. Cut the whites of 3 hard-boiled eggs into rings and arrange around the fillets after taking up. Sprinkle the grated yolks over the fish and serve with cream sauce. Cold halibut fillet. Prepare 1/2 dozen fillets of halibut, remove the skin and bone, and boil in court bouillon. Drain and sprinkle with olive oil, lemon juice, minced parsley, and chopped onion. Serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of halibut with tomato sauce. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given, and bake, basting with tomato juice and melted butter. Serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of halibut stuffed with oysters. Prepare the fillets according to directions given for fillets of halibut à la poulet. Roll each one around an oyster, fasten with a wooden toothpick, and bake as usual. Fillets of halibut with brown sauce. Put the seasoned fillets into a buttered pan with sufficient boiling water and bake, basting as required. Drain off the water, add to it a teaspoonful of beef extract, and thicken with browned flour. Pour the sauce over the fish, cover with buttered crumbs, and bake until the crumbs are brown. Fillets of halibut with potato balls. Cut the solid meat into fillets, seasoning with salt, pepper, onion, and lemon juice. Brown slightly in pork fat, then place in a baking dish. Prepare a cream sauce, adding to it a slice each of carrot and onion, a bay leaf, and minced parsley, and grated nutmeg to season. Strain over the fish and bake for 12 minutes. Serve with a border of steamed potato balls. Fried fillets of halibut, 1. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil, vinegar, and minced onion. Drain, dip in batter, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried fillets of halibut, 2. Clean and fillet the fish. Dip into beaten egg, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Mayonnaise of halibut with cucumbers. Boil or steam halibut steaks according to directions previously given. Remove the skin, cover with thinly sliced cucumbers, and pour over a mayonnaise dressing. Halibut loaf. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 tablespoonful of flour. Add 1/2 can of chopped mushrooms, 2 cupfuls of chopped cooked halibut, pepper, salt, onion juice, and anchovy paste to season, and 2 eggs beaten smooth with 4 tablespoonfuls of cream. Pour into a buttered mold, cover, set into a pan of hot water, and cook steadily for an hour. Turn out and garnish with potato balls. Halibut and eggs. Flake a pound of cooked halibut and mix with 6 eggs well beaten. Season with salt and pepper and cook in butter, stirring constantly until the eggs set. Serve on buttered toast. Halibut and ramekins. Prepare the fish according to directions given for halibut and cucumbers. Fill buttered individual dishes, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Halibut fish balls. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes beaten very light with egg. Season with salt, pepper, and melted butter. Shape into balls, dip into melted butter, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Breaded halibut. Prepare according to directions given for halibut à la Creole 1, sprinkling with minced parsley as well as garlic. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Coquilles of halibut. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with cream sauce. Season with mushroom catsup, fill buttered individual shells, cover with fried breadcrumbs and heat thoroughly in the oven. Halibut with caper sauce. Boil the halibut in salted and acidulated water. Pour over a caper sauce. Halibut pudding. 3 pounds of halibut, 6 eggs, 1/4 pound butter, 1 quart sweet milk, 2 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 1 tablespoonful of flour. Skin and bone the fish and run through a meat chopper. Add flour and cornstarch, mixing well. Add butter, rubbing all to a cream. Next the eggs, one at a time, thoroughly beating after each one. Add milk gradually, 1/4 teaspoon pepper and 1 1/2 teaspoons of salt. Beat until it thickens. Grease and line a deep baking pan with browned breadcrumbs. Fill with the fish mixture and sprinkle crumbs on top. Bake for an hour and a half in a moderate oven. Cover it first, then remove the cover and let it brown well. Boiled halibut 1. Put 2 pounds of halibut into a saucepan and cover it with fresh water. Add a sliced onion, half a carrot sliced, 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, a small bunch of parsley, a pinch of powdered sweet herbs, and 2 tablespoonfuls of salt. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with melted butter to which a little anchovy paste has been added. Boiled halibut 2. Rub the fish with salt, sprinkle with lemon juice, and keep in a cool place for an hour. Cover with cold water, bring quickly to the boil, and simmer until done. Serve with egg sauce. Boiled halibut steaks au gratin. Soak the steaks in salted water for an hour, drain, and sprinkle with oil and lemon juice. Put into a covered baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onion and a tablespoonful of melted butter, and add a cupful of boiling water. Cover and cook until nearly done, then uncover, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake brown. Serve with tartar sauce. Boiled halibut steaks. Cover the steaks with court bouillon or hot water, and add a slice each of carrot, onion, and celery, a bay leaf, 4 cloves, 6 peppercorns, and the juice of half a lemon. Simmer until done, drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled halibut à la béchamel. Prepare boiled halibut according to directions previously given, and serve with béchamel sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter and a pinch of sugar and strain over the fish. Boiled halibut with parsley sauce. Boil the halibut in salted and acidulated water. For the sauce, boil a cupful of chopped parsley for 5 minutes and a cupful of water. Strain the water through a sieve and thicken with a tablespoonful of butter blended with a tablespoonful of flour. Take from the fire, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, a little minced parsley, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a few drops of lemon juice or vinegar. Strain over the fish and serve. Carbonade of halibut. Skin the halibut and cut into large cubes. Dip into melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, and onion juice, then into beaten egg, then into crumbs. Put into a buttered baking pan, spread with egg and butter, and cook in a hot oven for 12 minutes. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Fried halibut 1. Cut into steaks and sauté in butter in a frying pan, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Fried halibut 2. Season halibut steaks with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and sauté in salt pork fat. Serve the pork with the fish. Fried halibut 3. Soak halibut steaks for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain, dredge with seasoned flour, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs. Fry in deep fat. Fried halibut with tomato sauce. Remove the skin and bones from small halibut steaks, dip in milk, roll in seasoned flour, and fry light brown. Serve with a sauce of stewed, strained, and seasoned tomatoes thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Escalloped halibut au parmesan. Cut in thin slices 4 pounds of halibut meat. Put into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and chopped onions to season. Cover, cook slowly, and then drain. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add a quart of milk, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, and half a cupful of grated cheese. Put into a buttered baking dish a layer of fish, cover it with sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle thickly with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and bake in a moderate oven. Breaded halibut steaks. Dip halibut steaks into egg and breadcrumbs and broil on a buttered gridiron, basting with melted butter or olive oil. Halibut timbales. Chop fine a slice of raw halibut and rub it through a sieve. Season 1 cupful of the pulp with salt, red pepper, and onion juice, then add gradually the stiffly beaten whites of 4 eggs and 1 cupful of whipped cream. Fill buttered timbale molds, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 15 minutes in a pan of hot water. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Halibut au poulet. Melt 1/4 of a cupful of butter and season it with salt, pepper, grated onion, and lemon juice. Dip prepared fillets of halibut into it. Roll up and fasten with a wooden toothpick. Dredge with flour and bake, basting with melted butter. Arrange on a platter, pour over a cream sauce, and sprinkle thickly with chopped hard-boiled eggs. End of section 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Royal. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 19. 25 ways to cook herring. Stewed herring. Clean the fish and cut off the heads. Pack in layers in an earthen pot and sprinkle salt and pepper over each layer. Chop together carrots and onions, enough to cover the fish, and fry in butter with parsley, a few peppercorns, and a minced clove of garlic. Pour over the vegetables enough white wine to cover the fish, and bring to the boil. Simmer for half an hour, then strain over the fish, and cook over a slow fire until done. Matelote of herring. Cut off the heads and tails, and divide each herring lengthwise into 2 fillets. Put a small amount of butter into a frying pan, and add enough flour to absorb nearly all of it. Then add a little chopped parsley and a few chopped shallots. Lay the fish in the pan, add enough red wine to cover, and cook over a hot fire. Garnish with small onions fried in butter and sugar and sautéed mushrooms. Broiled herring. Clean and split the fish. Let stand for an hour in olive oil, seasoned with minced parsley. Broil over a slow fire and serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Broiled herring with mustard sauce. Clean and cut off the heads of the fish, but do not split. Dip in seasoned oil and let stand for an hour. Broil over a slow fire. Mix together 1 teaspoonful of flour and 1 teaspoonful of mustard. Add 1 cupful of white stock and bring to the boil. Add 1 tablespoon of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and pepper and salt to taste. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled smoked herring. Put the cleaned herring into a bowl. Cover with boiling water. Let stand for 10 minutes. Skin, wipe dry, broil, and serve with melted butter. Broiled herring with cream sauce. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil and serve with a cream sauce. Add to the sauce a teaspoonful of minced parsley and a few drops of vinegar. Fried herring 1. Clean and cut up the fish, dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry in hot fat. Serve with a cream sauce, to which 4 tablespoons of prepared mustard have been added. Fried herring 2. Clean and cut up the fish, dredge with salt, pepper, and flour, and put into a frying pan with hot lard. Fried herring 3. Remove the head and tail, clean, gash down to the bone, roll in cornmeal, and fry in salt pork fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Herring à la Normandie. Chop a large onion fine and fry it. When brown, fry half a dozen prepared herrings in the same fat. When brown, add salt, pepper, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Bring to the boil and pour over the herring. Serve with mustard. Smoked herring à la marine. Cut off the heads of smoked herrings and put the rest in a bowl. Cover with hot water and soak for 2 hours. Take them out, skin, bone, and soak for 2 weeks in enough oil to cover, with sliced onions, peppercorns, and bay leaves. Keep in a cool place. Boiled herring. Clean the fish thoroughly and rub with salt and vinegar. Skewer their tails in their mouths and boil for 10 or 12 minutes. Drain and serve with melted butter and parsley. Herring relish. Soak 6 Holland herrings overnight. Remove the backbones, cut up into inch pieces, and add 3 onions sliced thin. Cover with vinegar and serve the next day. Herring salad. Soak 4 salt herrings in water overnight. Drain and chop fine. Mix with 4 boiled beets, 3 heads of celery boiled, 4 peeled sour apples, 2 onions, 3 pickles, and 2 pounds of lean roast veal. Chop very fine, season with salt and pepper, and pour over enough oil to moisten, and enough vinegar to suit the taste. Serve very cold, with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs. Herring salad à la Brenoise, Brenoise. Peel and cut into dice a quart of cold-boiled potatoes, 4 peeled and cored sour apples, the fillets of 4 salt herrings, a cucumber pickle, and 2 boiled beets. Add salt, pepper, chopped onion, vinegar, mustard, and mayonnaise dressing. Sprinkle with minced parsley before serving. Swedish herring salad. Soak 2 salted Holland herrings for 24 hours. Remove the bones and cut into dice. Add an equal amount of cooked meat, cut into dice, and half the quantity each of boiled potatoes, sour apples, and beets chopped fine. Chop 1 tablespoon of capers and 4 hard-boiled eggs. Add to the salad with 3 tablespoons of cream, 2 of olive oil, 2 of vinegar, and pepper, sugar, and mustard to taste. Press in a mold and serve on platter with a garnish of parsley. Serve with the same kind of dressing that was mixed with the salad. Smoked herring salad. Put the crisp leaves of a head of lettuce into a salad bowl. Skin and remove the bone from 2 smoked herrings. Chop fine and mix with the lettuce. Pour over a French dressing to which a chopped hard-boiled egg has been added. Pickled herring. Soak in milk and water overnight. Next day, put the herring into a stone jar with alternate layers of sliced onion, a few slices of lemon, a few cloves, bay leaves, and whole peppers, and enough mustard seed to season. Rub the roe through a sieve. Add a tablespoon of brown sugar and add it to the herring. Pour over enough vinegar to cover the fish and let stand 3 or 4 days before using. Herring balls. Parboil 3 red herrings, skin and remove the bones. Add an equal quantity of baked potatoes, skinned and mashed. Make to a paste with cream and melted butter. Season to taste and shape into balls. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Baked smoked herring. Wash thoroughly, wipe dry, wrap in clean wet manila paper, and put into a quick oven for 15 minutes. Served with sliced lemon. Baked fresh herring. Clean a dozen fresh herrings, removing the head and tail. Butter a deep earthen dish, put in a layer of fish, 2 slices of lemon, and 3 or 4 slices of onion. Season with pepper and salt and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with vinegar. Tie a sheet of buttered brown paper over the dish and bake in a slow oven for 6 hours. The bones will be dissolved. Marinade of herring. Soak white salted herrings for 2 hours in milk to cover. Split, remove the bones, and cut each half into 3 pieces. Pack in layers in a deep jar, seasoning between the layers with minced shallot, pounded clove, and white pepper. Add here and there a bit of bay leaf and a slice of fresh lemon, with half the rind taken off. Use the roe with the herring. Season the top layer, cover with vinegar, Add 3 tablespoons of olive oil and let stand for 2 days before using. Escalloped herring. Soak 4 or 5 Norway herrings overnight. Divide the fish down the back, remove the skin and bones, and cut into 8 squares. Arrange in a baking pan with alternate layers of cold-boiled potatoes, seasoning each layer with butter and red pepper. Have potatoes on top. Pour over 3 eggs beaten with 3 cupfuls of milk. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for 40 minutes. Grilled smoked herring. Soak overnight and in the morning, cover with hot water and let stand for half an hour. Put into cold water for 10 minutes, then wipe dry and broil. Serve with hot cornbread. Grilled fresh herring. Dip in seasoned melted butter, then in crumbs, and broil carefully, basting with melted butter if required. Serve with Maitre d' hotel sauce. End of section 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Royal. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 20. 9 ways to cook kingfish. Boiled kingfish. Clean the fish and boil with enough fish stock to cover. Drain carefully. Garnish with parsley, and serve with either brown or white sauce. Boiled kingfish à la hollandaise. Scale and clean 2 large kingfish and boil in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley, a slice each of carrot and onion, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Cover with buttered paper and simmer until done. Garnish with parsley and serve with hollandaise sauce. Fried kingfish 1. Cut the fish into fillets, remove the skin, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dip in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried kingfish 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Cook until firm in melted butter and lemon juice. Drain, cool, dip in batter, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried kingfish 3. Clean and fillet the fish, dip in milk, roll in flour and fry. Drain, season, garnish with lemons, and serve with tomato sauce. Broiled kingfish. Clean thoroughly, wipe dry, and slit down the back. Season with salt and pepper, and baste with oil before and during the broiling. Serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Baked kingfish. Clean 4 kingfish, cut off the fins, and gash from head to tail on each side. Place on a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley, and mushrooms. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, and put small bits of butter in the incisions. Pour over 2 wine glassfuls of white wine and baste with the liquid while baking. Thicken a cupful of beef stock with butter and brown flour, and pour over the fish when nearly done. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Baked kingfish with white sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for baked kingfish, omitting the mushrooms and the seasoning. Pour over 1 cupful of white wine and half a cupful of white stock. Baste with the liquid while baking. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid remaining in the pan enough white stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire. Add 2 tablespoons of butter and a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and serve. Kingfish à la Meunière. M-E-U-N-I-E-R-E. Prepare and season 8 small kingfish, dredge with flour, brown in butter, and finish cooking in the oven. When done, pour over 2 tablespoons of butter, which has been cooked brown, sprinkle with lemon juice and minced parsley, and serve in the baking dish. End of section 20.
Section 21 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 21. 65 Ways to Cook Mackerel. Broiled Spanish Mackerel, Recipe 1. Cut a fish down the middle. Take out all the bones and cut again in halves. Dry on a cloth and sprinkle with salt and pepper. Beat 2 eggs, add an equal quantity of olive oil, dip the fish into this, then into breadcrumbs, and broil over a clear fire. Broiled Spanish Mackerel, Recipe 2. Split the mackerel down the back and broil carefully over a clear fire. Season with butter, pepper and salt. Broiled Fresh Mackerel, Recipe 1. Split 2 fresh mackerel, remove the backbone, season with salt and pepper, rub with olive oil and broil. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice and minced parsley. Broiled Mackerel, Recipe 2. Draw and wash the mackerel, cut off the head, rub with olive oil and broil. Sprinkle with minced parsley, onions and lemon juice and serve very hot. Broiled Mackerel, Recipe 3. Split a mackerel down the back, take out the backbone, sprinkle with salt and broil on a buttered gridiron. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, salt and pepper. A little minced parsley may be added. Broiled Mackerel with anchovy butter. Split and broil a fresh mackerel and serve with melted butter, seasoned with anchovy paste. Broiled Mackerel au beurre noir. Open the mackerel, remove the bones, sprinkle with pepper and salt, spread with butter and broil. Cook a tablespoonful of butter until brown. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon and pour over the fish. Garnish with parsley. Broiled Mackerel à la Livournaise. Broil a Spanish mackerel, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with oil. Serve with a sauce made of 8 pounded anchovies mixed with mayonnaise and seasoned with pepper, grated nutmeg and minced parsley. The sauce is served cold. Broiled Mackerel with Normandy sauce. Soak cleaned mackerel in oil with chopped onion and parsley to season. Leave the roe inside. Rub the inside with lemon juice and butter. Wrap in oiled paper and broil over a slow fire for 40 minutes. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls each of mushroom catsup and fish stock, or boiling water in which a little anchovy paste has been dissolved. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs and the juice of half a lemon. Add 1 tablespoonful of butter, pour over the fish and serve. Broiled Mackerel à la Fleurette. Split a Spanish mackerel, remove the bones and season with salt, pepper and olive oil, basting with oil as needed. For the sauce, cook in a saucepan, without browning, 4 chopped shallots, 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, a teaspoonful each of chopped chives and parsley, salt, pepper and grated nutmeg to season, 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and a tablespoonful of flour. Cook until smooth, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon, pour over the fish and serve. Broiled Salt Mackerel, Recipe 1. Soak the fish overnight in cold water. In the morning, drain, cover with boiling water and let stand for an hour. Rinse in cold water, wipe dry and soak for 20 minutes in oil and vinegar or lemon juice. Broil and serve with melted butter, lemon juice and minced parsley. Broiled Salt Mackerel, Recipe 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Take the fish from the hot water and cover for 5 minutes with cold water. Wipe dry, soak in olive oil and lemon juice for half an hour. Drain, broil, and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled salt mackerel, Recipe 3. Soak overnight, drain, wipe, rub with butter, and broil. Pour over it a sauce made of a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoon of lemon juice or vinegar, a tablespoonful of hot water, a pinch of pepper, and a chopped cucumber pickle. Bring to the boil and pour over the fish. Broiled salt mackerel with cream. Soak overnight in cold water, drain, wipe dry, rub with oil, and broil. Serve on a hot platter and pour over half a cupful of hot cream. Sprinkle with minced parsley. Broiled mackerel with tarragon sauce. Soak the cleaned fish for an hour in olive oil and broil. Serve with melted butter seasoned with pepper, salt, and tarragon vinegar. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 1. Boil in water or stock to cover, seasoning with onion, sweet herbs, pepper, salt, cloves, and vinegar. Strain the liquor, thicken it with butter and flour blended together, and add to it minced parsley and hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 2. Boil in salted water until done and drain. Serve with egg sauce. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 3. Boil a fresh mackerel in salted and acidulated water. Drain and serve with a cream sauce. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 4. Clean a fresh mackerel and split it down the back. Put it in a dripping pan and pour over it 2 cupfuls of boiling water, 2 tablespoons each of vinegar and lemon juice, and a teaspoonful of salt. Add a sliced onion and boil for 3/4 of an hour. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, add a teaspoonful of capers, bring to the boil, and pour over the fish. Boiled mackerel with gooseberry sauce. Boil the mackerel in salted and acidulated water. Boil 2 cupfuls of gooseberries in water to cover until soft. Drain, rub through a sieve, and mix with an equal quantity of the fish broth, thickened with butter and flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Boiled mackerel à la persillade. Boil the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Beat together with an egg beater half a cupful of olive oil, the juice of 2 lemons, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, 1 tablespoonful of mustard, and a little tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Fresh boiled mackerel. Clean the mackerel, sprinkle with vinegar, wrap in a floured cloth and baste closely. Boil for 3/4 of an hour in salted water. Drain and take off the cloth. Strain a cupful of the water in which the fish was boiled, and bring to the boil with a tablespoonful of walnut catsup, a teaspoonful of anchovy paste, and the juice of half a lemon. Thicken with butter and browned flour. Boiled mackerel à la bolognaise. Clean 4 fresh mackerel. Remove the heads and tails and cut in halves crosswise. Put into a saucepan with sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, salt and pepper, a little white wine, and enough boiling water to cover. Cover with buttered paper and simmer for 15 minutes. Take out the fish, strain the broth, and thicken a pint of it with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a teaspoonful of chopped parsley, and a little tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 1. Soak the fish in cold water overnight, and in the morning rinse thoroughly. Wrap in a cloth and put to boil in cold water. Bring slowly to the boiling point and cook for 30 minutes. Unwrap carefully, take out the backbones, and pour over a little melted butter and cream, seasoning with pepper. Or serve with a sauce made of a cupful of milk thickened with a teaspoonful of cornstarch and season with butter, pepper, salt, and minced parsley. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, and pour over the fish. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 2. Soak overnight in cold water, and in the morning rinse thoroughly. Boil, drain, and pour over a cupful of hot cream in which a tablespoonful of butter has been melted. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 3. Wash thoroughly, cover with cold water to which a chopped onion and a little black pepper have been added, and boil until the flesh loosens from the bone. Drain and serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 4. Soak the fish overnight in cold water, and in the morning cover with hot water for half an hour. Drain and boil in acidulated water or in milk until done. Serve with a cream sauce to which chopped hard-boiled eggs have been added, or with tomato sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 5. Soak the fish overnight in cold water. Drain and simmer for 15 minutes in water to cover, adding a teaspoonful of vinegar, a bay leaf, a slice of onion, and a sprig of parsley. When tender, place on a hot platter and pour over it a cream sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 6. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe and simmer for 20 minutes in acidulated water. Drain and pour over it a cream sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, recipe 7. Prepare according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Pour over a sauce made of stewed and strained tomatoes, thickened with butter and browned flour, and seasoned with pepper, salt, sugar, and grated onion. Baked mackerel, recipe 1. Clean the mackerel. Split down the back and cut each fish in 4 pieces. Put in a baking dish in layers, seasoning each layer with bay leaves, cloves, peppercorns, and sliced onions or shallots. Cover with 1 cupful of stock, 3 tablespoons each of white wine and vinegar, 1 tablespoon each of anchovy sauce and mushroom catsup, and a teaspoonful of Worcestershire. Bake in a moderate oven. Take out the fish carefully, strain the sauce over them, and let cool. Baked mackerel, recipe 2. Split a fresh mackerel. Take out the backbone, dry thoroughly, and sprinkle the inside with salt and pepper. Drain the liquor from a quart of oysters, and put aside a dozen of the large ones. Chop the remaining oysters coarsely. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter. Add the chopped oysters with 3 chopped hard-boiled eggs and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Season with salt and pepper and cool. Mix with the yolks of 2 raw eggs and a tablespoonful of butter. Stuff the fish and sew up. Put into a baking pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Add the oysters and bake for 5 minutes longer. Serve the fish on a warm platter with lemon juice squeezed over it, and place the oysters around it on thin circles of toast spread with anchovy paste. Garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve very hot. Baked mackerel, recipe 3. Gash 2 cleaned fresh mackerel and put in a buttered baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, a chopped shallot, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Take up the fish and add to the gravy a little chopped onion, mushrooms, shallot, parsley, and garlic fried together, and enough white stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of butter and pour over the fish. Baked mackerel, recipe 4. Soak a fresh cleaned fish for half an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Lay in a baking pan upon thin slices of fat salt pork. Sprinkle with salt and pepper and bake for 25 minutes. Serve with tomato sauce. Baked fillet of mackerel, recipe 1. Remove the head and backbone from a large fresh mackerel and place the roe on top. Chop fine 6 shallots or 3 small onions, half a pound of mushrooms and 3 or 4 sprigs of parsley. Add a teaspoonful of salt and a pinch of pepper. Put half of this mixture in a buttered baking pan. Lay the fish upon it and pour over 6 tablespoonfuls of white wine. Spread the remaining seasoning on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, cover with buttered paper and bake for 30 minutes. Pour over a little melted butter, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve in the dish in which it is baked. Baked fillets of mackerel, recipe 2. Butter an oval baking dish and spread chopped oysters on the bottom. Arrange upon it the fillets of 4 fresh mackerel, skinned and seasoned with salt and pepper. Sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley and mushrooms. Cover with 1 cupful of beef stock, thickened with browned flour. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for half an hour. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in the same dish. Baked fillets of mackerel, recipe 3. Clean and fillet the fish. Put in a buttered baking dish. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Squeeze lemon juice over. Pour on a little melted butter. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Drain and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Baked fillets of mackerel with cream. Cook the prepared fillets in melted butter and drain. Thicken 2 cupfuls of white stock with butter and flour cooked together. Add a wineglassful of white wine. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Cover the fillets with the sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese. Dot with butter and bake brown. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in the same dish. Mackerel baked in cream. Skin and bone a large fish. Cut it into 4 pieces, season it and fry in butter. Drain it and keep warm. Mix a cupful of white stock with 2 tablespoonfuls of sherry and the yolk of an egg. Cook until it thickens and pour over the fish, seasoning with minced parsley and onion. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake until brown. Baked fresh mackerel with fine herbs. Split and clean the fish, remove the head and tail, put into a buttered dripping pan, sprinkle with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and pour over 2/3 of a cupful of milk. Bake for 25 minutes in a hot oven. Baked Spanish mackerel with fine herbs. Butter a baking dish. Sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Lay a cleaned mackerel upon it. Sprinkle with more chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg and dots of butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of white wine and a cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and boil, basting frequently. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Pour over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter and bake brown. Squeeze lemon juice over the top and serve in the same dish. Baked mackerel with oyster stuffing. Make a stuffing of 12 chopped oysters, a cupful of breadcrumbs, the chopped yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, a tablespoonful of butter, and onion juice, minced parsley, salt and pepper to season. Bind with the yolk of a raw egg, and fill a cleaned fresh mackerel with the stuffing. Put the fish on a buttered baking dish, dredge with flour, and pour around it a cupful each of boiling water and stock. Bake until done, basting often with melted butter and the drippings. When done, slide on to a hot platter and add to the remaining liquid sufficient warm water to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with browned flour, seasoned with tomato catsup and Worcestershire. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked salt mackerel. Soak overnight in cold water. In the morning, drain, cover with boiling water and let stand for 5 minutes. Drain and put into a baking pan. Rub with butter, season with pepper, and pour over half a cupful of cream or milk. Bake until brown. Baked salt mackerel with cream sauce. Soak a salt mackerel overnight. In the morning, drain, rinse, and put into a baking pan with a pint of milk. Bake for 20 minutes. Take up the fish and thicken the milk with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried mackerel. Fry 3 slices of salt pork and add to the fat a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce. Fry in this fresh mackerel, dredged with flour. Season with melted butter. The mackerel may be dipped in beaten egg before it is dipped in flour. Fried salt mackerel. Soak all day in cold water, changing the water every 2 hours. In the morning, drain, wipe dry, roll in flour, and fry in melted butter. Serve with melted butter and parsley. Mackerel à la Havraise. Clean the fish, take out the backbone, and put into a baking pan. To each mackerel add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped shallots, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine, cover and cook slowly for 30 minutes. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together, and boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a cupful of cream, season with lemon juice and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Castilienne. Open a Spanish mackerel, take out most of the backbone, season with salt and pepper, and stuff with seasoned crumbs. Put into a buttered baking dish with 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, half a cup of sherry, and 2 cupfuls of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for half an hour in the oven, basting as needed. Take up the fish, strain the sauce and thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with lemon juice and anchovy paste. Add a tablespoonful of butter, pour over the fish, and serve. Spanish mackerel à l'Espagnole. Put a cleaned Spanish mackerel in a buttered pan with 1 cupful each of wine and white stock. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add a bunch of parsley and a clove of garlic. Cover with buttered paper and simmer for 40 minutes. Take up the fish. Thicken the sauce with browned flour. Season with lemon juice and melted butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Nassau. Clean and gash a large mackerel. Put in a buttered dish with salt, pepper, half a dozen peeled and sliced tomatoes, 2 wineglassfuls of white wine, and half a cupful of water. Add 2 sliced and parboiled onions, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and half a cupful of mushrooms. add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cover with buttered paper and bake for half an hour, basting as needed. Take out the fish and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter and bake brown. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Vénitienne. Put the cleaned mackerel into a baking pan with salt, pepper, grated onion, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, a tablespoonful of butter and half a cupful each of white wine and white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for 40 minutes, basting as needed. Take out the fish and add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the sauce. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, thicken with the yolks of 4 eggs and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Mackerel à la Tyrol. Wash and dry 2 fresh fish and put into a saucepan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped parsley and onion, and 2 tablespoonfuls of cider. Cover and cook for half an hour. Then add 1 cupful of white stock thickened with flour and butter, the yolk of an egg, and a tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar. Strain the sauce over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Fillets of mackerel à la Orly. Clean and fillet the fish. Remove the skin and bones and soak for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoned with chopped onion, parsley, salt, pepper and sweet herbs. Drain, dredge with flour, dip in beaten eggs, roll in crumbs, fry in deep fat and serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of mackerel à l'Indienne. Fillet 2 large fresh mackerel, cut in 2 and remove the skin. Simmer for 15 minutes with 2 tablespoonfuls each of melted butter and curry powder, mixed with 2 wineglassfuls of white wine. Season with salt and pepper. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoons of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve with a border of plain boiled rice. Mackerel à la Bretonne. Wash and split a large mackerel, wipe dry, dredge with flour and fry brown in butter. Sprinkle with salt, pepper and lemon juice. Salt mackerel à la Bretonne. Soak the fish for 12 hours and prepare according to directions given above. Serve with melted butter. Scotch mackerel pie. Make a forcemeat of the roe and some parsley, onion, butter, breadcrumbs, thyme, sweet marjoram, and the yolk of an egg. Cut the fish into strips, spread with the filling, and roll. Arrange in a deep dish, pour in half a cupful of stock, and cover with a layer of mashed potatoes. Bake for 3/4 of an hour and serve. Toasted salt mackerel. Soak overnight in cold water and hang up for a day or 2 until perfectly dry. Put in a dry tin and set into the oven for 10 minutes. Mackerel en papillote. Oil a sheet of paper a little larger than the fish. Lay a slice of cooked ham on each piece of paper and spread with chopped onion, carrot, parsley and green pepper fried together in butter. Lay a mackerel on the ham, spread with the fried vegetables, cover with another slice of ham and fold the paper over, twisting the ends. Bake for 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Serve in the paper. Potted mackerel. Pound together an ounce of black pepper and 6 blades of mace. Mix with 2 ounces of salt and half an ounce of grated nutmeg. Rub thoroughly into pieces of fresh mackerel and fry in oil. Drain and put the fish in a stone jar. Fill with vinegar, and put 2 tablespoons of oil on top. Cover closely and let stand for 2 days before using. Fillets of mackerel with ravigote sauce. Cook the fillets of 4 fish in a buttered dish with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg and half a cupful of white wine. For the sauce, chop fine 4 shallots and put into a saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 4 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Reduce half by boiling and add a pint of white stock thickened with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, pour over the fish and serve. Mackerel with white wine sauce. Cook 3 fresh mackerel in a cupful of white wine with butter, salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced onion and parsley to season. Take out the fish and add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the gravy. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Pour the sauce over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake brown. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in a baking dish. Spanish mackerel salad. Drain the oil from a can of pickled Spanish mackerel and cut the fish in slices. Boil a bunch of red beets for half an hour in water to cover, then drain and bake for half an hour in a hot oven. Peel, slice thin, and cool thoroughly. Mix with the mackerel and add a bunch of radishes sliced thin and half a dozen sliced pickles. Surround with lettuce leaves and pour over a French dressing. Stuffed mackerel with anchovy sauce. Stuff the prepared fish with seasoned crumbs mixed with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Sew up and bake, basting with oil. Serve with cream sauce, seasoned with anchovy essence. German pickled mackerel. Skin, bone, and cut into pieces 4 pounds of fresh mackerel, and put it in layers into a stone jar, sprinkling each layer with pepper, salt, bay leaves, and sweet herbs. Cover with vinegar, seal firmly, and bake for 6 hours in a moderate oven. End of section 21.
How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 22. 5 Ways to Cook Mullet. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie Ann Walden. Broiled mullet. Soak the cleaned fish for an hour in salted and acidulated water. Drain, wipe dry, split, rub with seasoned butter, and broil. Broiled mullets with melted butter. Rub prepared mullets with seasoned flour and broil, basting with olive oil as required. Serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Mullet à la maître d'hôtel. Clean 4 mullets and soak in olive oil to cover for 30 minutes with a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and salt and pepper to season. Drain, broil, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Baked mullet. Clean the fish and soak for an hour in salted and acidulated water. Drain, wipe dry, stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up, rub with butter and put into a baking pan, adding enough hot water to keep from burning. Baste as required, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried mullet. Cut the cleaned fish in convenient pieces for serving, and sauté in pork fat, or dip in egg and seasoned crumbs and fry in deep fat. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Al Hunt, Alberta, Canada, January 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 23, 15 Ways to Cook Perch. Fried perch 1. Clean the fish, dip in flour, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in plenty of fat. Drain and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried perch 2. Dip the clean perch in flour and fry brown in salt pork fat. Fried perch 3. Prepare and clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and cornmeal, and fry in deep fat. Broiled perch. Rub the prepared fish with butter, season with salt and pepper, and broil. Garnish with fried parsley and lemon. Boiled perch. Boil the cleaned fish with parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Drain, strain the liquid, thicken with butter and flour, season to taste, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled perch with oyster sauce. Prepare and clean the fish and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain and serve with oyster sauce. Perch à la lamande. Put 2 large clean perch into a saucepan with 2 chopped carrots, a sprig of parsley, a celery root, a sliced onion, and a pinch of salt. Cover with white wine and simmer for 20 minutes. Drain and keep warm. Take out the onion, parsley, and celery root, add half a cupful of chopped mushrooms, and cook for 5 minutes. Cook with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour thickened together. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of 2 lemons, pour over the fish, and serve. Stewed perch à la batelière. Put 4 pounds of clean perch into a saucepan with salt and pepper to season, 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, and claret and water in equal parts to cover. Simmer for half an hour, drain, remove the parsley, and thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, the juice of half a lemon, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Perch à la française. Boil the perch in white wine, and when cooked, skin and arrange on a serving dish. Pour over a cream sauce, to which has been added chopped cooked carrots and mushrooms, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Add also to the sauce a tablespoonful of butter and grated nutmeg, and lemon juice to season. Perch à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare according to directions given for mullet à la maître d'hôtel. Perch à la Normandie. Prepare and clean the fish and put into a stewpan with a chopped onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of salt, and enough white wine to cover. Simmer for 15 minutes. Take up the fish and strain the liquid. Add 1 cupful of oyster liquor and boil the liquid until reduced half. Take from the fire, add 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour, cook together, stir until smooth, return to the fire, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add slowly the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Perch à la Sicily. Cook 3 or 4 large perch for 20 minutes with a bunch of parsley in salted and acidulated water. Put into a saucepan 1 tablespoonful of malt vinegar, 1 tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, a small chopped onion, a bay leaf, and 4 peppercorns. Boil for 10 minutes, strain and cool. Cook together 4 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. When brown, add a pint of beef stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the strained vinegar, the beaten yolks of 6 eggs, and 2 tablespoonfuls of grated horseradish. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Perch à la Stanley. Clean 4 large perch, put into a saucepan with a tablespoonful of butter and a small bunch of parsley, a pint of Rhine wine, a pint of white stock, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer slowly until done, drain and keep warm. Thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoons each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Bring to the boil. Add a dozen parboiled oysters. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked perch. Prepare and clean the fish. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and stew up. Bake with a little white wine and melted butter. Perch salad. Clean and boil the fish, drain and cool. Serve very cold on lettuce with mayonnaise. End of section 23.
Section 24 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 24. 10 ways to cook pickerel. Boiled pickerel à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in seasoned oil, broil and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fried pickerel 1. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in beaten egg and cracker dust and fry in deep fat. Fried pickerel 2. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into steaks. Dip in cornmeal and fry in hot fat. Add 1 cupful of cream to the fat remaining in the pan and thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried pickerel with tomato sauce. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces of a suitable size for serving. Dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry brown in plenty of hot lard. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Fried pickerel à la crème. Clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Roll in flour and fry diced salt pork crisp. Strain the fat. Fry the fish in it. Take up and keep warm. Add a tablespoonful of butter and a tablespoonful of flour to the fat remaining in the pan. When cooked, add enough cream to make the required quantity of sauce and a pinch of soda. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the salt pork fat and pour over the fish. Baked pickerel 1. Lay the cleaned fish in a baking pan, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and sprinkle with flour. Bake as usual, basting with a cupful of hot water to which has been added a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked pickerel 2. Clean the fish, remove the backbone, and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with thin slices of salt pork. Lay the fish upon the pork, rub the fish with butter, cover and bake for 40 minutes. Serve with hollandaise or tartar sauce. Baked pickerel with oyster sauce. Lay the fish in a buttered baking pan, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Bake in a hot oven, basting with a cupful of hot water to which a teaspoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon have been added. Serve with oyster sauce. Baked pickerel with egg sauce. Put the prepared fish in a buttered baking pan and bake slowly, basting with melted butter and hot water. Serve with egg sauce. Stuffed pickerel. Prepare, clean, and split the fish. Remove the backbone and stuff with crumbs. Season with salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and melted butter. Mix with a beaten egg, stuff the fish, sew up, and bake, basting with melted butter as required. Pickerel à la babette. Butter a kettle and cover the bottom with sliced celery and onion. Lay the prepared and cleaned fish upon it. Add a bunch of parsley and a tablespoonful of butter. Season with salt and white pepper. Add a dozen peppercorns, a sliced lemon, a dozen pounded almonds, and cold water to cover. Simmer slowly until done. Take up the fish, beat the yolks of 3 eggs with a tablespoonful of cold water, take out the parsley, thicken the sauce, pour over the fish, sprinkle with parsley, and serve. End of section 24. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007. Section 25 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 25. 20 Ways to Cook Pike. Fried pike 1. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Fry brown in butter. Add to the butter a teaspoonful of anchovy essence, a bit of ginger root, a grating of nutmeg, salt and pepper to season, and add enough claret to cover. Simmer until tender. Add the juice of an orange and a teaspoonful of butter. Serve with sauce poured over the fish. Fried pike 2. Clean the fish and cut it into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in oil. Fried pike à la Hollandaise. Clean the fish and cut it into steaks. Soak for 2 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoning with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and grated nutmeg. Drain, dip in flour, fry in lard, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled pike with melted butter. Boil the fish with a bunch of parsley in salted and acidulated water to cover. Serve with melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice. Boiled pike with caper sauce. Prepare and clean a fish, put into a fish kettle, and simmer for 40 minutes in court bouillon to cover. Serve with caper sauce. Boiled pike with horseradish sauce. Boil a large fish in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add 3 cupfuls of cream, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 3 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled pike with egg sauce. Put the cleaned fish into a fish kettle and cover with cold water. Add half a cupful of vinegar, a teaspoonful each of cloves and peppercorns, a bay leaf, half a lemon sliced, and a tablespoonful of salt. Boil until the fins pull off easily. Take up and skin the fish carefully. Pour over an egg sauce, made with a portion of the liquid in which the fish was cooked. Boiled pike à la Dubois. Prepare and clean the fish and cook it in equal parts of white wine and water, adding minced carrots and celery, sweet herbs and parsley, half a dozen peppercorns, and salt to season. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of the liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked pike 1. Clean a 4-pound pike and put into a buttered baking pan with enough hot water to keep from burning. Score the upper side deeply. Cover with chopped salt pork, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Bake for half an hour, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked pike 2. Put the cleaned fish into a buttered baking dish with 2 onions sliced, 2 bay leaves, pepper and salt to season, and 1 cupful of sour cream. Rub the fish with butter, sprinkle thickly with breadcrumbs and grated Parmesan cheese, and bake until brown. Pour the liquid remaining in the pan around the fish and serve. Baked pike à la Française. Marinate the prepared fish for 2 hours in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt, pepper, chopped onion, and minced parsley. Put into the oven in the marinade, adding 1 cupful of stock and a wineglassful of white wine. Bake slowly, basting as required. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with anchovy essence. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of caper. Pour over the fish and serve. Stuffed and baked pike. Clean and draw the fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up and put into a buttered baking dish in the form of a circle. Score the fish deeply. Sprinkle with pepper and salt, minced parsley, chopped onion, and chopped mushrooms. Add a cupful of sherry and a cupful of beef stock. Cover and bake, basting frequently with the liquid. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, cooked brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, lemon juice and red pepper, and anchovy essence to season. Pour over the fish and serve. Pike baked in sour cream. Clean a 4-pound pike, cut into steaks and free from skin and bone. Put into a buttered baking dish with 2 small onions, chopped, and 2 bay leaves. Season with salt and cayenne, add 1 cupful of sour cream, and bake. Put on a serving dish, cover with crumbs and dots of butter, and brown in the oven. Add enough stock to the liquid to make the required quantity of sauce, thicken with butter and flour, season, add a dash of lemon juice, pour around the fish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Pike salad. Flake cold cooked pike with a silver fork. Mix with mayonnaise and chopped capers, and serve very cold on lettuce leaves. Roasted pike. Prepare a large fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and sew up. Spread with butter, sprinkle with chopped onion, minced parsley, minced pickle, and pounded anchovies. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Put in a buttered baking dish and bake slowly for an hour, basting with melted butter as required. Add half a cupful of white wine and 1 cupful of white stock to the drippings. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the yolks of 3 eggs, beaten with the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Pike à l'Allemande. Prepare according to directions given for carp à l'Allemande. Crimp pike à la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into steaks. Soak in ice water for 2 hours. Boil until tender in salted and acidulated water to cover, and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Pike à la Française. Cut a cleaned and prepared pike into thick steaks, and marinate for 2 hours in oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, minced onion, and parsley, and a pinch of sweet herbs. Drain, dip in crumbs, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Pike à la Normandie. Clean and draw a large fish and tie in a circle. Put into a fish kettle with sliced onion, a bay leaf, a pinch of thyme, a sprig of parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock, and enough water to cover. Add a tablespoonful of butter, cover, and simmer for 40 minutes. Take the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Strain over the fish and serve. Pickled pike. Draw and clean a pike, put into a fish kettle, cover with claret, add 3 bay leaves, and simmer until tender. Let cool in the liquor. Serve with French dressing, mayonnaise, or tartar sauce. End of section 25. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 26. 10 Ways to Cook Pompano. Broiled Pompano 1. Clean and split the fish, sprinkle with salt and pepper, rub with butter, and broil. Squeeze lemon juice over it, and serve. Broiled Pompano 2. Split the fish, remove the backbone, season with salt and pepper, and put on a tin sheet. Rub with butter, and broil under the gas flame. Broiled Pompano 3. Clean and split the fish, rub with oil, sprinkle with salt and pepper, roll in crumbs, and broil. Broiled Pompano à la maître d'hôtel. Clean and split the fish, rub with salt, pepper, and olive oil, and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fried Pompano 1. Cut the cleaned fish into slices, dredge with flour, and fry brown in butter. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried Pompano 2. Cut the cleaned fish into strips, season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Fillets of pompano. Cut a prepared and cleaned pompano into strips. Marinate for an hour in oil and vinegar, seasoned with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and put in a buttered paper, and bake until done. Serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of pompano à la Duchesse. Cut a cleaned pompano into strips, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and onion juice, and put into a small baking pan. Steam until done. Take up carefully and spread each one with seasoned mashed potato mixed with well-beaten egg. Bake in the oven until puffed and brown, and serve immediately. Fillets of pompano au gratin. Split the fish in two lengthwise, and remove the bone and skin. Cut into strips. Season with salt, pepper, and butter. Roll up and tie or fasten with toothpicks or skewers. Simmer slowly until done in equal parts of white wine and water, adding a little maître d'hôtel sauce. Pompano à la Cardinal. Butter a baking dish and lay upon it a large, cleaned, and split pompano. Open a can of sweet Spanish peppers, drain, and cover the fish with them. Sprinkle with chopped onion, minced parsley, chopped mushrooms, crumbs, and dots of butter. Add 1 cupful of stock and a wineglassful of port wine. Bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Take up carefully and served with fried sweet potatoes. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Walton. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 27. 13 Ways to Cook Red Snapper. Fried red snapper. Clean the fish, skin, and remove the backbone. Slice lengthwise in long thin strips, roll up and fasten with a toothpick or skewer. Dip in egg, then in cracker dust, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Boiled red snapper 1. Clean and draw the fish and boil slowly in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled red snapper 2. Clean a red snapper, sew it up in mosquito netting, and boil it in salted and acidulated water. Drain carefully, unwrap, and serve with tomato sauce. Baked red snapper 1. Prepare and clean the fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs and chopped oysters. Put on a buttered tin sheet and lay into a baking pan. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, and bake for an hour, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked red snapper 2. Clean and season the fish, rub with vinegar, and put into a baking pan. Dot with butter, sprinkle with parsley, and bake, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Serve with tomato sauce. Baked red snapper 3. Clean the fish, leaving the head on, and stuff with seasoned crumbs, cover with sliced tomatoes and sliced lemon, and bake, basting occasionally with melted butter and hot water. Baked red snapper with tomato sauce. Season 4 pounds of prepared and cleaned red snapper with salt and pepper. Cover with thin slices of bacon, dredge with flour, and put into a buttered baking pan with 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Bake slowly. While it is baking, fry brown 2 slices of chopped bacon, add a chopped onion, a pepper pod, a can of tomatoes, and salt and black pepper to taste. Cook until it thickens, pour over the fish, and finish baking. Take up carefully. Baked red snapper à la Creole. Clean, split, and bone a large red snapper. Lay it together again, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and put into a buttered baking pan. Fry in butter a chopped onion, half a dozen sliced mushrooms, 2 fresh tomatoes, and 1 green pepper chopped. Add a cupful of stock. Spread over the fish and bake for 20 minutes, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Take up carefully, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Stuffed red snapper. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of chopped oysters, half a cupful of cracker crumbs, 1 egg well beaten, a teaspoonful of chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and salt, pepper, and paprika to season. Add cream or oyster liquor to make soft. Fill the fish and sew up. Put a layer of salt pork, sliced tomato, and sliced onion into a baking pan. Lay the fish upon it, cover with chopped salt pork, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, add 2 cupfuls of stock, and bake for an hour, basting as required. Take up the fish carefully, rub the tomatoes and liquid through a puree sieve, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, pour around the fish, and serve. Stuffed red snapper à la Creole. Cook together a can of tomatoes, 6 chopped onions, a cupful of dry breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and salt, red, and black pepper to season. Stuff the prepared and cleaned red snapper with the mixture, sew up, spread with the remaining dressing, dot with butter, and bake for an hour. Take up carefully. Steamed red snapper. Lay a cleaned red snapper in a steamer on a bed of sliced tomatoes and chopped onion. Steam slowly for an hour or more, turning once. Serve with oyster or tartar sauce. Red snapper à la Babette. Clean the fish and rub with salt and pepper inside and out. Boil in salted water to which has been added a small bunch of parsley, a celery root, 2 sliced onions, a chopped carrot, and a blade of mace. When done, take up, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Strain the liquid, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, pour around the fish, and serve. Red snapper à la Beaufort. Put the prepared and cleaned fish into a fish kettle with a pint each of white wine, white stock, and water, adding salt and sweet herbs to season, and half a cupful of mixed vegetables cut fine. Simmer for an hour, drain, skin, and put on a serving dish. Strain the liquid, thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together, add a teaspoonful of beef extract, salt, and cayenne pepper to season. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. End of section 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, aka Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 28, 130 Ways to Cook Salmon. Broiled Salmon Recipe 1. Marinate slices of salmon in olive oil and salt and pepper, minced parsley, bay leaves, and mixed herbs to season. Soak in the marinade for an hour or more and broil, basting with the marinade. Serve with caper sauce. Broiled Salmon Recipe 2. Take a young fish weighing from 4 to 6 pounds. Clean, split, remove the backbone, and broil. Sprinkle with lemon juice and red pepper. Broiled Salmon Recipe 3. Take 3 pounds of the tail part of the salmon. Let it stand for 6 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice with minced parsley, 2 bay leaves, and a sprig of thyme. Drain and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce to which a teaspoonful of chopped chives have been added. Salmon broiled in paper. Season salmon steaks with pepper and salt. Wrap in buttered paper, twisting the ends, broil and serve with anchovy or caper sauce. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 1. Season with pepper and salt, broil carefully on a buttered gridiron, pour over melted butter, garnish with parsley and serve. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 2. Sprinkle with pepper and salt, dredge with flour and broil, basting with melted butter as required. Spread with melted butter or with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 3. Marinate the steaks for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Broil carefully and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled salmons à la ravigote. Marinate salmon steaks in seasoned oil and lemon juice and broil quickly. Serve with ravigote sauce. Salmon cutlets in papillotes. Butter large sheets of white paper, sprinkle with crumbs, and fold tightly over small cutlets of salmon. Broil carefully over a slow fire. Serve in the papers. Salmon cutlets with caper sauce. Marinate for 2 hours slices of salmon in oil with minced parsley and onion. Dip large pieces of paper in oil and wrap carefully around each slice, fastening firmly. Broil carefully and serve with cream sauce to which capers have been added. Salmon steaks with parsley sauce. Season salmon steaks, dip in melted butter, then in cornmeal, and broil. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, add the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and pour over the fish. Boiled salmon, Recipe 1. Wash and wipe a small salmon. Wrap in a cloth, tie securely, and put into the fish kettle. Cover with cold water, add a handful of salt, and boil slowly until done. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling cream and a tablespoonful of the water in which the fish is cooked. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled salmon, Recipe 2. Chop together a carrot, an onion, a stalk of celery. Fry in butter. Add half a cupful of vinegar, 4 cloves, 4 peppercorns, a bay leaf, a sprig of parsley, and 6 cupfuls of boiling water. Boil for an hour, strain, cool, and boil the salmon in it. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon with egg sauce. Tie a large chunk of salmon in mosquito netting and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain, skin, and if possible remove the bone. Serve with drawn butter sauce to which chopped hard-boiled eggs have been added. Boiled salmon with green sauce. Boil a small salmon in salted and acidulated water. Take up carefully and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 2 cupfuls. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the reduced liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped capers, 1 tablespoonful of chopped parsley, the juice of a lemon, and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled salmon steaks, Recipe 1. Wrap each steak separately in mosquito netting. Put into boiling water, to which has been added a slice of onion, a bay leaf, a blade of mace, 4 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, and a teaspoonful of salt. Simmer for 20 minutes. Remove carefully, drain, serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon steaks, Recipe 2. Boil the steaks slowly in salted and acidulated water to cover, or in court bouillon seasoned with wine. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled salmon steaks, Recipe 3. Cook the steaks in water to cover and add a celery root, a small bunch of parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Strain the liquid, thicken with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled salmon à la piquante. Boil slices of salmon in court bouillon seasoned with wine. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with piquant sauce. Boiled salmon à la Waldorf. Boil a large piece of salmon in salted and acidulated water, seasoned with herbs and spice. Drain and keep warm. Add 2 cupfuls of the liquid in which the fish was cooked, 1 wineglassful of white wine, and 2 anchovies rubbed to a paste. Boil for 15 minutes, then add in small bits a tablespoonful of butter. Serve the sauce separately. Salmon with oyster sauce. Boil 2 pounds of fresh salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover, with a chopped onion, 2 cloves, 8 peppercorns, and a small bunch of parsley. Drain and serve with oyster sauce. Salmon cutlets with oyster sauce. Boil large slices of salmon in salted water until done. Fry a small onion, chopped in oil, add 4 dozen oysters, cut small, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, the liquor drained from the oysters, 2 teaspoonsfuls of sugar, and pepper and salt and anchovy essence to season. When thick, take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 4 eggs, and reheat, but do not boil. Pour the sauce into a platter and cool. Lay the slices of salmon on the sauce, brush with egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Salmon à la Supreme. Boil a salmon in court bouillon with wine. Drain, cool, skin, and serve with tartar sauce. Mayonnaise of salmon. Cook fresh salmon in a court bouillon. Drain, cool, skin, and serve with mayonnaise. Salmon pudding. Flake the fish. Add half the quantity of breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of melted butter, a teaspoonful of onion juice, and pepper and salt to season. Beat 2 eggs light with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Mix with the fish. Put into a buttered mold and boil for an hour and a half. Serve with a cream sauce seasoned with lemon juice and anchovy paste. Baked salmon recipe 1. Put 4 salmon steaks into a buttered saucepan with 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, and a pinch of allspice. Add a heaping teaspoonful of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and a little minced parsley. Arrange a mound of seasoned mashed potatoes in a deep platter. Take the skin from the steaks and arrange them around it. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked salmon recipe 2. Wash and wipe a small fish. Rub with pepper and salt, sprinkle with paprika and powdered mace. Bake carefully, basting with melted butter and its own dripping. Take up the fish carefully and add to the gravy enough stock or water to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with tomato ketchup and lemon juice. Pour around the fish and serve. Baked salmon recipe 3. Rub a small cleaned salmon with olive oil. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Put into a buttered baking pan and add 1 cupful of boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Baste every 10 minutes until done. Take up the fish and keep it warm. Thicken the gravy with a teaspoonful or more of cornstarch mixed with a little cold water. Season with grated onion, lemon juice, and tomato ketchup. Baked salmon with cream sauce. Wrap a large middle cut of salmon in buttered paper and fasten firmly. Bake in a buttered baking pan, basting with butter melted in hot water. Take from the oven at the end of an hour, remove the paper carefully, and keep warm. Bring to the boil 1 cupful of cream and add 1 tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold cream. Add 1 tablespoonful each of butter and minced parsley, and pepper and salt to season. Pour the sauce over the fish or serve separately. Salmon baked in paper. Season a large piece of salmon with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Wrap in a large piece of buttered paper and pin firmly. Put into a buttered baking pan, cover, and bake for an hour, basting frequently with hot water and melted butter. Take off the paper and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked salmon steaks. Put the steaks in a buttered baking dish. Lay bits of butter upon them, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and grated onion. Bake carefully, basting as required, and serve with caper or tomato sauce. Baked salmon cutlets. Put salmon steaks into a buttered baking pan with half a cupful of hot water and half a cupful of white wine. Sprinkle with salt, paprika, and grated nutmeg. Cover with raw oysters and crumbs fried in butter. Bake for 20 minutes. Take up the fish carefully. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add the liquor from the pan and a teaspoonful of anchovy paste. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à la Windsor. Season salmon steaks with salt and pepper. Dip in egg and crumbs, put into a buttered baking pan, and bake quickly. Serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed salmon. Clean, bone, and parboil a small salmon. Rub the inside with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Stuff with chopped oysters, minced parsley, and seasoned crumbs. Fold together, put into a buttered baking dish, and bake for half an hour, basting with its own dripping. Salmon steaks à la flamande. Sprinkle a buttered dripping pan with chopped onion and season with pepper and salt. Lay salmon steaks on top, brush with the yolk of a beaten egg, cover with a layer of chopped onion and parsley, season with salt, red pepper, lemon juice, and dots of butter, and bake for half an hour. Salmon en papillotes. Use 6 small salmon steaks. Season with salt and pepper. Butter sheets of white paper a little larger than the steaks and lay on each one a thin slice of lean boiled ham. Cook together in butter a chopped onion, a handful of chopped mushrooms, a minced bean of garlic, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Spread a thin layer on the ham. Lay a slice of salmon upon it, spread with the cooked vegetables, cover with another slice of ham, put another piece of oiled paper over, and fold carefully at the edges. Bake in a moderate oven for 15 or 20 minutes and serve in the papers. Fillets of salmon en papillotes. Cut salmon steaks into fillets, dip into melted butter and lemon juice, fold in buttered paper, and bake for half an hour in a slow oven. Serve in the papers and pass hollandaise sauce. Salmon cutlets en papillotes. Cut slices of salmon into cutlets. Beat together 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, the yolk of an egg, a teaspoonful of minced onion, and a tablespoonful of chopped parsley. Sprinkle the fish with salt and pepper, spread the mixture over, fold each piece in a buttered paper, fastening securely, and bake for half an hour. Serve in the papers. Fried salmon recipe 1. Cut slices of salmon into small pieces and put into a saucepan with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and lemon juice to season. Add sufficient butter and fry carefully. Serve with ravigote or any preferred sauce. Fried salmon recipe 2. Wrap slices of salmon in oiled paper, fastening firmly, and fry in deep fat. Drain carefully and serve in the paper. Fried salmon recipe 3. Sprinkle salmon steaks with salt and flour. Brush with the beaten yolk of an egg and fry in hot olive oil. Drain, garnish with fried parsley, and serve. Fried salmon steaks. Dredge the steaks with seasoned flour or dip into egg and seasoned crumbs and fry. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 1. Steam the salmon steaks, cool, cut into fillets, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar or hollandaise sauce. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 2. Prepare very thick cream sauce and mix with it cold cooked salmon cut fine. Season with red pepper, salt, and lemon juice and let cool. Shape into cutlets, dip into beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 3. Rub cold boiled salmon smooth with 1/3 the quantity of mashed potatoes. Season with salt, pepper, and pounded mace. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon cutlets à la anglaise. Cut slices of salmon in the shape of cutlets. Season with salt and pepper and fry in butter. Drain and serve with ravigote sauce. Salmon à la lyonnaise. Fry slices of salmon in butter with pepper and salt to season. Serve with a hollandaise sauce to which cooked oysters, cooked shrimps, and minced parsley have been added. Salmon cutlets with Milanese sauce. Cut slices of salmon into small pieces. Dip into white wine and wrap in buttered paper, fastening securely. Fry carefully in butter. Remove the papers, garnish with parsley, and serve with Milanese sauce. Fillets of salmon à la Orly. Cut fresh salmon into small pieces. Remove the skin and marinate for an hour in lemon juice seasoned with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tomato sauce. Salmon à la Monde. Put a large middle cut of salmon into a saucepan with a sliced carrot, a large onion, a bunch of parsley, salt, and pepper to season. Half a cupful of butter, 2 cupfuls of claret, and enough stock to cover. Cover with buttered paper and cook slowly for an hour. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Strain the liquid, skim the fat, and thicken with butter and flour cooked together until brown. Add a tablespoonful of butter seasoned with lemon juice and anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Admiral. Fry in butter 2 chopped onions, 2 parsley roots, a bunch of chopped parsley, and a sprig of thyme, a broken bay leaf, a clove, and 3 small chopped carrots. Add 1 cupful of white wine. Put a small cleaned salmon into a buttered baking dish, spread the vegetables over, cover, and cook until tender, basting with the drippings or with hot water if needed. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, add to it a cupful of cream, and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour it around the fish and garnish with lemon and parsley. Salmon à la Bordeaux. Clean a small salmon, stuff with seasoned crumbs and oysters, and put into a fish kettle with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, and salt and pepper and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls each of stock, water, and white wine. Cover the fish with buttered paper and simmer for an hour. Drain the fish and keep warm. Prepare a sauce according to directions given in the recipe for salmon à la Genoise, using the liquid strained from the fish. Salmon à la Candice. Put a large cut of salmon on the drainer in a fish kettle and cover it with a small slice of raw ham. Add 2 cupfuls of Rhine wine, a quart of stock, and a bunch of parsley. Cover with buttered paper, simmer for an hour, drain and remove the skin. Strain the liquid, thicken with flour cooked brown in butter, add a tablespoonful of butter, cayenne, and lemon juice to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Salmon à la Chambord. Put a large middle cut of salmon into a saucepan with sliced carrots and onions, a bunch of parsley, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Season with salt and peppercorns. Cover and simmer slowly for an hour. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour cooked brown in butter. Add half a cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, the juice of a lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a teaspoonful of anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Spagnole. Cut fresh salmon in small pieces suitable for serving and fry in butter. Drain and keep warm. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour to the butter in which the fish is cooked and brown. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Genoise. Boil a small fresh salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and skin. Arrange on a serving dish and keep warm. Chop fine a small slice of ham, a slice of carrot, a small stalk of celery, an onion, a parsley root, and 3 or 4 shallots. Add a sprig of thyme, a bay leaf, a blade of mace, and 2 cloves. Fry in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook until brown. Add 2 cupfuls of claret and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of beef stock, bring to the boil, and strain through a sieve. Reheat. Add a tablespoonful of butter and minced parsley, lemon juice, grated nutmeg, and anchovy essence to season. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à la Italienne. Flake cold salmon fine with a silver fork and mix with an equal quantity of cold cooked spaghetti cut fine. Reheat in a cream sauce, add a few capers, and serve very hot. Steaks à la Marinière. Marinate salmon steaks in seasoned oil, drain, and broil. Cover with small boiled onions and cooked oysters. Pour over a sauce made according to the directions given in the recipe for salmon à la Genoise and serve. Salmon à la Marseille. Boil a small salmon in salted and acidulated water. Skin and put on a serving dish. Spread over it some very thick cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, brush with a beaten egg, cover with crumbs again, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and brown in the oven. Serve with a sauce made of equal parts of white wine and stock, thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Salmon à la Maryland. Prepare and clean a small salmon and simmer in salted water until done. Prepare a drawn butter sauce and add it to a cupful of butter. When the butter is melted, take from the fire and add quickly 2 eggs beaten and the juice of half a lemon. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Naples. Fry salmon steak in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. When half cooked, add a half a cupful of white wine to the butter. Cover and simmer slowly until done. Cover the salmon with cooked oysters, pour the liquid remaining in the pan over the fish, and serve. Salmon à la Provence. Season 4 salmon steaks and cook with a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon. Add a dozen oysters, half a dozen small shrimps, and 1 cupful of white stock thickened with flour and butter cooked together. Simmer until the oysters are cooked. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg, beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of sherry, and serve with triangles of fried bread. Salmon à la Provençale. Put a large cut of salmon into a saucepan and cover with salted and acidulated water. Add a sliced onion, a carrot, a bunch of parsley, and salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and a pinch of allspice to season. Cover the fish with buttered paper and cook slowly for an hour. Chop together a small onion, a clove of garlic, and a few sprigs of parsley. Fry in olive oil, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and cook until the flour is brown. Add 2 cupfuls of brown stock and 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomato. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with red and white pepper and lemon juice. Remove the skin from the fish, pour the hot sauce over it, and serve. Fillets of salmon à la Venetienne. Put salmon steaks into a buttered baking dish with fine match-like strips of larding pork laid on each side. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Add 1 cupful of white wine and cover with a sheet of buttered paper, having a small hole in the center. Bake for 40 minutes, basting often. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a tablespoonful each of butter and lemon juice and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à la Waldorf. Marinate salmon steaks for an hour in lemon juice. Cover with stock, add pepper, salt, minced parsley to season, and simmer slowly until done. Drain, thicken the sauce, add a tablespoonful of butter, and serve separately. Salmon mousse. Rub half a pound of raw salmon to a smooth paste with water, adding gradually a dozen chopped raw oysters, half a cupful of tomato sauce, and the yolks of 3 eggs. When smooth, fold in the stiffly beaten whites, season with salt, pepper, and press through a puree sieve into small buttered molds. Put into a baking pan, surround with hot water, and bake for 15 or 20 minutes in a moderate oven. Unmold and serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon mousse à la Martineau. Pound to a pulp with a little water half a pound of raw salmon, and add the well-beaten whites of 2 eggs. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, red and white pepper, grated onion, and mushroom essence. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Cool the sauce, and when cold, mix it with the fish. Fold in carefully 1 cupful of whipped cream and fill a buttered mold with the fish. Put the mold in a pan of hot water and bake in a moderate oven for half an hour. For the sauce, cook together for 10 minutes a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, a teaspoonful each of chopped onion, salt, and sugar, and half a can of tomatoes. Rub through a sieve and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of cream and a grating of nutmeg. Take from the fire and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Return to the fire and add a little lemon juice or tarragon vinegar. Strain and add a little whipped cream. Salmon steaks with claret sauce. Put 4 steaks into a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add a bunch of parsley, a teaspoonful of mixed sweet herbs, a chopped onion, and 2 cupfuls of claret. Cover with a buttered paper, simmer until done, and drain. Strain the sauce. Thicken with flour cooked brown in butter, skim, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon mayonnaise with cucumbers. Steam salmon steaks until tender. Remove the skin and cool. Cover with thinly sliced cucumbers. Mask with mayonnaise and serve with a border of lettuce leaves and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Creamed salmon on toast. Reheat a cupful of cold flaked salmon, either fresh or canned, in cream sauce. Take from the fire, add 1 egg beaten smooth with half a cupful of cream, pour over buttered toast, and serve. Curried salmon. Chop a Spanish onion, fry it in butter, and add a tablespoonful of curry powder mixed with a teaspoonful of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add cold cooked salmon, cut into small pieces, and reheat. Serve in a border of boiled rice. Chartreuse of salmon. Wash a cupful of rice in several waters. Drain and parboil for 5 minutes in salted water to a galloping boil. Drain in a colander, return to the saucepan, add a pinch of salt and 3 cupfuls of milk or stock. Steam until tender, then add 3 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and mix with 1 tablespoonful of curry powder and 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice. Mix thoroughly and line a 2-quart buttered mold with the rice. Fill the center with flaked cooked salmon, seasoned with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Cover with rice, steam for half an hour, and serve with egg sauce. Fricassee of salmon. Cut 2 pounds of salmon steaks into strips. Put into a saucepan with half a cupful of water, salt and pepper to season, a clove, a blade of mace, a tablespoonful of sugar, a chopped onion, and a heaping teaspoonful of mustard mixed with a half a cupful of vinegar. Bring to the boil, add 6 tomatoes peeled and sliced, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and a wineglassful of sherry. Simmer for 45 minutes and serve either hot or cold. Salmon with eggs. Steam salmon steaks until tender. Cool and lay upon a platter covered with lettuce leaves. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and surround with slices of hard-boiled eggs. Mix together a tablespoonful of melted butter, a teaspoonful of made mustard, and salt and pepper to season. Spread over the egg slices and serve. Jellied salmon, Recipe 1. Simmer salmon steaks in court bouillon until done. Drain and arrange on a platter. Spread with mayonnaise tinted green with spinach juice, to which a little dissolved gelatine has been added. Serve cold. Jellied salmon, Recipe 2. Mix 2 cupfuls of cold boiled salmon with 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 1 teaspoonful of minced parsley, 2 drops of Tabasco sauce, and 1 tablespoonful of granulated gelatine dissolved in cold water. Add it to half a cupful of cooked salad dressing. Wet in cold water 1 large mold or several small ones. Fill with the salmon and put on ice until thoroughly chilled. Serve with sliced cucumbers and tartar sauce. Salmon pie. Butter a baking dish and line the sides with a rich biscuit crust. Fill the pan with fresh or canned salmon seasoned with salt and pepper, lemon juice, a pinch of mace, and a teaspoonful of onion juice. Spread over the salmon a cupful of boiled lobster which has been seasoned with melted butter and Worcestershire sauce. Cover with biscuit crust, slice diagonally down the center, and bake for an hour in moderate oven. Cold salmon patties. Season chopped salmon highly with salt and pepper, grated nutmeg, and melted butter. Add the beaten yolk of an egg to bind. Line patty tins with puff paste or rich pastry. Fill with the salmon mixture, cover with the paste, and bake. Pickled salmon. Recipe 1. Boil large fresh pieces of salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover. Bring to the boil 1 quart of vinegar, 6 blades of mace, half a dozen white peppers, half a dozen cloves, a teaspoonful of made mustard, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and a cupful of water in which the fish was boiled. Let the fish cool in the water, then put it in an earthen jar. Pour the boiling liquid over and let stand for a day or 2 before using. Pickled salmon, Recipe 2. Cut the fish into large pieces and cook until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain, cool, and skin. Put into a preserving kettle 2 quarts of vinegar, 1 cupful of boiling water, 4 blades of mace, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, a dozen cloves, 2 tablespoonfuls of mustard seed, an onion sliced, a dozen peppercorns, 1 small red pepper, 2 bay leaves, a teaspoonful of celery seed. Bring to the boil, put in the fish, boil up once and cool. Let stand for 2 or 3 days before using. Pickled salmon, Recipe 3. Boil large pieces of salmon in salted and acidulated water. Drain and cool. Add 1 quart of the water in which the fish was cooked, 2 quarts of vinegar, a tablespoonful of peppercorns, grated nutmeg, and a dozen blades of mace. Boil for half an hour and cool. Pour over the salmon, add a tablespoonful of olive oil, cover, and keep in a cool place for 2 or 3 days before using. Spiced salmon. Mix half a cupful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, 2 cloves, a bay leaf. Spiced salmon. Mix half a cupful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, 2 cloves, a bay leaf, an inch of stick cinnamon, a teaspoonful of salt, and a pinch of black pepper. Bring to the boil and pour over salmon steaks which have been boiled, drained, and cooled. Let stand for 2 or 3 hours before serving. Salmon soufflé. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stale bread crumbs, a teaspoonful of grated onion, a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Add 1 cupful of flaked salmon. Mix thoroughly and fold in the salmon and bake in a pan of hot water in a moderate oven for 45 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon on toast. Reheat 2 cupfuls of cold salmon steaks in a cupful of drawn butter sauce, seasoning with salt and red pepper. Take from the fire and add 1 egg beaten light with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Pour over slices of fried bread, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Salmon timbales. Flake a pound of cooked salmon and rub to a paste. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Add a tablespoonful of chopped almonds and unbeaten whites of 3 eggs. Mix thoroughly and stir in 1 cupful of cream whipped solid. Put into small buttered molds, set into boiling water, and bake for 20 minutes. Turn out and serve with hollandaise sauce. Salmon Turbo Recipe 1. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 eggs well beaten, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Put into a baking pan alternate layers of the sauce and cold flaked salmon. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Salmon Turbo Recipe 2. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and salt and pepper to season. Put a layer of flaked salmon into a buttered baking dish, spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Bake for half an hour. Salmon box. Line a square tin mold with hot boiled rice. Fill the center with cold boiled salmon, flaked and seasoned with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Cover with rice, steam for an hour, turn out onto a platter, and serve with egg sauce. Salmon with cucumber sauce. Put a large cut of salmon into a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, a bunch of parsley, a chopped onion, and sweet herbs. Add half a cupful of white wine and enough stock to cover. Simmer until the fish is done and drain carefully. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Peel and slice 3 small cucumbers. Parboil in salted water, drain, and fry in butter with a little sugar. Add to the sauce with a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 1. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten and 1 pound of cold cooked salmon flaked. Let cool. Shape into croquettes, dip into egg and crumb, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 2. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 3 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, red pepper, and minced parsley. Take from the fire. Add the juice of a lemon and a can of flaked salmon. Mix thoroughly and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 3. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of flour and 2 of butter. Add a cupful of cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add an egg well beaten, half a cupful of crumbs, a small can of flaked salmon, and salt, red pepper, and powdered mace to season. Mix thoroughly. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip into an egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 4. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour and add 1 cupful of cream in which the yolks of 2 eggs have been beaten. Cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a pound can of salmon, flaked, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Stir in the beaten whites of the eggs and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tomato sauce. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 5. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a small can of flaked salmon, pepper and salt to season, and 3 eggs well beaten. Reheat, but do not boil. When it thickens, take from the fire and cool. When cold, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 6. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and celery salt. Add 2 cupfuls of canned salmon freed from the skin, fat, and bone and chopped fine. Mix thoroughly and spread on a platter to cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat. Serve with green peas. Swedish salmon croquettes. Cook 1 cupful of white stock with a tablespoonful of butter, the yolks of 2 eggs, and parsley, pepper, and salt, and grated onion to season. Add a can of flaked salmon and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Salmon cutlets. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 3 of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of salmon, chopped, the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and salt and red pepper to season. Mix thoroughly and cool. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon chops. Prepare according to directions given for salmon croquettes. Shape into chops, dip into egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Baked salmon loaf. Recipe 1. Put a cupful of milk into a double boiler and add enough breadcrumbs to make a smooth paste. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of salmon, chopped, half a cupful of cream, salt and red pepper to season, and 3 eggs beaten separately, folding in the stiffly beaten whites last. Mix thoroughly, pour into a buttered mold, set into a pan of hot water, and bake until firm in a moderate oven. Salmon loaf. Recipe 2. Mash a can of salmon, add the juice of a lemon and half a cupful of fresh breadcrumbs, 3 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and 4 eggs beaten separately, folding the stiffly beaten whites last. Put into a buttered mold and steam for an hour. Add to the oil drained from the salmon 1 cupful of boiling milk, 1 tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold milk, and a tablespoonful of butter. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, a teaspoonful of tomato ketchup, and mace and pepper to season. Turn the mold out on a platter and pour the sauce around it. Salmon loaf. Recipe 3. Flake a can of salmon and mix it with the pounded yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, a tablespoonful of capers, and pepper, salt, mace, and parsley to season. Dissolve a teaspoonful of anchovy paste in a cupful of boiling water. Add a tablespoonful of lemon juice and a tablespoonful of soaked gelatine. Heat until the gelatine is dissolved and mix with the fish. Butter a mold and arrange upon it the rings of the hard-boiled eggs. Put the fish into it and put on ice until perfectly cold and firm. Turn out on a platter and serve with mayonnaise. Salmon loaf. Recipe 4. Drain the oil from a can of salmon, remove skin, fat, and bone, and flake the fish with a silver fork. Add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs, put into a buttered pan, and bake for half an hour. Add to the drained oil 1 cupful of milk. Thicken it with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add 1 egg well beaten. Fricasseed salmon. Reheat a can of flaked salmon in a cupful of drawn butter sauce, adding half a cupful of cream and salt, red and white pepper to season. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, pour over buttered toast, and sprinkle with parsley. Curried salmon. Recipe 1. Chop a small onion fine and fry in butter. Add to it the liquor drained from the can of salmon, a tablespoonful of flour, and when the flour is smooth, add half a cupful of water, a teaspoonful each of curry powder and lemon juice, and salt and pepper to taste. Add a can of salmon flaked, reheat, and serve. Curried salmon. Recipe 2. Fry a chopped onion in olive oil, and when the onion is brown, add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Reheat flaked canned salmon in the sauce and serve with a garnish of sliced lemon. Curried salmon. Recipe 3. Fry a chopped onion brown in olive oil. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of curry powder and a tablespoonful of flour. When the flour is cooked, add 2 cupfuls of hot water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a tablespoonful of tomato ketchup or chutney sauce and salt and pepper to season. Add a can of salmon flaked. Reheat and serve. Creamed salmon. Bring to the boil 1 cupful of cream and half a cupful of milk. Add a teaspoonful of butter and 2 teaspoonsful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 1 can of flaked salmon. Fill ramekins with the mixture, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed salmon on toast. Prepare the fish according to directions given for baked creamed salmon. Pour over slices of buttered toast, sprinkle with minced parsley, and served. Baked cream salmon. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk or cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season, and a can of flaked salmon. Reheat and arrange in a baking dish with alternate layers of crumbs and butter, having crumbs and butter on top. Bake in the oven until brown. Salmon patties. Prepare creamed salmon according to the directions given in the recipe for baked creamed salmon. Fill patty shells and serve. A scalloped salmon, recipe 1. Prepared creamed salmon according to directions given for baked creamed salmon. Put into a buttered baking dish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. A scalloped salmon, recipe 2. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add a cupful of water, the juice of a lemon, a small onion chopped, the yolks of 3 boiled eggs mashed smooth, and pepper and salt to season. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of flaked salmon, reheat, and serve. Coquille of salmon. Prepare creamed salmon according to directions given in the recipe for baked creamed salmon, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Put into buttered shells or individual dishes with alternate layers of cooked mushrooms. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Deviled salmon. Prepare creamed salmon according to the directions given for baked creamed salmon, adding half a cupful of Worcestershire sauce and the juice of a lemon. Fill individual dishes or a large baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Banked salmon. Reheat a can of salmon in a cream sauce. Arrange on a platter and put around it a border of mashed potatoes. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Pressed salmon. Mix together 2 beaten eggs, a tablespoonful of butter, 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, a can of salmon, flaked, and salt and pepper to season. Turn into a buttered mold, steam for half an hour, and serve cold with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Molded salmon. Free a pint can of salmon from fat, skin, and bone and flake the fish with a silver fork. Add salt and pepper to season, half a cupful of cracker crumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter melted, and 3 eggs beaten separately. Mix thoroughly. Put into a buttered mold and steam for an hour. Serve with drawn butter sauce to which chopped olives and capers have been added. Salmon and green peppers. Prepared creamed salmon according to the directions given for baked creamed salmon. Cut slices from the tops of sweet green peppers and remove the seeds and fiber. Fill with the prepared salmon, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and put into a pan of hot water and bake for 20 or 30 minutes. Salmon in casserole. Chop a large onion and fry it in butter. Add a cupful of bread crumbs and 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk. Bring to the boil, add salt and pepper to season, a flaked can of salmon, and 2 eggs well beaten. Pour into a buttered casserole, dot with butter, and bake brown. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Broiled smoked salmon, recipe 1. Soak for 12 hours, changing the water 3 times. Drain, wipe dry, dip in olive oil and vinegar, and broil. Serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Broiled smoked salmon, recipe 2. Cut into narrow strips, parboil for 10 minutes, drain, cover with cold water, let stand for 15 minutes, wipe dry, and broil. Season with red pepper and lemon juice and serve with buttered toast. Broiled smoked salmon, recipe 3. Cut smoked salmon into strips and broil carefully. Pour over it melted butter and lemon juice. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Broiled smoked salmon, recipe 4. Parboil slices of smoked salmon for 20 minutes. Drain, cool, rub with flour, broil carefully, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled smoked salmon, recipe 5. Wash thoroughly and soak salmon for a few hours as it is very salty. Cover with warm water, simmer for 15 or 20 minutes, drain, wipe dry, rub with butter, and broil. Broiled salmon à la maître d'hôtel. Soak the smoked salmon for an hour in cold water, then drain and wipe dry. Brush with melted butter and broil carefully. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Smoked salmon. Cut it into thin slices, warm it up in a little olive oil, strain the oil when it is warmed, add to it lemon juice and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Broiled kippered salmon. Cut the salmon into strips, wrap in buttered paper, and broil carefully over a clear fire. Remove the paper and serve. Fried kippered salmon. Soak slices of kippered salmon in olive oil for several hours. Drain off the oil and fry the salmon slices in it. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Broiled salt salmon. Soak the fish for 36 hours in cold water, changing the water often. Drain, wipe dry, rub with melted butter, broil, and serve with egg sauce. Boiled salt salmon. Soak the fish overnight. Drain, rinse, and simmer for 15 or 20 minutes. Season with pepper and butter and garnish with parsley. Pickled salt salmon. Prepare according to directions given for pickled salmon, soaking the salt fish for 12 hours before cooking. Salt salmon in papillotes. Cut the fish into strips, soak for an hour in cold water, drain and dry. Season with pepper and wrap each piece in tough, well-buttered paper, twisting the ends. Broil carefully over clear coals, unwrap, and serve with any preferred sauce. P.S. This is an insignificant fraction of what we really know about salmon. We are saving the rest for a piscatorial encyclopedia. End of section 28.
Chapter 29 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 29. 14 Ways to Cook Salmon Trout. Fried salmon trout cutlets. Cut cutlets from a large salmon trout, dip in seasoned crumbs, and sauté in hot fat. Serve with cream sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 1. Wrap the prepared and cleaned fish in mosquito netting. Tie firmly, cover with cold, salted water. Bring to the boil and boil slowly until done. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 2. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put on the grate in a fish kettle. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add a bunch of sweet herbs, a clove of garlic, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add enough claret to cover and simmer until done. Drain the fish, strain the liquid, thicken if desired, and serve the sauce separately. Boiled salmon trout. 3. Wrap a small cleaned fish in mosquito netting, sew up, and simmer in salted and acidulated water until tender. Take up carefully, remove the netting, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with egg or cream sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 4. Clean a salmon trout, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put into a fish kettle with equal parts of white wine and stock or water to cover. Add a carrot, an onion, a bay leaf, and 2 or 3 beans of garlic. Cook the fish slowly. Drain and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 1 pint. Thicken with butter and flour, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked salmon trout. 1. Clean a salmon trout, stuff it with seasoned crumbs, and sew up. Put into a fish kettle with a quart of white wine, half a cupful of butter, a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley, a can of button mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Cover and cook in a moderate oven for an hour. Take up carefully. Skin the fish, Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Reduce the gravy by rapid boiling. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and serve in a gravy boat. Baked Salmon Trout 2. Prepare and clean the fish, and put into a buttered baking pan with enough water to keep from burning. Bake slowly, basting as required with melted butter and hot water. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add a cupful of cream, and half a cupful of boiling water in which a bit of soda has been dissolved. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour the sauce around the fish and serve. Baked Salmon Trout 3. Have a large salmon trout cleaned and larded. Put into a buttered baking pan. Rub the fish with salt and pepper, and pour over a wineglass full of Madeira. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting every 10 or 15 minutes with the liquid. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon Trout à la Genoise. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, remove the backbone, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put into a buttered pan with half a cupful of sherry, 2 cupfuls of stock, a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Cover with a buttered paper and cook slowly, basting often. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and lemon juice and anchovy essence to season. Serve the sauce separately. Salmon Trout à la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean the salmon trout and cook in salted and acidulated water, seasoning with salt, pepper, and parsley. Drain and serve with a Hollandaise sauce to which chopped cooked oysters have been added. Salmon Trout à la Maître d'Hôtel. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, split and broil, basting with oil if required. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Salmon Trout à la Richelieu. Put a clean salmon trout into a baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season, and enough white wine to keep from burning. Cover with a buttered paper and bake, basting frequently with the liquid. Drain the fish and add enough white stock or oyster liquid to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs, beaten with the juice of a lemon. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Pickled Salmon Trout. Clean the fish thoroughly and cut into strips. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with sliced onion. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Cover with pieces of fish, add more onions, and cover with cold water. Made very acid with good vinegar. Add a few cloves, a bit of ginger root, and a pinch of allspice. Bake slowly until the fish is tender, and serve cold. Salmon Trout with shrimp sauce. Prepare and clean a salmon trout and cook in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding a bunch of parsley. Drain and serve with shrimp sauce. End of Chapter 29. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 30. 20 Ways to Cook Sardines. Broiled sardines. 1. Broil a dozen large sardines on a double broiler. Lay on fingers of toast, garnish with lemon, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled sardines 2. Drain the fish and broil quickly on a double broiler. Serve on toast and garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled sardines 3. Drain large sardines, broil, lay on fingers of hot buttered toast, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and brown in the oven. Broiled sardines on toast. Drain large sardines, skin carefully, broil on a double broiler, arrange on fingers of hot buttered toast, and pour over a tablespoonful of melted butter and a cupful of canned tomatoes. Boil slowly until tender, take up carefully, rub the sauce through a coarse sieve, bring to the boil, and add a cupful of cream beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of flour. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, pour over the fish and serve. Baked sardines. 1. Skin a dozen sardines and heat in the oven. Drain the oil from them, bring to the boil, add 1 cupful of water, a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce, and salt and pepper to season. Take from the fire and add the yolk of an egg beaten with a teaspoonful each of vinegar and made mustard. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve with toasted crackers. Baked sardines 2. Drain the oil from large sardines, roll in cracker dust, season with pepper and lemon juice, and brown in the oven. Serve with toasted crackers. Baked sardines 3. Drain and skin a dozen large sardines, put in the oven and keep warm. Bring the oil to a boil, add a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce and a teaspoonful of tomato catsup. Arrange the fish on fingers of buttered toast, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked sardines 4. Marinate drained sardines in lemon juice, then drain, sprinkle with cracker crumbs, and put into a hot oven for 10 minutes. Cook together a heaping teaspoonful each of butter and flour, add 1 cupful of tomato juice, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, and sugar. Arrange the sardines on toasted strips of brown bread. Pour the sauce over and serve. Fried sardines. Drain large sardines, dip in egg and crumbs, fry and serve on toast. Curried sardines 1. Rub to a paste 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1 teaspoonful each of French mustard and curry powder, using lemon juice to make smooth. Drain and skin large sardines, spread with the paste, broil and serve on toast with a border of broiled tomatoes. Curried sardines 2. Mix together a teaspoonful each of sugar and curry powder, add a cupful of cream and the juice of half a lemon, bring to the boiling point, add a dozen sardines and heat thoroughly. Serve on toast with fried apple and sliced fried onion. Deviled sardines. Skin, split and bone a dozen sardines. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice and made mustard. Let stand for an hour in the seasoning. Broil and serve on toast, garnishing with lemon and parsley. Sardines à la maître d'hôtel. Skin large sardines, arrange on fingers of buttered toast, and heat in the oven. Add to 1 cupful of cream sauce a tablespoon of grated onion, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Sardines à la Piedmont. Skin a dozen sardines and put in the oven to heat. Put into a saucepan the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten with 1 teaspoonful each of malt vinegar, tarragon vinegar, and made mustard. Add a pinch of salt and a tablespoonful of butter. Stir until thick, but do not boil. Put the sardines on circles of fried or toasted bread, pour the sauce over, and serve. Stuffed sardines. Drain the oil from large sardines, skin and bone them, and stuff with chopped mushrooms, fine herbs and breadcrumbs, made smooth with brown stock. Wrap in buttered paper, heat thoroughly in the oven, unwrap carefully, and serve on a hot dish. Sardine salad. Drain a dozen large sardines, remove the skin and bone, and lay upon a bed of lettuce leaves. Sprinkle with hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine. Pour over a French dressing and serve with toasted crackers. Sardines and crusts. Scoop out the crumbs from stale French rolls and toast or fry in deep fat. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add a little boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with anchovy paste and Worcester sauce, and add drained and flaked sardines. Reheat, fill in the shells, fit on the covers, and serve with quarters of lemon. Sardine canapés. Skin, bone, and mash sardines. Rub to a smooth paste, using melted butter and lemon juice, and seasoning with salt and Tabasco sauce. Toast small triangles of crustless bread, butter them, spread with the sardine mixture, heat thoroughly in the oven, and serve piping hot as a first course at dinner or luncheon. Sardine in egg cups. Cut hard-boiled eggs in half crosswise, and take out the yolks. Cut a thin slice off the bottom of each cup. Rub the yolks to a smooth paste with olive oil, and add half a dozen sardines skinned, boned, and mashed. Season with salt, pepper, mustard, and lemon juice, fill the egg cups, and serve on lettuce leaves with French or mayonnaise dressing. Sardine egg cups à la Béarnaise. Prepare according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Heat in a double boiler or in the oven, being careful to keep dry. Pour over a Béarnaise sauce and serve hot. Sardines à la Cambridge. Boil and chop a peck of spinach. Add 1 cupful of fresh breadcrumbs and 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Mix thoroughly and add a dozen skinned and boned sardines pounded to a paste. Heat thoroughly, adding stock of water if needed. Put on a platter, shape into a mound, lay sardines on top, and garnish with sliced hard-boiled eggs and lemon. Sardine rarebit. Toast strips of bread, lay a broiled sardine on each, and keep warm. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of grated cheese, and gradually, as the cheese melts, the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with 1/4 of a cupful of cream. When smooth and thick, season with salt and Tabasco sauce. Pour over the sardines and serve. Garnish with lemon and parsley. End of section 30. Recorded by Gesine in May 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green, Section 31. 95 ways to cook shad. Broiled shad 1. Prepare and clean the fish, split and remove the backbone. Season with salt and pepper, dip in oil, broil carefully, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled shad 2. Marinate the prepared fish for an hour in olive oil, seasoned with salt, pepper, minced onion, and parsley. Drain and broil, basting with the oil as required. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. The onion and parsley may be omitted from the seasoning. Broiled shad 3. Clean the shad, split, remove the backbone, and marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, sprinkle with crumbs, and broil carefully. Serve with fine herbs sauce. Broiled shad 4. Prepare, clean, and split the fish. Put on a platter skin side down and sprinkle with sugar, pepper, and salt. Let stand overnight, broil, and serve with melted butter. Baked shad 1. Bake a shad in a buttered baking pan, adding enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste while baking with melted butter and lemon juice, seasoning with pepper and salt. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour until brown. Add slowly a cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked shad 2. Clean a large fish and stuff with seasoned crumbs mixed with minced parsley, adding enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Score one side of the fish deeply and lay a small strip of salt pork in each gash. Put the fish in a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, and add enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste as required with the drippings, adding more boiling water if necessary. Serve with hollandaise sauce or drawn butter sauce to which the mashed roe has been added. Bake shad 3. Stuff a fish with seasoned crumbs made smooth with melted butter. Season the fish with salt and pepper and cover with thin slices of breakfast bacon. Bake until well done, basting with melted butter and hot water. Add a teaspoonful each of lemon juice and anchovy essence to the gravy remaining in the pan and thicken with flour browned in butter. Serve the sauce separately. Baked shad 4. Stuff a large fish with seasoned crumbs, adding chopped onion and melted butter to taste. Sew up the fish and put it into a buttered baking pan with a cupful of salted boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Dredge with flour and bake, basting with the drippings. Take up the fish carefully and thicken the gravy with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour browned in butter and made smooth with a little cold water. Add a cupful of stock or water, the juice of a lemon, and Worcestershire sauce and kitchen bouquet to season. Strain through a sieve and serve with the fish. Baked shad 5. Stuff the cleaned fish with seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter. Wrap in a large sheet of buttered paper, fastening it securely, and bake in a moderate oven. Remove the paper carefully and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked shad 6. Leave the head on. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, cold ham or bacon minced fine, sweet marjoram, pepper, salt, mace or ground cloves, and a raw egg or 2 if necessary to bind. Put the fish into a deep buttered baking pan, fastening its tail in its mouth. Put into the pan enough water to cover, add half a cupful of port or claret, and a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour. Baste frequently with the gravy and bake until done. Pour the gravy over and serve. Baked shad 7. Prepare a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, the beaten yolk of an egg, a tablespoonful of powdered sweet herbs, a tablespoonful of chopped onion, a teaspoonful of lemon juice and salt, pepper, Worcester sauce, and powdered cloves to season. Stuff and sew up a prepared shad, lay on a buttered baking pan, cover with slices of salt pork, dredge with flour, season with salt and pepper, and bake, basting with hot water and melted butter as required. Serve with Hollandaise sauce. Baked shad 8. Clean a shad and stuff with seasoned crumbs mixed with beaten eggs. Cover a buttered dish with sliced raw potatoes. Lay the shad upon it. Add enough stock or water to keep from burning and bake. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked shad 9. Stuff the fish with cracker crumbs mixed with minced parsley, capers, and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper, and adding enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Put the fish in a buttered baking pan, rub with butter, dredge with flour, and add enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste every 10 minutes with the gravy in the pan and melted butter, dredging lightly after each basting with seasoned flour. Serve with brown sauce. Baked shad 10. Trim and clean a small shad, put it into a buttered baking dish, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Add water or stock if necessary to keep from burning. Cover with buttered paper and bake for half an hour. Prepare a cupful of allemande sauce and add to it the liquid drained from the fish and a little chopped cooked spinach. Strain over the fish and serve. Shad baked in milk. Clean a large roe shad, saving the roe and removing the backbone. Soak stale bread in cold water and squeeze dry. Chop a large onion fine and fry in butter. Add the bread and salt, pepper, parsley, and sage to season. Cook thoroughly, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Stuff the fish, sew up, rub with salt, and put in a buttered baking pan with thin slices of salt pork or bacon to cover the top. Fill the pan with sweet milk, leaving only the pork exposed. Bake slowly, basting often. Take up the fish carefully, strain the liquor, thicken with butter and flour, and serve separately. Fry the roe in butter, cut in slices, and garnish the fish with it. Baked shad à la Virginia. Clean the fish and stuff with seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter. Put in a baking pan with enough boiling water to keep it from burning, and bake until done, basting with melted butter and the liquid in the pan. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour browned in butter and mix smooth with cold water. Season with catsup, lemon juice, sherry, or Madeira. Serve the sauce separately. Baked shad a la Carolina. Clean a large roe shad, leaving the head on. Take out the backbone and stuff with the boiled roe chopped, 6 chopped hard-boiled eggs, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, a chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter and salt, pepper and minced parsley to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, and put in a buttered baking pan, adding enough hot water to keep from burning, 3 or 4 slices of bacon, and salt and pepper to season. Baste often and serve with tartar sauce. Baked shad with fine herbs. Sprinkle a buttered baking dish with chopped onion and parsley. Lay the prepared fish upon it and sprinkle with onion and parsley, seasoning with salt, pepper, and dots of butter. Add half a cupful of white wine and a cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven. Take up the fish carefully and thicken the gravy with flour cooked in butter. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of a lemon over and serve. Baked shad stuffed with oysters. Rub a large cleaned fish with salt inside and out. Stuff with oysters and seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter, and bake, basting with melted butter and hot water. Thicken the gravy with flour browned in butter, adding a little hot water or stock if necessary. Season with lemon juice and catsup and serve the sauce separately. Stuffed shad 1. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, half a cupful of tomatoes, an onion chopped fine, half a cupful of melted butter, and salt and pepper to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, rub with butter, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and bake for an hour, basting often with melted butter and hot water. Serve with tomato sauce. Stuffed shad 2. Season a cupful of cracker crumbs with grated onion, minced capers and parsley. Add a heaping tablespoonful of butter and salt and pepper to season. Or fry a small chopped onion in butter. Add a cupful of crumbs, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Take from the fire and add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little milk. Stuff the cleaned shad and sew up. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with thin slices of salt pork. Lay the fish upon it. Cover with more pork. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning, and bake, basting frequently. For the sauce, melt half a cupful of butter and add to it the juice of half a lemon and 3 tablespoonfuls of claret. Serve the sauce separately. Stuffed shad 3. Prepare a shad as for boiling and stuff with seasoned crumbs, adding the beaten yolk of an egg to bind. Fill the fish and sew up. Put into a baking pan enough water or stock to keep from burning and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Bake carefully, basting as required. Take up the fish and add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour browned in butter. Season with lemon juice, catsup, and sherry or Madeira. Pour around the fish and serve. Roasted shad. Marinate the cleaned fish for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and thyme. Drain, wrap in oiled paper, fastening securely, and bake carefully. Take up the fish and serve with ravigote sauce. Toasted shad. Put into a baking pan a tablespoonful of butter and lay a cleaned and split shad upon it, skin side up. Place it under a gas flame until the skin is puffed and blistered. Turn out on a hot platter, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and serve garnished with lemon and parsley. Planked shad 1. Prepare the fish as for boiling. Butter the plank and tack the fish upon it, skin side down. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and butter, and bake it in the oven. Serve on the plank. Planked shad 2. Split the shad as for broiling and tack it on a buttered fish plank, skin side down. Rub with melted butter and cook under a gas flame or in the oven. Season with salt, pepper, and melted butter. Surround with a border of mashed potatoes. Garnish with lemon and parsley and serve on the plank. Planked shad 3. Tack the split fish on a buttered board, flesh side up. Put into the oven and bake until brown, basting with melted butter, season with walnut catsup. Serve with a garnish of pickled walnuts. Planked shad 4. Tack a large split shad, skin side down, on a buttered plank. Spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and pour over a tablespoonful of walnut catsup or white wine. Cook under a gas flame, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Panned shad. Split the fish down the back, remove the backbone, and put it into a buttered baking pan, flesh side up. Rub with butter, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and bake it in the oven. Garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Stewed shad. Prepare and clean a small shad and soak it for 2 or 3 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with onion and parsley. Put it in a buttered stew pan with half a wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, 4 sprigs of parsley, a sprig of celery, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, and 2 cloves. Add 2 handfuls of picked and washed sorrel or spinach, chopped fine. Season with salt and pepper and simmer slowly for 2 hours. Take up the fish, thicken the gravy with butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish and serve. Pickled shad 1. Boil a shad in salted water to cover, drain and cool. Add to the water in which it was boiled half as much vinegar and a red pepper pod, whole cloves, allspice, and mace to season. Boil for an hour. Cut the fish into large pieces, put into an earthen jar, and pour the boiling spiced liquid over the fish. Cover and let stand for 2 days before using. Pickled shad 2. Cut a large shad into pieces, put a layer in the bottom of an earthen crock, sprinkle with salt, and add a few whole cloves, allspice, peppers, and bay leaves. Cover with fish, add more spices, and pour on strong vinegar to cover. Cover the dish, bake for 4 hours in a moderate oven, and let stand for 3 or 4 days before using. Serve cold. Creamed shad. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful of grated onion, take from the fire and add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Add 2 cupfuls of cold cooked shad flaked fine, put into a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Shad vert prêt. Prepare and clean a small shad and put into a buttered baking dish with salt and pepper to season, 2 finely chopped shallots, and half a wineglassful of white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven. Take up the fish, add the juice to a cupful of allemande sauce, and tint green with minced parsley and spinach juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled shad roe 1. Soak 2 shad roes for 20 minutes in a seasoned olive oil, drain, and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled shad roe 2. Wash and dry the roe and broil on a well-greased broiler, rubbing with butter while broiling. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled shad roe 3. Parboil a large shad roe, drain, rub with melted butter, and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled shad roe 4. Parboil the roe for 10 minutes in salted water, drain and plunge into ice water for 10 minutes. Wipe dry and put on ice for half an hour. Rub with oil and lemon juice, broil, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled shad roe 5. Wash a shad's roe in cold water, wipe it dry, rub with butter, and broil. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled shad roe with bacon. Marinate the roe in seasoned oil, broil carefully, surround with slices of broiled bacon, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fried shad roe 1. Sauté in hot lard, turning carefully. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried shad roe 2. Season the roes with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Fried shad roe 3. Parboil the roe in salted water, drain, plunge into cold water, and let stand for 10 minutes. Drain, wipe dry, cut in half-inch slices, dip in seasoned lemon juice, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Fried shad roe 4. Parboil the roe, drain, and cool. Dredged with seasoned flour and sauté in butter. Fried shad roe 5. Parboil the roe for 10 minutes in salted and acidulated water. Drain, plunge into cold water and cool. Drain, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried shad roe 6. Season the roe, dip it in cornmeal and sauté in butter or lard. Or parboil, cool, season, dip in beaten egg, then in cracker crumbs and sauté in butter or lard. Baked Shad Roe 1. Butter a baking dish and sprinkle thickly with chopped onion, parsley, and mushrooms. Lay the roes upon it, sprinkle with more onion, parsley, and mushrooms, season with salt and pepper, and dot with butter. Add half a cupful of white wine and 1 cupful of white stock. Bake carefully, basting as required. Drain, thicken the gravy with flour cooked in butter, pour over the roes, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Baked Shad Roe 2. Boil the shad roe slowly until done. Drain and put into a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper, spread with butter, and dredge thickly with flour. Bake in a moderate oven, basting frequently with melted butter and hot water. Baked Shad Roe 3. Cover the roe from a large shad with boiling water and drain. Put into a buttered baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of stock, and salt and paprika to season. Bake slowly until done. Strain the liquid and thicken with the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with 1 cupful of cream. Pour over the sauce and serve with thin slices of broiled bacon. Baked Shad Roe 4. Lay the roe in a buttered baking pan, season, add a little milk, and bake about 15 minutes, basting often. Take up, sprinkle with lemon juice, salt, cayenne, and minced parsley, and pour over a cream sauce to which the yolks of 2 well-beaten eggs have been added. Baked Shad Roe 5. Butter a baking dish, put in 2 shad roes, season with salt and pepper, and add half a cupful of white wine. Bake carefully, basting as required. Chop an onion, 2 sprigs of parsley, and 10 mushrooms. Fry in butter, add the liquid drained from the fish, and thicken with a little flour rubbed smooth in cold water. Spread the paste upon the roe, cover with large fresh mushrooms, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve immediately in the same dish. Baked Shad Roe 6. Butter an earthen dish and sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley, mushrooms, and breadcrumbs. Lay 2 skinned shad roes upon it, cover with crumbs, mushrooms, minced onion, and parsley, and pour over 1 cupful of white stock mixed with a tablespoonful of sherry. Bake for half an hour, drain off the sauce, strain it, and thicken with flour and butter cooked together. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with lemon juice, and brown in the oven. Shad Roe baked with bacon. Cover the bottom of a baking pan with thin slices of bacon, lay the shad roes upon it, cover with bacon, and bake in a very hot oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve with bacon as a garnish. Shad roe baked in tomato sauce. Boil the roe, drain, cool, and skin. Cook together for 10 minutes 1 cupful of canned tomatoes, 1 cupful of stock or water, a slice of onion, and salt and pepper to season. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add the tomato and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Rub the sauce through a strainer. Put the roe on a buttered baking dish, season with salt and pepper, cover with the sauce and bake. Serve in the dish in which it was baked. Shad roe baked with cream sauce. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter and add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper and continue according to directions given for shad roe baked in tomato sauce. Escalloped shad roe 1. Boil the roes in salted and acidulated water, drain, and flake with a fork. Spread a layer of the roe in a shallow buttered baking dish, sprinkle with chopped hard-boiled eggs, season with minced parsley and lemon juice, add a thin layer of cream sauce and repeat. Cover with buttered crumbs and bake brown. Escalloped shad roe 2. Prepare according to directions given above, sprinkling crumbs on each layer of cream sauce and adding grated cheese to the crumbs on top. Escalloped shad roe 3. Boil the roes in salted and acidulated water, plunge into cold water, cool, drain, wipe dry, and mash. Add the chopped yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs to a cupful of well-seasoned drawn butter sauce. Mix the sauce with the roes. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with seasoned crumbs, add the roe mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Escalloped shad roe 4. Parboil in salted water the roes of 2 shad, drain, plunge into ice water for 10 minutes, drain, wipe dry, and flake with a fork. Add the yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs rubbed smooth with a teaspoonful of anchovy paste and the juice of half a lemon. Add also 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, salt, cayenne, and minced parsley to season, and 1 cupful of drawn butter sauce. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with crumbs, fill with the mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Shad roe croquettes 1. Boil the roe for 15 minutes in salted water, drain, and mash. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and cornstarch. Add 2 cupfuls of hot cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the mashed roe and salt, cayenne, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice to season. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roe croquettes 2. Simmer shad roes in salted boiling water for 15 minutes. Drain and plunge into cold water. When cold, drain, dry, cut into slices 2 inches thick, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, dip in egg, roll in crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 3. Boil the roe, cool, skin, and mash fine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour, and 1/2 cupful of cream and 1/2 cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 well-beaten eggs and the mashed roe, and cool. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice and minced parsley, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Shad roe croquettes 4. Parboil 2 shad roes, drain, cool, skin, and mash. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 1 cupful of boiling cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs and minced parsley, lemon juice, grated nutmeg, salt, pepper, and cayenne to taste. Reheat, stir until thick, add the mashed shad roe, mix thoroughly, and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 5. Cook the roe in boiling salted and acidulated water for 15 minutes, drain and mash. Beat together 1/4 cupful each of cornstarch and butter, add 1 1/2 cupfuls of hot cream and cook for 10 minutes, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon, a grating of nutmeg, salt, and paprika to season, the mashed roe, and a few chopped mushrooms fried. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roe croquettes 6. Simmer 2 shad roes in salted boiling water for 15 minutes. Take from the fire, drain, skin, and mash. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add gradually 1 cupful of boiling cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs, the mashed roe, 1 tablespoonful each of lemon juice and minced parsley, and salt, pepper, cayenne, and grated nutmeg to season. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and put into the icebox for an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 7. Boil the roe of a large shad until done, drain, mash, and mix with half a cupful of breadcrumbs, a beaten egg, 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and salt and paprika to season. Shape into small flat cakes and sauté in melted butter, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roe croquettes 8. Parboil the roes in salted and acidulated water, drain and plunge into ice water to cool. Drain and flake with a fork. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add a cupful of milk, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, add the mashed roes and 2 eggs well beaten. Season with lemon juice and anchovy paste. Reheat, but do not boil. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and cracker crumbs, and let stand for an hour before frying in deep fat. Shad roe à la Baltimore. Put 2 or 3 roes into a well-buttered baking dish, sprinkle with salt and pepper, add a cupful and a half of stock and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cover and cook in the oven for 15 minutes. Take up the roe and add slowly to the liquid the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with 1 cupful of cream. Cook over hot water until thick, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and salt and pepper to season. Pour over the fish, garnish with broiled bacon, and serve. Shad roe à la Brooke. Parboil 2 shad roes, drain, cool, and skin. Put into a saucepan, cover with white wine, add a clove, a blade of mace, and salt to season. Simmer for half an hour. Wash and drain 2 cupfuls of scallops, put into a saucepan and cover with salted boiling water, adding a bit of bay leaf, 4 whole allspice, and 2 cloves. Cover the dish and boil for half an hour. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a cupful of the water in which the scallops were boiled and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, add a teaspoonful of minced garlic and gradually 3 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Put the roe into a serving dish, cover with the scallops and freshly grated horseradish. Pour the sauce over, reheat, and serve. Shad roe à la maître d'hôtel. Marinate the roes for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, broil, and serve with a maître d'hôtel sauce to which chopped onion has been added. Shad roe à la Maryland. Put 2 or 3 roes in a well-buttered baking pan, season with salt and pepper, add half a cupful each of stock and sherry, spread the roe with butter, cover, and bake for 15 minutes. Take up carefully and thicken the liquid with the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with a cupful of cream. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, pour over the roe, garnish with fried bacon, and serve. Panned shad roe. Boil a shad roe for 15 minutes in salted water, drain, and break up with a fork. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add the shad roe with the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs mashed fine, a small cupful of breadcrumbs, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Reheat and serve very hot. Shad roes en brochette. Parboil shad roes for 15 minutes, drain, and plunge into cold water. When cool, cut into small pieces and roll in flour. String on slender skewers with alternate squares of bacon cut very thin and broil over a clear fire or cook in the oven until the bacon is crisp. The flour may be omitted. Serve with melted butter or maître d'hôtel sauce. Shad roe kromskis. Parboil a shad roe, Drain, cool, skin, and cut into small pieces. Season with salt and pepper. Wrap a thin slice of bacon around each piece and fasten with a toothpick. Fry in deep fat and serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roes with brown butter sauce. Boil the roes slowly in salted and acidulated water. Drain and pour over half a cupful of butter melted and browned and mixed with a tablespoonful of vinegar. Shad roe with mushrooms. Boil a shad roe, flake with a fork, and add an equal quantity of fresh or canned mushrooms cut in small pieces. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour and add half a cupful of cream mixed with the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Mix with the mushrooms and roe. Fill ramekins, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed shad roe with mushrooms. Parboil a shad roe, plunge into cold water, drain, cool, cut into squares, and sauté in butter until brown. Season with salt and pepper and add half a cupful of cooked mushrooms and 1 cupful of boiling cream. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth with a little cold cream. Season with salt and red pepper and serve very hot. Shad roe with eggs. Boil a shad roe and flake fine with a fork. Beat 3 eggs, season with salt and pepper, add the roe, and cook in a chafing dish or frying pan with plenty of melted butter. Shad roe with oysters. Fry the shad roe according to directions previously given and serve with fried oysters and broiled bacon. Shad roe with brown sauce. Soak a shad roe in water for half an hour, scald, drain, cool, and cut in slices. Sauté in butter and drain. Cook a tablespoonful of flour in the butter, add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, Worcestershire, and curry powder. Pour over the fish and serve. End of section 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Cooksey. www.kiwivoice.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 32. 16 ways to cook sheepshead. Boiled sheepshead. Clean and salt the fish and soak in cold water for an hour. Drain, wipe dry, and cut several deep gashes across both sides. Put the fish on the drainer of the fish kettle, pour the juice of a lemon over it, and cover with equal parts of milk and water. Add salt and pepper and minced parsley to season and simmer gently until the fish is done. Drain carefully and serve the sauce separately, thickening if desired. Boiled sheepshead with oyster sauce. Boil a prepared and cleaned fish in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and some sweet herbs. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with a hollandaise sauce to which cooked oysters have been added. Broiled sheepshead. Prepare and clean a large sheepshead. Score the sides deeply and broil, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with oil. Melt half a cupful of butter and add it to the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Fried fillets of sheep's head. Prepare and clean the fish and cut in fillets. Dip into salted milk, then in flour, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Sheep's head with caper sauce. Boil according to directions previously given and serve with caper sauce. Sheep's head with drawn butter. Clean a medium-sized fish. Rub with salt and pepper, steam for an hour. Take up carefully, garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve with drawn butter sauce. Sheep's head with parsley sauce. Cook the prepared and cleaned fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, and serve with parsley sauce. Sheep's head a la Bahama. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and remove the fins. Score deeply to the bone on both sides and put into a buttered fish pan with a chopped onion, a small bunch of parsley, 4 sliced tomatoes, and 4 chopped chili peppers. Add salt and pepper to season, 1 cupful of Catawba wine, and enough white stock to cover. Cover with a buttered paper and boil until done. Drain, strain the liquid through a coarse sieve, and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoons of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Cover the fish with broiled tomatoes, pour the sauce around, and serve. Sheep's head a la Birmingham. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and put into a buttered fish pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, a shredded green pepper, a chopped onion, 6 peeled and sliced tomatoes, 2 cupfuls each of white wine and water, and salt and paprika to season. Simmer until the fish is done. Drain and keep warm. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour browned in butter. Pour over the fish and serve with rice and baked green peppers. Sheep's head a la Caroline. Clean a sheep's head, cut off the fins and score to the bone on each side. Put into a buttered baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, a small chopped onion, a shredded green pepper, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful of white wine and 2 cupfuls of water or white stock. Cover with buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven, basting often with the liquid. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, thicken with flour cooked in butter, take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of a lemon, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Sheep's head a la Creole. Chop together an onion, a green pepper, a tomato, 4 mushrooms, a clove of garlic, and a bunch of sweet herbs. Fry in olive oil, add a tablespoonful of flour and cook until the flour is brown. Add 1 cupful of beef stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put 6 slices of sheep's head into a buttered baking pan, spread with the sauce, and bake slowly for an hour. Sheep's head a la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean a sheep's head, cover with salted and acidulated water, and simmer until done. Drain and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Sheep's head a l'Indienne. Cook a large sheep's head in a fish boiler, 2 cupfuls each of water and white wine, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 chopped onions, a chopped green pepper, a bunch of parsley, and salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Cover with buttered paper, boil until done, and drain. Cook 3 tablespoonfuls of butter with 2 tablespoonfuls each of flour and curry powder, add the liquid drained from the fish, and enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and skim off the fat. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and chutney sauce, take from the fire, add the juice of a lemon, pour over the fish, and serve with plain boiled rice. Sheep's head a la Louisiane. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and put into a buttered baking dish with 2 sliced onions, a chopped green pepper, a cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, 2 cupfuls of white wine, a bunch of parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and white pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes, basting as necessary. When done, drain the fish and keep it warm. Strain the liquid and add enough brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour browned in butter, add the juice of a lemon and a little minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve with a border of plain boiled rice. Sheepshead a la Majestic. Butter a baking pan and line it with sliced onions and tomatoes, sprinkled with salt, pepper and minced parsley. Lay upon it a clean sheepshead weighing 3 pounds. Sprinkle with salt, pepper and flour and add enough stock and white wine to keep from burning. Baste as required and serve with the onions and tomatoes around the platter. Sheepshead a la Mobile. Prepare and clean a large fish and cut it into thin slices. Put it into a buttered saucepan with half a dozen sliced tomatoes, 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, 2 bruised beans of garlic, and salt, paprika, and sweet herbs to season. Add equal parts of claret and white stock to cover. Cover with buttered paper, bring to the boil and simmer for 40 minutes. Drain, strain the sauce, thicken with flour browned in butter, take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon, pour over the fish and serve. End of section 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Cooksey. www.kiwivoice.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 33. 9 Ways to Cook Skate. Fried skate. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into suitable pieces for serving. Dip in flour, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled skate. Prepare and clean a small skate and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Put into a kettle an onion and a carrot sliced, a bunch of parsley, a sprig of thyme, 2 bay leaves, tablespoonful each of salt and peppercorns, and half a cupful of vinegar. Put the fish on this, add cold water to cover, and boil slowly for 45 minutes. Drain, and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled skate with black butter. Boil the skate until tender in salted and acidulated water to cover, with onion, thyme, parsley, bay leaves, and pepper to season. Drain the fish and pour over half a cupful of brown butter, to which a tablespoonful of vinegar has been added. Boiled skate with caper sauce. Cook the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, and a bunch of parsley to the water, with salt and pepper to season. Drain, place on a hot dish, and serve with caper sauce. Boiled skate with oyster sauce. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, and serve with oyster sauce. Baked skate. Skin the fish and cut into suitable pieces for serving. Put into a buttered saucepan with the juice of half a lemon and a bunch of sweet herbs. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and pour in 2 cupfuls of milk. When nearly tender, drain, brown in the oven, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together, pour around the fish, and serve. Skate with fine herbs. Butter a baking dish and put into it pieces of prepared skate. Sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, onion, and parsley. Season with salt and pepper, add 2 wineglassfuls of sherry and half a cupful of stock. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid enough brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of anchovy essence, and the juice of half a lemon. Pour around the fish and serve. Skate à l'Italienne. Put the prepared fish into a buttered saucepan with a bean of garlic, 1 bay leaf, 2 sprigs of thyme, a tablespoonful of butter, 3 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Sprinkle with flour, cover the fish with milk, and simmer gently until done, then drain. Put into a serving dish, sprinkle with grated cheese, and garnish with boiled button onions and triangles of fried bread. Strain the sauce over and serve. Skate à la Royale. Parboil small pieces of skate, drain, cool, and marinate in oil and vinegar. Season with salt and pepper, drain, dip in batter, and fry. Serve with any preferred sauce.
End of section 33. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit librivox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 34. 35 Ways to Cook Smelts. Broiled Smelts 1. Dip prepared smelts in lemon juice and seasoned melted butter, then in flour. Broil in a double broiler and serve with remoulade sauce. Broiled Smelts 2. Draw and clean large smelts, dip in oil, season with salt and pepper, and broil on a double broiler. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled Smelts 3. Split and bone large smelts, rub with seasoned oil and broil. Serve with béarnaise sauce. Broiled Smelts 4. Soak the prepared fish for an hour in seasoned olive oil. Drain, broil carefully, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled Smelts 5. Take off the heads, split the fish, remove the backbone, and broil for 5 minutes on a buttered broiler. Garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with melted butter made very hot with red pepper. Broiled boned smelts à la béarnaise. Split a dozen good-sized smelts, take out the backbone, rubbed with seasoned oil, and broil on a double broiler. Pour béarnaise sauce into the platter, lay the smelts upon it, and serve. Broiled Smelts with onion sauce. Clean 6 or 7 large smelts, dip in beaten egg, then into seasoned crumbs, and string on skewers by the heads. Broil, basting with melted butter as required. Fry 2 teaspoonfuls of chopped onion in butter, but do not brown. Take from the fire, add a teaspoonful of vinegar and an equal quantity of minced parsley. Pour into a bowl and put on ice until cool. When ready to serve, mix a tablespoonful and a half of fresh butter with the sauce and make it into small balls. Serve 1 ball of the butter with each fish. Baked Smelts 1. Remove the heads, split, dip in melted butter, then in flour. Put into a buttered baking pan. Bake for 10 minutes. Sprinkle with cayenne and lemon juice, and serve. Baked Smelts 2. Put prepared smelts into a buttered baking dish. Sprinkle with chopped parsley and mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Pour over half a cupful of white wine, cover with the cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the baking dish. Baked Smelts 3. Clean 18 or 20 smelts and put into a baking dish with 1 tablespoonful each of chopped onion and celery. a wineglassful of white wine, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with large fresh mushrooms and a cupful of Spanish sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in a hot oven. Sprinkle with parsley, squeeze lemon juice over, and serve. Baked smelts à la Duchelle. Put a dozen cleaned and prepared smelts into a buttered baking dish and sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley, mushrooms, salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Cover with drawn butter sauce, to which a wineglassful of white wine has been added. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for 30 minutes. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Baked smelts à la Menton. Prepare according to the instructions given for baked smelts à la Duchelle, omitting the chopped onion and the wine from the sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated Parmesan cheese. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of a lemon over and serve. Fried smelts 1. Dip the prepared fish into seasoned melted butter, then into cornmeal, and fry in deep fat, or dip in beaten egg and cornmeal. Fried smelts 2. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, and sauté in hot fat, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Fried smelts 3. Dredge the cleaned fish with flour, dip in egg and crumbs, and sauté in a frying pan with butter, or fry in deep fat. Fried smelts 4. Dip the cleaned smelts in cream, then in seasoned flour, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts 5. Clean small smelts, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and crumbs, and string on skewers, piercing the head with a skewer. Fry in deep fat and serve with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Fried smelts 6. Clean the smelts, trim off the tails, and remove the backbone. Sprinkle with salt and pepper inside and out, and skewer into circles with toothpicks. Dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts à l'anglaise. Dip the cleaned fish into cracker crumbs, then in beaten eggs, then in cracker crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts au beurre noir. Clean the smelts, season with salt and pepper, dip in cornmeal, then in beaten egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Drain and serve with brown butter sauce. If desired, the fish may be skewered in circles before frying. Fried smelts à la Parisienne. Wash the smelts, remove the bone, wipe dry, dredge with flour, put their tails in their mouths, fasten with a toothpick, and fry in very hot fat. Garnish with hard-boiled eggs and serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts with salt pork. Clean the smelts, leaving them whole. Dip into fine crumbs or cornmeal. Cut half a pound of fat salt pork into dice and fry until crisp. Take up the pork, fry the fish in the fat, and drain on brown paper. Make a cream sauce using the pork fat instead of butter. Add to it the diced pork, pour around the fish, and serve. Stuffed smelts 1. Stuff the cleaned fish with breadcrumbs mixed with tomato and melted butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Bake in a buttered pan and serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed smelts 2. Stuff cleaned smelts with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Roll in melted butter, then in crumbs, and bake for 15 minutes, basting with melted butter. The breading may be omitted if a more simple dish is desired. Serve with béarnaise sauce. Stuffed smelts 3. Cook to a paste 1 cupful of crumbs and 1 cupful of milk. Beat smooth, add 1 egg, well beaten, a teaspoonful each of minced parsley, lemon juice, and chopped olives, and 1 cupful of chopped oysters. Stuff large smelts, lay them in a pan lined with buttered paper, skewer the head and tail together, and fill the circles with stuffing. Steam for 15 minutes or sprinkle with crumbs and butter, and bake. Stuffed smelts à l'italienne. Prepare, clean, and split the smelts, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and arrange in a buttered baking dish. Cover with Italian sauce and bake. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Chopped oysters or cooked fish may be used with or instead of the crumbs. Stuffed smelts au gratin. Chop half a pound of raw fish, either sea bass or salmon, and pound in a mortar to make very fine. Add 2 tablespoonsful of breadcrumbs, which have been soaked in hot milk and squeezed dry. Add the yolks of 2 eggs and the white of 1, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, and salt and pepper to season. Rub until very smooth, and fold in lastly 2 tablespoonfuls of whipped cream. Let cool thoroughly. Fry 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped onion in butter with 2 tablespoonsful of minced parsley and 1/4 pound of chopped fresh mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and set aside. Stuff the smelts with the fish paste. Butter a silver platter and spread it thinly with the fried onions and mushrooms. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine and lay the fish upon it. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, spread with the rest of the onion and mushrooms, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Smelts au gratin. Clean and dry 18 smelts. Fry together in butter a chopped onion, 2 shallots, twice the quantity of mushrooms, a minced bean of garlic, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Butter a baking dish, spread the cooked vegetables upon it, and lay upon it the prepared fish. Season with salt and pepper, moisten with half a glassful of white wine, cover with large fresh mushrooms, pour over a cupful of Spanish sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice and minced parsley and serve. The smelts may be boned if desired. Smelts au beurre noir. Roll the cleaned smelts in flour, sauté in butter, and arrange on fingers of buttered toast. Brown half a cupful of butter, add a tablespoonful of vinegar, pour over the fish, and serve. Smelts à la boulangère. Clean and dry the fish, dip into cream, then into flour, and fry in deep fat. Smelts à la Davis. Prepare and clean the fish, remove the bone, dip in milk, season with salt and pepper, dip in flour, and brown in butter. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of peanut butter and add it to the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve, garnishing with lemon and parsley. Smelts à la Toulouse. Clean and bone a dozen large smelts. Cook in a saucepan with white wine and mushroom liquor or stock, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain and add the remaining liquid to a cupful of Allemande sauce. Add a few button mushrooms and a tablespoonful of butter to the sauce. Pour over the smelts and serve. Smelts a la Dresden. Clean and remove the bone from large smelts and stuff them with seasoned crumbs, chopped oysters, and mushrooms rubbed to a paste with melted butter. Butter a serving dish, lay the prepared fish upon it, cover with chopped onion, and squeeze over the juice of a lemon. Add a tablespoonful of butter and a cupful of white stock and bake half an hour. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled smelts. Cook smelts in salted and acidulated water or in court bouillon. Drain and serve with tartar sauce. Smelts with mayonnaise. Dip the cleaned fish into beaten egg, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve cold with mayonnaise. Stewed smelts. Clean the fish and remove the heads. Put into a buttered china baking dish. Add enough fish or veal stock to cover, and chopped onions, capers, parsley, thyme, pepper, and salt, and white wine to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and bake for 10 or 15 minutes. Serve in the same dish. Smelts with fine herbs. Chop together chives and parsley and sprinkle a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper. Lay prepared smelts upon it. Sprinkle with chopped onions and seasoning. Add half a cupful of white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 10 minutes. Take up carefully and thicken the liquid with butter and flour cooked together, and serve with the fish. Smelt croquettes. Clean and split smelts and remove the backbone. Pound fine a pound of cooked halibut. Season with salt, white pepper, and sherry. Add enough very thick cream sauce to make a stiff paste, and cool. Shape into croquettes and roll a smelt around each one, fastening it by sticking the tail through the head. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in hot lard to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Smelts in matelote. Chop together an onion, a sprig of parsley, 3 mushrooms, and a bean of garlic. Fry in oil and season with salt and pepper. Put the cleaned smelts into the pan, add enough white wine to cover, and simmer until done. Strain the liquid, thicken it with butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish, and serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. End of Chapter 34. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Fall 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, aka Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 35. 55 Ways to Cook Soles. Note: if the imported sole is not readily obtainable, flounder or pompano make a very acceptable substitute. Boiled soles. Trim the soles, rub with lemon juice, and boil in salted water. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled sole. Recipe 1. Marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil on a double broiler and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled sole Recipe 2. Clean and skin a sole, dip in melted butter and lemon juice, then in seasoned crumbs, and broil. Remove the bone from an anchovy and rub it to a paste with a small lump of butter. Add a wineglassful of white wine and the juice of half a lemon and keep the sauce warm. Place the sole on a hot dish, pour the sauce over, and serve. Baked fillets of sole Recipe 1. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onions and parsley, lay fillets of sole upon it, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, add a wineglassful of white wine, and bake in the oven, basting frequently. Take up the fish carefully, add to the liquid a dozen chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of fresh breadcrumbs, and minced parsley to season. Lay the fillets on a baking dish, spread with the paste, cover with large fresh mushrooms, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve very hot in the same dish. Baked fillets of sole Recipe 2. Put the prepared fillets in a buttered baking dish, sprinkling with chopped onion, parsley, and mushrooms, and seasoning with salt and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of butter and enough white wine and white stock in equal parts to keep from burning. Bake, basting frequently. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a cupful of brown stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take up the fish, drain the liquor from the pan into the sauce and reheat. Spread the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of sole baked in white wine. Butter a baking dish and put into it 6 fillets of sole. Add half a cupful of hot water and a tablespoonful of lemon juice. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, seasoning with minced parsley, grated onion, salt, cayenne, and powdered mace. Add 1 cupful of white wine and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Drain the fish, pour the sauce over, and serve. Baked sole with wine sauce. Clean a large sole, trimming off the gills and dark skin and scraping the white side. Make a deep cut on each side of the backbone and take off the fins. Put into a buttered baking pan with salt and pepper to season and 2 cupfuls of white wine. Bake for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add a cupful of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain the liquor from the fish into the sauce, bring to a boil, add 1 tablespoonful each of butter and minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Fried sole Recipe 1. Remove the skin, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried sole Recipe 2. Skin and clean a pair of soles and marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Cool, trim, dip into melted butter, then into the beaten yolk of eggs, and then into seasoned crumbs. Sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese and broil slowly, basting with melted butter if needed. Serve with Maitre sauce. Fried fillets of sole Recipe 1. Marinate a sole for an hour in white wine, seasoned with salt, pepper, and sweet herbs. Drain, cut into fillets, dip in milk, dredge with flour, and fry in hot lard. Fried fillets of sole Recipe 2. Sprinkle the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs. Repeat. Fry in fat to cover and serve with tartar sauce. Fried fillets of sole à la Orlais. Soak the prepared fillets for an hour in lemon juice seasoned with grated onion, minced parsley, salt, and pepper. Drain, dry, dredge with flour or dip in batter. Fry in deep fat and serve with tomato sauce. Fried sole à la Anglaise. Dredge the prepared fish with flour, brush with the beaten yolk of an egg, cover with crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried sole à la Colbert Recipe 1. Cut the fish into fillets, dip in milk, then in flour, and fry brown. Serve with melted butter and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried sole à la Colbert Recipe 2. Select 6 small soles, cut off their heads, and make an incision down the backbone. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg crumbs, fry in hot fat, drain, and serve with Colbert sauce. Fried soles with shrimp sauce. Fillet the fish, dip in flour, then into egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with shrimp sauce. Sole à la Aurore. Butter a shallow platter, lay a sole upon it, Cover with buttered paper and put into the oven for 10 minutes. Take it out and remove the backbone, filling in its place with chopped onions and parsley. Replace the upper side of the fish. Cover with a cupful of cream sauce and put in the oven for 10 or 15 minutes. Rub the yolks of hard-boiled eggs through a sieve over the fish and garnish with the whites in rings, sliced lemon, and parsley. Fillets of sole à la Bercy. Cook some fillets of sole in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and minced onion. Take up the fish, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a teaspoonful of minced parsley and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Bordeaux. Season the prepared fillets with salt and pepper. Dip in melted butter, then into flour, then into beaten eggs, then into breadcrumbs. Fry brown in deep fat, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with tomato sauce. Soles à la Colbert. Skin and trim the soles and boil in salted water until done. Chop fine a head of endive and fry it in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of stock. Bring to boil, take from the fire, and add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cream. Place the soles on a hot dish, pour over the sauce, and serve. Fillets of sole à la crème. Simmer the prepared fillets in salted and acidulated water to cover, seasoning with salt and pepper, sliced onion, cloves, and parsley. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour and add 1 cupful of cream and half a cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of lemon juice and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Pour the sauce over the fillets and serve. Sole à la Depose. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with chopped shallot, and lay upon it the fillets of 3 soles. Add half a wineglassful of white wine and 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor. Cook for 6 minutes. Take up and reduce the liquid half by rapid boiling. Add to it 1 cupful of Allemande sauce, a dozen cooked mussels or oysters, and half a dozen small cooked mushrooms. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Française. Fry the fillets with a chopped onion and a tablespoonful of chopped parsley in seasoned butter. Serve with Italian sauce. Fillets of sole à la Italienne. Arrange the prepared fillets in a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, chopped onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Cook for 10 minutes and drain carefully, reserving the liquid. Add 4 tablespoons of chopped mushrooms and 2 cupfuls of Spanish sauce. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Joinville. Season the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg and put into a buttered baking pan with a tablespoonful of butter and half a cupful of white wine. Cover, cook for 10 minutes, and drain, reserving the liquid. Arrange on a serving dish and cover with cooked mushrooms, oysters, and lobster. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the fish gravy and 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a pinch of red pepper, and enough pounded lobster coral to tint. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Joinville, Recipe 2. Butter a flat baking dish and arrange in it, crown-shaped, the prepared and cleaned fillets of 3 soles. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, and salt and pepper to season. Cook for 6 minutes. Take up the fish and put on a hot dish. Cover with Allemande sauce, garnish with broiled mushrooms, and serve. Sole à la Maître d'Hôtel. Simmer fillets of sole for 6 minutes in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fillets of sole à la Maître d'Hôtel. Put the fillets into a buttered baking tin. Sprinkle with salt and lemon juice. Cover with buttered paper and cook in a hot oven for 6 minutes. Put the bones and trimmings of the fish into a saucepan with cold water to cover and simmer slowly. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add the strained fish stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1/4 cupful of cream, reheat, take from the fire. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, a dash of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to season. Arrange the fillets on a hot platter, drain the liquid from the pan into the sauce, pour over the fish, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Marechal. Season the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and cover with a thin coating of bechamel sauce. Put on ice for an hour. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and sauté in clarified butter. Drain and serve with bechamel sauce. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 1. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, sweet herbs, oysters, mushrooms, truffles, and 1/4 pound of ham, all chopped very fine and mixed to a paste with stock. Stuff the fish with this. Sprinkle with lemon juice, dot with butter, sprinkle with crumbs, minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1/2 cupful of white stock and bake slowly, basting frequently and adding more stock if required. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 2. Butter a baking dish and cover with sliced onions, parboiled. Lay the sole upon them, seasoning with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Add the juice of a lemon and white wine to cover. Bake in a slow oven, basting with the gravy and adding melted butter if necessary. Serve with a sauce made by adding 1/2 cupful of cream to the gravy and thickening with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 3. Put the fillets from 3 soles in a buttered saucepan with 1/2 wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, and salt and pepper to season. Cover and cook for 6 minutes, drain, and arrange on a serving dish. Boil the gravy for 5 minutes, add a cupful of Allemande sauce, a dozen oysters, and 6 sliced mushrooms. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, and the juice of 1/2 lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 4. Butter a baking dish and put the fish into it with 2 dozen oysters, a dozen mussels, a chopped onion, a sprig each of thyme and parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful each of red wine and stock. Cover and cook until nearly done. Drain and keep warm. Lay the oysters and mussels over the sole. Add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Strain and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, pour over the fish, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Normandie. Put the fillets in a buttered saucepan with salt and pepper to season, a tablespoonful of butter, a chopped onion, and 1/2 cupful of white wine. Cover and cook for 10 minutes, then take up the fish and drain carefully. Cook together without browning 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the liquid drained from the pan and enough oyster liquor and white stock to make 3 cupfuls of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Skim, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, the juice of 1/2 lemon, and a few cooked oysters, mussels, and scallops cut fine. Pour the sauce over and serve. Fillets of sole à la Orly. Marinate the prepared fillets for 1/2 an hour in lemon juice with pepper and salt to season. Put the trimmings of the fish into a saucepan with a bunch of sweet herbs and white wine to cover. Season with salt and pepper. Boil rapidly for 15 minutes and strain. Dredge the fillets with flour, fry in boiling fat, and serve the sauce separately. Fillets of sole à la Provence. Simmer the fillets in white wine to which a little olive oil has been added, seasoning with minced parsley and garlic, grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Drain, sprinkle with lemon juice, and serve with a border of fried onions. Fillets of sole à la Rune. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered baking pan and squeeze lemon juice over them. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of fish stock and 1/2 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Trouville. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, 1/2 cupful of white wine, and 1/2 cupful of stock. Cover and cook quickly. Then drain the fish and keep warm. Put into the pan in which the fish was cooked 2 dozen large oysters, 2 cupfuls of scallops, and a dozen large mushrooms. Simmer slowly until cooked, drain, and cover the fish with them. Add stock if necessary to make the required quantity of sauce, and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of sole à la Venetian. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, nutmeg, a chopped onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Cover and cook for 10 minutes. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Venetian, Recipe 2. Simmer the fillets for 10 minutes in a saucepan with clarified butter, lemon juice, white pepper, and salt. Simmer other fillets without trimming in the same manner. Drain and cool. Cut the untrimmed fillets into dice, mix with thick Allemande sauce, grated Parmesan cheese, and salt, white pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Spread this preparation very thinly on an earthen dish, and when it is cool, cut into pieces the size and shape of the fillets. Dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs. Fry in fat to cover. Warm the fillets and arrange in a circle alternately with the breaded ones. Serve with any prepared sauce. Sole au gratin, Recipe 1. Make a paste of breadcrumbs and chopped mushrooms, seasoning with pepper, salt, and minced parsley, and using cream for the liquid. Butter a serving dish, spread with a layer of the paste, lay the fish upon it, and pour over it a wineglassful of white wine and an equal quantity of veal or chicken stock. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the dish in which it was cooked. Sole au gratin, Recipe 2. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with crumbs, chopped onion, and minced parsley. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and ginger, and stuff with whole oysters, shrimps, and mushroom. Cover with a layer of breadcrumbs, parsley, and butter. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, and bake until done. Sole au gratin, Recipe 3. Put the prepared fish into a buttered baking dish, season with salt and pepper, sprinkle with minced parsley, add enough white wine to keep from burning, and bake. Take up carefully. Cover with Italian sauce, sprinkle thickly with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Sole au gratin, Recipe 4. Cook together in butter a chopped onion, half a dozen mushrooms, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and a bean of garlic, with salt and pepper to season. Spread on the bottom of a buttered baking dish and lay the seasoned fillets upon it. Add half a wineglassful of white wine and bake for 5 minutes. Cover with fresh mushrooms, pour over a cupful of Spanish sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of half a lemon over it and serve. Stewed soles with oyster sauce. Soak the fish for 2 hours in seasoned vinegar and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Serve with oyster sauce. Fillets of sole with anchovies. Fry the fillets in olive oil, seasoning with salt and pepper, cool and cut into small pieces. Add 4 anchovies cut into small bits, pour over a French dressing, and serve with toasted crackers. Fillets of sole in cases. Fry in butter 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped onion, and 1 tablespoonful of minced parsley, seasoning with salt and pepper. Cut the soles in fillets, spread with the mixture, tie with a thread, put into a buttered pan, cover, and bake. Put each fillet into a small paper case, fill with cream sauce, lay a mushroom on top of each one, and serve. Fillets of sole with fine herbs. Prepare according to directions given for fillets of sole à la Joinville, Recipe 2, adding to the sauce a chopped onion and 2 shallots browned in butter, with twice the quantity of chopped mushrooms and a bean of garlic. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Soles with fine herbs. Trim the fish and put into a buttered baking pan, sprinkling with chopped mushrooms, parsley, and grated onion. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add enough white wine to keep from burning. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Take up the fish and add the drained liquid to a cupful of Allemande sauce and reheat. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, the juice of half a lemon, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole with mushrooms. Bake the fillets for 10 minutes and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add half a cupful of stock and half a cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a pound of fresh mushrooms, chopped fine, and simmer until the mushrooms are cooked. Cool the mushroom mixture and spread upon the fillets. Set the baking pan into another of hot water, reheat in the oven, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Fillets of sole with oysters. Fry the fillets in butter and cover with Allemande sauce, to which chopped cooked oysters have been added. Fillets of sole with ravigote sauce. Fry the fillets in seasoned butter, adding a little lemon juice when done. Pour over ravigote sauce and serve. Fillets of sole and turbans. Put the bones and trimmings cut from the fillets of sole in cold water to cover. Simmer for half an hour, strain, and add a pinch of salt to the liquid. When it boils, put in the fillets rolled up and fastened with a toothpick. Simmer for 10 minutes and prepare a cream sauce, using for liquid half fish stock and half milk or cream. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole with wine. Butter a baking pan. Lay the fillets in it, season with salt and pepper, and spread with butter. Add half a cupful of white wine, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 5 or 10 minutes. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid a teaspoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolk of 2 eggs, beaten smooth, with half a cupful of cream. Pour over the fish and serve. Rolled fillets of sole. Beat together until smooth 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy paste, a teaspoonful of lemon juice, a pinch of mustard, a dash of cayenne, and 2 tablespoonfuls of fresh butter. Spread long, narrow fillets of sole with the butter, roll, and fasten with wooden toothpicks. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and bake, wrapping in buttered paper if desired. These fillets may be fried in butter with parsley and onions, or dipped in egg and crumbs and fried in deep fat, or cooked with wine and lemon juice and stock made from the bone and trimmings, and served with the strained stock thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Stuffed fillets of sole. Wind long, thin, narrow fillets of sole around small carrots to keep their shape, fastening with toothpicks. Simmer the trimmings of the fish for half an hour in 2 cupfuls of boiling water to cover, seasoning with salt and paprika. Cover the fillets with 1 cupful of the stock and half a cupful of white wine. Simmer for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, adding 1/2 cupful of fish stock, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1/2 cupful of chopped shrimps and 1/2 cupful of chopped oysters, the yolk of 1 egg well beaten, Worcestershire, salt, and Tabasco sauce to season. Take out the carrots and replace with the cooked mixture. Cool, dip the fillets in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Chaudfroid of soles. Marinate the fillets of 3 soles in seasoned lemon juice. Chop half a dozen mushrooms and cook for 5 minutes in butter, seasoned with pepper and salt. Add enough breadcrumbs to make a smooth paste, cool, and spread on the fillets. Fold each piece of fish so that the stuffing will be in the middle. Arrange on a buttered baking dish, cook in a moderate oven, and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, and add 1 cupful of fish stock made from the bones and trimmings of the soles. Take from the fire, add a little cream, and stir until cold. Pour the sauce over the fillets, garnish with lemon, parsley, and hard-boiled eggs, and serve very cold. Fritters of sole. Rub 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into half a pound of flour, add a pinch of salt, the beaten yolk of an egg, and enough cold water to make a very stiff paste. Roll the paste very thin and cut into pieces large enough to wrap fillets of sole, which have been seasoned with pepper and salt and lemon juice. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. End of section 35. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recorded by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick. www.breadchick.com. Section 36. 25 Ways to Cook Sturgeon. Boiled Sturgeon Recipe 1. Cover a cut of sturgeon with salted and acidulated water. Add an onion, 6 cloves, a slice of carrot, 3 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, and a cupful of wine. Simmer slowly until done. Drain and serve with some of the cooking liquor thickened with flour, browned in butter. Boiled Sturgeon Recipe 2. Boil the fish in court bouillon and serve with drawn butter sauce. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks Recipe 1. Parboil sturgeon steaks for 15 minutes, drain, wipe dry, season with salt and pepper, and broil. Serve with melted butter or maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks Recipe 2. Skin and soak for an hour in cold salted water. Drain, wipe dry, and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain and broil. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks Recipe 3. Skin the steaks and soak in cold salted water for an hour. Drain, season, and broil, basting with melted butter as required. Season with melted butter and garnish with lemon quarters and parsley. Or brown a tablespoonful of flour and butter, add half a cupful of cold water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, lemon juice, Worcestershire sauce, or anchovy essence. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried Sturgeon Recipe 1. Parboil slices of sturgeon in milk for 15 minutes. Drain, dip in a beaten egg, then in seasoned flour, and fry brown in butter. Fried Sturgeon Recipe 2. Cut the fish into cutlets, dredge with flour, dip into egg and crumbs, and sauté in a frying pan. Drain off the fat, add a little flour, and cook to a smooth paste. Add boiling water to make a sauce, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with grated onion, pepper, and salt, and sweet herbs. Reheat the fish in the sauce, squeeze in half the juice of a lemon, and serve. Fried Sturgeon Recipe 3. Cut sturgeon steaks into small cutlets. Dip into egg and crumbs, fry in fat to cover, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Sturgeon Recipe 1. Skin a large cut of sturgeon, parboil for 15 minutes, drain, cover with a marinade of oil and vinegar, and let stand for an hour. Gash the surface deeply and fill the incision with a force meat of breadcrumbs and minced salt pork, seasoning with lemon juice, pepper, and minced parsley, and adding enough melted butter to make it smooth. Cover and add enough boiling water to keep from burning, and bake, basting frequently. Baked Sturgeon Recipe 2. Skin a large cut of sturgeon, parboil for 15 minutes, drain and cool. Rub with a marinade of oil and vinegar. Cover and bake with enough water to keep from burning. Serve with caper sauce. Baked Sturgeon Recipe 3. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon and parboil for 20 minutes. Drain and put into a baking pan on a layer of thinly sliced bacon. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning and bake until done, basting often. Baked Sturgeon Recipe 4. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon, soak in salted water for an hour, drain, and parboil in fresh water. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, chopped salt pork, sweet herbs, and enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Score the upper side of the fish deeply and fill the gashes with the stuffing. Put in a buttered baking dish with enough water to keep from burning and bake for an hour, basting as required. Serve with drawn buttered sauce, seasoned with capers and ketchup. Baked Sturgeon Recipe 5. Cover a buttered baking pan with thin slices of salt pork. Sprinkle with chopped carrot, turnip, and onion, and lay a thick cut of sturgeon upon it. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and cover with thin slices of pork. Cook for 10 minutes, then add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook slowly, basting as required. Dredge with seasoned flour after each basting and add more boiling water if necessary. After the fish has cooked for an hour, remove the pork and drop it into the pan. Pour a wine glassful of sherry over the fish, spread with butter, and dredge thickly with flour. Bake until the fish is a rich brown color. Take out the pork and add enough boiling water to the liquid in the pan to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together, strain, and serve with the fish. Sturgeon à la cardinal. Clean 2 pounds of sturgeon, bind into shape with tape, and put it into a buttered saucepan with acidulated water to cover. Add an onion, 4 cloves, a blade of mace, a sliced carrot, and a bunch of sweet herbs. Simmer gently until the fish is done and serve with lobster sauce. Sturgeon à la Francoise. Skin and clean a 5-pound cut of sturgeon and tie into shape with strings. Put into a buttered saucepan with sliced carrots and onions, a bunch of parsley, 3 blades of mace, 3 cloves of garlic, and salt and pepper to season. Add red wine and white stock in equal parts to cover. Simmer until done, drain, and keep warm. Take enough of the strained liquid to make a sauce and thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, a dash of paprika, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Sturgeon à la Normandie. Remove the skin from a 5-pound cut of sturgeon. Cover with thin slices of salt pork and tie into shape with a string. Put into a saucepan with sliced vegetables, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of white wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, a little oyster or mussel liqueur, and salt and sweet herbs to season. Cover and cook slowly for an hour, basting with the liquid frequently. When done, drain the fish and keep warm. Strain the liquid, skim off the fat, thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in bits. Take the pork off the sturgeon, pour the sauce over, and serve. Sturgeon à la Russe. Soak 2 pounds of sturgeon in salted water to cover for 10 or 12 hours. Drain and marinate in vinegar for an hour. Put it into a fish kettle with boiling water to cover, adding 2 onions, a bunch of sweet herbs, and a little salt. When nearly done, drain, dredge with flour, and brown in the oven, basting with melted butter. Bone and skin 2 anchovies and put them into a saucepan with a wineglassful of white wine, a small onion, a bit of lemon peel, and a cupful of stock. Boil for 5 minutes, strain, thicken with flour and butter cooked together. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, and pour over the fish, or serve separately. Stewed sturgeon, Recipe 1. Marinate slices of sturgeon in vinegar for 10 minutes. Drain, dry, dredge with flour, and fry brown in hot fat. Add enough veal stock to cover the fish, and a wineglassful of Madeira. Cover and simmer for an hour. Add a tablespoonful of capers and serve. Stewed sturgeon, Recipe 2. Cut sturgeon steaks into small pieces and parboil for 15 minutes. Drain, season with salt and pepper, and cook slowly in butter until done. Add 1 cupful of milk, bring to the boil, and add 1 tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and serve. Sturgeon steak, Recipe 1. Put a large sturgeon steak into a buttered baking pan with salt, pepper, sliced onion, a bunch of parsley, and some sweet herbs. Add claret and white stock to cover. Cover with a buttered paper and cook slowly until done. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Sturgeon steak, Recipe 2. Cover a sturgeon steak with boiling water. Let stand for 5 minutes and drain. Marinate for 5 hours in melted butter, lemon juice, and vinegar, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs and add a tablespoonful of made mustard and the marinade drained from the fish. Cook over hot water until thick, pour over the fish and serve. Grilled sturgeon. Cut the sturgeon into slices an inch thick. Dip in flour, then into egg and crumbs and broil, basting with oil as needed. Season with salt and pepper and serve with any preferred sauce. Panned sturgeon. Cut 2 pounds of sturgeon into squares, parboil, drain, and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and some of the liquid drained from the fish. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, pour over the fish and serve. Pickled sturgeon. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon and soak in cold water for half an hour. Drain, cover with boiling water, parboil for 15 minutes, drain, and cool. Bring to the boil 3 pints of vinegar, to which has been added a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, a dozen cloves, 3 blades of mace, a tablespoonful of mustard seed, a dozen peppercorns, a small red pepper, and 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Boil for 15 minutes, pour over the sturgeon, and let stand covered for 2 or 3 days before using. Roasted sturgeon. Clean and skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon. Season with salt and pepper, and wrap in a large sheet of buttered paper with carrots and onions sliced, 2 bay leaves, sprigs of chive and parsley, the juice of a lemon, and a tablespoonful of olive oil. Tie up and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Unwrap the paper, take out the vegetables, and serve with any preferred sauce. End of section 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 37. 50 Ways to Cook Trout. Broiled Trout Recipe 1. Clean and split the fish and let stand for an hour in melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, and sweet herbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, broil, squeeze lemon juice over, then serve. Broiled Trout Recipe 2. Gash a cleaned trout and marinate in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper, minced chives and parsley, and a little thyme. Drain, sprinkle with crumbs and chopped herbs, and broil carefully. Serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled trout a la maître d'hôtel. Clean the fish but do not split. Score deeply on both sides, dip in seasoned oil, broil, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled brook trout. Clean and split the fish, wipe dry, dip in seasoned oil, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled trout with bacon. Wash and clean and split the trout and remove the backbone. Put a strip of bacon in place of the bone. Tie the fish into its original shape and broil over a clear fire. Garnish with fried parsley. Boiled Trout Recipe 1. Put the fish into cold court bouillon. Bring to the boiling point and simmer for 6 minutes. Drain and serve with cream sauce. Boiled Trout Recipe 2. Tie a large trout in a cloth and boil it in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding an onion, a stalk of celery, and a bunch of parsley. When done, drain and keep warm. Stick blanched onions into the fish, sharp side down, and pour over a cream sauce to which chopped hard-boiled eggs and parsley have been added. Boiled Brook Trout Recipe 1. Put the cleaned trout in a saucepan with enough claret to cover. Add a slice of lemon, 2 cloves, 4 peppercorns, a blade of mace, and a pinch of salt. Simmer slowly until done and let cool in the liquid. Take out, strain a little of the liquid over them, and serve. Boiled Brook Trout Recipe 2. Prepare and clean 4 large trout. Pour over them 2 cupfuls of boiling vinegar, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and enough water to cover. Add an onion, 3 cloves, 3 stalks of celery, 4 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, a teaspoonful of peppercorn, and a little salt. Cover, boil until done, drain, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried trout, recipe 1. Roll the cleaned fish in seasoned flour and fry in deep fat. Fried trout, recipe 2. Clean the fish, split, season with salt, dredge with flour, and sauté for 5 minutes in hot butter. Fried trout, recipe 3. Salt the fish and dip in equal parts of flour and cornmeal, thoroughly mixed. Sauté in salt pork fat. Fried brook trout. Clean and split the fish. Dip in seasoned flour or cornmeal and sauté in butter or salt pork fat. Fried fillets of trout, recipe 1. Remove the fillets from slices of sea trout. Dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried fillets of trout, recipe 2. Boil and cool a trout and divide into fillets, removing the bone. Season with lemon juice, chopped onion, and minced parsley, and cover with a very thick cream sauce. Dip into crumbs, then into beaten egg, then into crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried trout with mushroom sauce. Dip slices of sea trout in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a sauce given in the recipe for baked trout with mushroom sauce. Trout with remoulade sauce. Sauté a small trout in butter, drain on brown paper, and serve with remoulade sauce. Fillets of trout à l'Aurore. Sauté the fillets of a cleaned trout in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper, drain, and serve with Aurora sauce. Baked trout, recipe 1. Scrape and clean the trout. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and put into a buttered baking dish. Lay a thin slice of salt pork on each fish. Sprinkle with 3 or 4 tablespoonfuls of chopped onions. Add a can of mushrooms drained from the liquor, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 1 cupful of stock. Bake, basting frequently. Thicken this liquid with butter and flour cooked together. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked trout, recipe 2. Clean a large sea or lake trout. Prepare a stuffing of breadcrumbs, seasoning with chopped onions, celery, salt, pepper, and melted butter. Cook the stuffing for 10 minutes, using as little water as possible. Stuff the fish, put into a buttered baking pan with enough hot water to keep from burning. Cover the fish with thin slices of salt pork and bake until done, adding more hot water if required. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add half a cupful of cream and enough boiling water to make a smooth, thick sauce. Season with salt and pepper, add a few capers, pour around the fish, and serve. Baked trout, recipe 3. Stuff a large sea or lake trout with mashed potatoes, seasoning with butter, pepper, salt, and grated onion. Butter a baking pan and cover the bottom with thin slices of tomatoes. Lay the fish upon it, sprinkle with salt and pepper, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and enough water to keep from burning. Bake until done and serve with the tomatoes and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Baked brook trout, recipe 1. Clean and score small trout. Dip in seasoned melted butter and put in a buttered baking pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting with their own liquid until done. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked brook trout, recipe 2. Chop fine 3 or 4 large mushrooms and a truffle. Fry for a moment in butter, season with salt and cayenne, add enough melted butter to make a smooth paste, and stuff a large brook trout with the mixture. Put in a buttered baking pan, sprinkle with minced parsley, and pour over half a cupful of stock to which 2 tablespoonfuls of butter have been added. Bake for half an hour, basting as required. Baked brook trout, recipe 3. Soak a cupful of breadcrumbs in milk, squeeze dry, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the yolk of an egg, and pepper, salt, thyme, and lemon juice to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, put in a buttered baking pan, dredge with flour, dot with butter, and bake. Baked trout with white wine, recipe 1. Put the cleaned fish in a small buttered baking pan with white wine to moisten, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting with the liquid. Take up the fish, thicken the liquid with butter and flour cooked together. Add a little more butter, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked trout with white wine recipe 2. Take the fillets from a 3-pound trout and bake for 10 minutes in a buttered baking pan. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add a tablespoonful of flour and half a cupful of white wine. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, broken into bits. Pour the sauce over the fillets and bake for 15 minutes longer. Baked trout a la Chambord. Split and bone the cleaned fish and put in a buttered baking pan, skinned side down. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and crumbs, and put into the oven. Cover the bones and trimmings with cold water, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a sliced onion, and 2 cupfuls of stock. Boil for half an hour, strain, add a can of mushrooms, chopped, and enough crumbs to thicken. Season with salt, pepper, and anchovy paste. Take up the fish carefully, put on a serving dish, cover with the sauce, put in the oven for a few minutes, and serve. Trout with fine herbs. Put half a dozen cleaned trout in a buttered baking dish with half a glassful of white wine and a finely chopped shallot. Bake for 10 minutes, strain the liquid, and add it to 1 cupful of Allemande sauce. Add also a small chopped onion, 2 shallots, twice the quantity of mushrooms, and a bean of garlic, all minced and fried in butter. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked trout with mushroom sauce. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, lay a sea trout upon it, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, squeeze over the juice of half a lemon and bake, adding enough water to keep from burning. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter, add the liquid drained from the fish, 1 cupful each of mushroom and oyster liquor, and a wineful glass of Madeira. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, take from the fire, and add a few cooked oysters, shrimps, and mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and serve separately. Baked trout with Polish sauce. Put a cleaned trout in a buttered baking pan. Rub with butter and season with salt and pepper. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add half a cupful of white wine and 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, and pour over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake slowly until done. Melt 1 1/2 cupfuls of butter and add a tablespoonful of minced parsley and 3 hard-boiled eggs chopped very fine. Serve the sauce separately. Stuffed trout. Clean, split, and stuff a trout using seasoned breadcrumbs or chopped oysters. Put in a buttered baking dish, lay in the fish, season with salt and pepper, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, pour over a little white wine, and bake in the oven. Serve in the dish in which they were baked. Trout baked in papers. Stuff trout with seasoned crumb, cover each one with a thin slice of salt pork, and wrap in buttered paper, fastening the papers securely. Bake and serve in the papers. Brook trout in paper cases. Stuff the fish with seasoned crumbs or chopped oysters or raw fish pounded to a pulp and mixed to a paste with a beaten white of egg and a little cream. Lay a very thin slice of salt pork on each fish and wrap in buttered paper. Bake in a hot oven, remove the string and serve in the paper. Serve with any preferred sauce separately. Trout in cases. Clean, parboil, and trim the fish. Wrap in buttered paper, bake, and serve with fine herb sauce. Trout a l'Aurore. Boil and skin the fish, put on a serving dish, cover with Allemande sauce and the chopped yolks of hard-boiled eggs. Brown in the oven and serve with Aurora sauce. Trout a la Combossiere. Prepare 6 trout according to directions given in the recipe for trout with shrimp sauce. Serve with 1 cupful of Spanish sauce, adding 2 chopped truffles, half a dozen chopped mushrooms, a dozen chopped olives, and 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomato. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout a la Chambord. Stuff cleaned trout with chopped oysters or seasoned crumbs and put into a buttered baking dish. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, a sprig of celery, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, 2 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Bake in the oven, basting frequently. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, and add it to a cupful of Spanish sauce with a chopped truffle, 4 cooked mushrooms, chopped, and a dozen cooked oysters. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Trout à la Chevalier. Boil, skin, trim the fish, cover with a very thick cream sauce, and let cool. Dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, sprinkle thickly with grated Parmesan cheese, and bake in a buttered baking dish. Basting with melted butter is required. Serve with Allemande sauce, seasoned with white wine, chopped cooked mushrooms, and anchovy essence. Trout à la Geneva. Dip the trout in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Broil carefully. Heat 1 cupful of stock with a teaspoonful of anchovy essence and a tablespoonful of each of minced parsley and claret. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout à la Gascon. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for trout à l'Italienne and pour over it a sauce à la Gascon. Trout à la Hussar. Stuff a cleaned trout through the mouth with butter mixed with finely chopped sweet herbs. Dip in seasoned oil and broil. Trout à la Italienne. Boil a large sea trout in salted water. Drain, skin, and serve with Italian sauce, seasoned with butter, anchovy paste, nutmeg, and lemon juice. Trout à la Provence. Cook the cleaned trout in salted and acidulated water with a sliced carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of thyme. Drain and cover with a sauce made by boiling for 15 minutes 1 cupful of stewed tomatoes, a chopped onion, 2 sprigs of parsley, 2 truffles, and half a dozen mushrooms. Strain over the fish, garnish with olives, and serve. Trout à la Royale. Stuff a large trout with seasoned crumbs and cover it with claret, adding mushrooms, parsley, chopped onion, thyme, a bay leaf, peppercorns, and mace to season. Drain the fish and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 1 cupful. Strain, mix with Allemande sauce, seasoning with anchovy paste, red pepper, and lemon juice. Trout à la Venetienne. Clean a large trout and score it deeply. Fill the openings with butter, highly seasoned with chopped sweet herbs, and marinate for an hour in oil. Drain, sprinkle with seasoned breadcrumbs, mix with chopped sweet herbs, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Trout au gratin Recipe 1. Parboil, drain, and skin. Put on a buttered baking dish, season with pepper, salt, minced parsley, chopped shallots, and a cupful of mushrooms. Cover with brown sauce, pour over half a cupful of sherry, and bake. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the same dish. Trout au gratin Recipe 2. Clean and bone a 2-pound trout. Put in a buttered baking pan skin side down. Dot with butter. Season with cayenne. Sprinkle with chopped anchovies. Cover with half a pound of grated American cheese and pour over 1 cupful of sour cream. Bake for half an hour. Basting is required. Trout au beurre noir. Clean and score the fish. Dip in seasoned flour. Sauté in hot butter and take up. Brown half a cupful of butter. Take from the fire. Add the juice of lemon and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout with shrimp sauce. Put the cleaned trout on the grate in a fish kettle, adding salted water to cover. Add also a sliced carrot, a sprig of thyme, 2 bay leaves, and half a wineglassful of white wine. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with shrimp sauce. Tenderloin of trout with wine sauce. Cut a large sea trout in pieces and simmer until done in salted and acidulated boiling water, to which a large sliced onion has been added. Drain and keep warm. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, and add enough of the liquid drained from the fish to make a thick sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 cupful of Madeira wine and 3 eggs well beaten. Put the fish in a buttered baking pan. Sprinkle with seasoned crumbs, cover with mushroom, then with oysters and shrimp. Pour the sauce over and bake until the oysters are done. Serve in the dish in which it was baked. Steamed trout. Lay the prepared fish in a steamer and place over boiling water. Steam until done and serve with plenty of melted butter or egg sauce. Steamed brook trout. Clean the fish. Season lightly with salt and pepper and steam until tender. Serve with hollandaise or tartar sauce. Trout en papillote. Stuff cleaned trout with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Wrap a thin slice of salt pork around each one, season with salt and pepper, wrap in buttered paper, fasten firmly, and bake in a slow oven for 20 minutes. Serve in the papers. A scalloped trout. Boil 2 trout in salted water. Drain and flake, removing all the bones. Fry a small chopped onion in butter. Add a tablespoonful of flour and 2 cupfuls of milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put a layer of the boned fish in a buttered baking pan. Add a layer of the sauce, sprinkle with minced parsley, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. End of section 37. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 38. 15 Ways to Cook Turbot. Boiled turbot. Wash the fish carefully and soak it for an hour in salted water. Drain and rinse in fresh water. With a sharp knife, score the black skin in a straight line from head to tail. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled turbot. Clean a small turbot and marinate for an hour in seasoned oil and vinegar or lemon juice. Drain, broil, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled turbot à la Provence. Soak the fish for 4 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with sliced carrot, onion, bay leaf, thyme, parsley, and garlic. Drain, broil the fish on one side, and put in a buttered baking dish with the marinade. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine and bake, basting frequently. Take up the fish and add the remainder of the bottle of wine to the liquid. Boil for 5 minutes, rub through a sieve, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and seasoned with anchovy paste, minced parsley, and capers. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked turbot. Rub a small clean turbot with melted butter, sprinkle with minced parsley, powdered mace, and salt and pepper to season. Let stand for an hour and put into a buttered baking dish. Brush with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, bake, and serve with any preferred sauce. Turbot à la Bechamel. Reheat cold flaked turbot in a bechamel sauce, adding a few cooked oysters. Turbot au beurre noir. Cut cold cooked turbot into small fillets, brown half a cupful of butter, add tarragon vinegar to taste, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Reheat the fish in the sauce and serve. Turbot à la crème, recipe 1. Reheat cold flaked turbot in a cream sauce, seasoned with grated nutmeg and lemon juice. Turbot à la crème, recipe 2. Cook together 3 tablespoons each of butter and flour. Add a quart of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and grated onion. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of cold cooked turbot flaked fine. Cover with sauce and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in an oven. Sprinkle with chopped eggs and parsley. Turbot au gratin, recipe 1. Remove the skin, fat, and bone from cold turbot, and flake fine with a fork. Fry in butter a slice of onion chopped, a small slice of carrot minced, a bit of bay leaf, and a pinch of mace. Add a tablespoonful of flour, 1 cupful of milk, and half a cupful of stock or water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper and rub through a sieve. Put a layer of the flaked fish in the bottom of the buttered baking dish. Spread with the sauce, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, sprinkle with cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Turbot au gratin Recipe 2. Boil a fish, drain, and cool. Flake with a fork and mix with a bechamel sauce, to which has been added the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, half a cupful of grated Parmesan cheese, and lemon juice and grated nutmeg to season. Mix lightly, put into a buttered baking dish, and cover with crumbs. Sprinkle with Parmesan cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Cream may be poured over the fish before sprinkling with the crumbs. Turbot à la hollandaise. Clean a medium-sized turbot and make a deep incision down the back from head to tail. Rub with lemon juice and boil in salted and acidulated water until tender. Drain and serve with hollandaise sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Indienne. Cut a small turbot into fillets and fry in butter with a little curry powder to season. Serve with velouté sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Marseillaise. Clean and boil the fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Cool, cover with a very stiff cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs and fry. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Rivigo. Sauté the prepared fillets in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Drain and serve with a Rivigo sauce. Fillets of turbot. Soak a medium-sized turbot in salted water for half an hour. Drain, rinse in fresh water, and cut the fillets. Dip into seasoned melted butter and broil or sauté in melted butter. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fillets of turbot with cream. Separate cold cooked turbot into fillets and reheat in a cream sauce. End of section 38. 15 ways to cook turbot.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 39. 5 ways to cook weak fish. Fried weak fish. Clean, wash, wipe dry, dip in milk, roll in flour, fry in hot fat to cover, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked weak fish. 1. Arrange the fish on a buttered baking dish with minced onion, parsley and mushrooms, and salt, pepper and grated nutmeg to season. Moisten with equal parts of white wine and white stock. Cover with small bits of butter. Bring to the boil and finish cooking in the oven. Take up the fish and thicken the sauce with crumbs. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the baking dish. Baked weak fish 2. Clean and split the fish, season with salt and pepper, and put into a buttered baking pan. Skin side up. Rub with butter and bake. Pour over melted butter, sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Fillets of weak fish in cases. Spread the fillets with chopped oysters, mix with the unbeaten white of egg. Season with salt and pepper. Sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, wrap in buttered paper, and bake slowly for half an hour. Serve with velouté sauce, seasoned with lemon juice. Fillets of weak fish à la Laurie. Season the fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in flour, then in well-beaten eggs, to which 2 tablespoons of olive oil have been added, and then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat and serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of weak fish à la Havraise. Season the fillets with salt and pepper and fry for a few minutes in butter. Drain and keep warm. Add to the butter 2 cupfuls of velouté sauce and a wineglassful of white wine. Boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon and 3 tablespoons of butter. Reheat but do not boil. Add a few cooked mushrooms or oysters to the sauce. Pour over the fish and serve. Turbans of weak fish. Take the fillets of 4 small weak fish, remove the skin and most of the bones. Spread with chopped oysters, mix with seasoned crumbs. Roll up, fasten with skewers, put in a buttered baking pan, cover with buttered paper, and bake until done. Take out the skewers, cool, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat, drain and serve with ravigote sauce. End of chapter 39.
Section 40 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 40. 4 ways to cook whitebait. Fried whitebait. 1. Heat together 1 cupful of lard and 1 cupful of olive oil. Sprinkle the whitebait thickly with seasoned flour and shake free of all that does not adhere readily. Fry quickly in a frying basket, season with salt and cayenne, and serve immediately. Fried whitebait 2. Wash the whitebait in ice water, drain, wipe dry, dip in milk, then in equal parts of cracker dust and seasoned flour. Fry in deep fat, seasoned with salt and cayenne, and serve. Fried whitebait 3. Cover the fish with cold water, drain and throw them into a cloth strewn with sifted flour. Shake them in the cloth to make the flour adhere to them, then toss them in a sieve. The fish will not stick together if they are fresh. Have ready plenty of boiling beef fat, and fry the whitebait in a wire basket, a few at a time. When they are crisp without being brown, they are done enough. Drain, sprinkle with salt, and serve immediately. Deviled whitebait. Fry the whitebait according to directions previously given. Season very highly with cayenne pepper, and serve. End of section 40. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick. www.breadchick.com LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 41, 25 Ways to Cook Whitefish. Boiled whitefish. Boil a large whitefish in salted and acidulated water, adding a bunch of parsley and a sliced onion to the water. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled whitefish a la Mackinaw. Clean and split the fish and put into a buttered dripping pan, skin side down. Add enough salted water, barely to cover, and simmer for half an hour. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce and garnish with hard-boiled eggs. Fried whitefish Recipe 1. Clean and trim the fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Dip in seasoned flour and sauté in hot lard in a frying pan. Fried whitefish Recipe 2. Cut the fish in slices, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried whitefish Recipe 3. Clean and dry the fish, cut into fillets, dip in seasoned crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry quickly in fat to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Broiled whitefish Recipe 1. Clean, trim, and split a large whitefish. Season with salt, pepper, and oil, and broil. Garnish with lemon and parsley and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled whitefish Recipe 2. Put a cleaned and split whitefish on a wire broiler. Season with salt and cayenne. Lay a few thin slices of bacon on top. Put the broiler on a baking pan and cook in the oven without turning. Put on a platter, add a little butter, and rub hard-boiled eggs through a sieve over the fish. Garnish with parsley and lemon. Broiled whitefish Recipe 3. Clean and split the fish. Season with salt and pepper, sprinkle with lemon juice, and broil. Pour over melted butter and serve. Baked whitefish Recipe 1. Clean and split a large fish. Remove the bone and put in a buttered baking pan skin side down. Season with salt, cayenne, and lemon juice. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked whitefish Recipe 2. Make a stuffing of 1 1/2 cupfuls of dry breadcrumbs, seasoning with salt and pepper. Add a heaping teaspoonful of butter and 1 egg well beaten. Stuff the fish and sew it up. Put in a buttered baking pan, pour in 1 cupful of vinegar, and bake until done, basting with butter and hot water. Take up the fish and thicken the gravy with 2 tablespoonsful of flour browned in butter and rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked whitefish Recipe 3. Dip the fillets of whitefish in beaten egg, then in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and lastly in beaten egg. Bake in a buttered dripping pan for 25 minutes and serve with cream sauce. Baked fillets of whitefish. Cut a large cleaned whitefish into fillets, removing as much as possible of the bone. Season with salt and pepper, dip into beaten egg, then in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and lastly in beaten egg. Bake in a thickly buttered baking dish. Drain on brown paper, garnish with fried parsley, and serve with parsley sauce. Baked whitefish a la Bordeaux. Stuff a large whitefish with seasoned crumbs, put into a buttered baking pan, rub with butter, dredge with seasoned flour, add 1 cupful of claret, and bake. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, add a little more claret, thicken with flour, brown in butter, season with red pepper, and serve separately. Stuffed whitefish. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, seasoning with salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and melted butter. Add a beaten egg to bind. Stuff the fish and sew up. Bake slowly, basting with melted butter and water, and serve with tartar sauce. Stuffed whitefish with oyster sauce. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 1/2 cupful of chopped salt pork fried crisp, a chopped hard-boiled egg, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, and salt, pepper, butter, sage, and mustard to season. Stuff the fish, tie in mosquito netting, and steam until done. Pour over a cream sauce to which cooked oysters and a little lemon juice and minced parsley have been added. Whitefish a la creme Recipe 1. Cook the fish until done in boiling salted water. Drain and remove the large bones. Cook together with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, minced parsley, and grated nutmeg. Take from the fire and add half a cupful of butter. Add also the white of an egg well beaten. Put the fish on a serving dish, spread the sauce over it, and brown in the oven. Whitefish a la creme, Recipe 2. Clean a whitefish and simmer until done in salted boiling water. Drain, remove the large bones, and put into a buttered baking pan. Sprinkle with chopped onion and minced parsley, seasoning with grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Cover with cream sauce to which 3 tablespoonfuls of butter have been added and put into a hot oven for 10 or 15 minutes. Whitefish au gratin, Recipe 1. Boil a whitefish in salted water and flake fine with a fork. Bring to the boil 2 cupfuls of milk and thicken it with a tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Take from the fire, add salt and pepper to season, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 2 eggs well beaten. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of fish, cover with sauce, season with grated nutmeg, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Whitefish au gratin, Recipe 2. Skin and bone the fish, cut into small squares, and season with salt and pepper. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and butter, and add gradually 2 cupfuls of stock or milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with salt, pepper, lemon juice, minced parsley, grated onion, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of the fish, cover with sauce, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Whitefish a la maître d'hôtel. Clean, split, and bone a large whitefish. Dip in seasoned oil, broil, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Whitefish a la Point Shirley. Clean, split, and bone the fish, and put into a buttered baking pan, skin side down. Season with salt, red pepper, and lemon juice. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning and bake. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Planked whitefish, Recipe 1. Butter a fish plank and tack a large, cleaned, and split whitefish on it, skin side down. Rub with butter, season with salt and pepper, and cook in the oven or under a gas flame. Put a border of mashed potato mixed with the beaten white of egg around the fish, using a pastry tube and forcing bag. Put into the oven for a few minutes to brown the potato, and serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Planked whitefish, Recipe 2. Clean and split a large whitefish. Remove the bone and tack on a buttered fish plank, skin side down. Season with salt, pepper, butter, and lemon juice, and bake in the oven. Creamed whitefish a la Madison. Steam a large whitefish until tender, take out the bones, and flake fine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with parsley, thyme, grated onion, salt, and pepper. Take from the fire. Add 2 eggs well beaten and 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Put in a buttered baking dish a layer of fish, then a layer of sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Brown in the oven. Jellied whitefish. Boil 2 pounds of whitefish in salted and acidulated water with 4 bay leaves, a tablespoonful of peppercorn, and half a dozen cloves. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, and reduce by rapid boiling to a quantity barely sufficient to cover the fish. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 ounces of dissolved gelatine. Flake the fish with a fork, removing all skin, fat, and bone. Mix with the liquid, pour into a fish mold, wet with cold water, and put on ice until firm. Serve with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Whitefish croquette. 1 cupful of cold boiled fish flaked fine. Add to it half a cupful of mashed potatoes, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, half a cupful of cream, the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, and salt and pepper to season. Shape into croquettes, dip into the beaten white of eggs, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Garnish with parsley and serve with any preferred sauce. Whitefish with fine herbs. Put a large whitefish in a buttered baking pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, chopped onions, and mushrooms to season. Moisten with white wine and white stock and bake, basting frequently. Cover with Bouillaon's sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, bake brown, squeeze lemon juice over, and serve. End of section 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 42. 8 Ways to Cook Whiting. Broiled whitings. Trim the fish and score on both sides. Dip in oil, broil, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Boiled whitings. Clean and trim the fish. Boil in salted water. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried whitings. Trim and skin the fish. Skewer in a circle, dip into beaten eggs, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of whiting à la Maître d'Hôtel. Sauté the prepared fillets in fresh butter, seasoning with pepper and salt. Drain and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fillets of whiting à la MACKEREL. Parboil the prepared fillets. Drain, cool, spread with very thick cream sauce. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten eggs, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of whiting à l'oreille. Fillet the whitings and remove the skin from each. Marinate for 2 hours in oil and vinegar with pepper, salt, thyme, bay leaf, parsley, and shallot to season. Drain, dip in flour, and fry in deep fat. Fillets of whiting à la royale. Prepare according to directions given in the recipe for fillets of whiting à la Lorraine, dipping in batter before frying. Whiting with fine herbs. Clean and skin the fish well and fasten them with their tails in their mouths. Put on a buttered baking dish. Season with salt, pepper, and powdered sweet herbs. Pour over a little melted butter. Cover and bake. Allow 1 fish for each person, and serve in the dish in which they are baked. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 43. 100 Miscellaneous Recipes. Baked fish. Prepare a cream sauce, seasoning with grated onions, minced parsley, and powdered mace. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs and salt and pepper to taste. Put a layer of cold, cooked, flaked, and seasoned fish into a buttered baking dish. Spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. This may be baked in individual dishes if desired. Fish balls. Mind boggles. Prepare a fish stock from the skin, bones and trimming of fish, seasoning with bay leaf, onion, mace, cloves and garlic. Boil slowly for an hour in water to cover. Chop the raw fish with a few blanched almonds and a little garlic. Season with salt, pepper and mace and shape into small balls. Strain the stock, bring it to the boil, drop the balls in and simmer slowly for 20 minutes. Skim out the balls and put on ice. Beat 6 eggs thoroughly with a little cold water and add them gradually to the boiling stock. Cook in a double boiler until smooth and thick. Take from the fire, add the juice of 2 lemons and a tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar. Pour the sauce over the balls, sprinkle with capers and minced parsley, and serve very cold. Cold boiled fish. Clean and skin a large fish, and put it on a piece of buttered paper in the bottom of a fish pan. Add a sliced onion, 2 beans of garlic, and enough salted water to cover. Simmer until done. Take it up and squeeze over it the juice of a lemon. Boil 2 eggs hard, chop the whites fine, and sift the yolks. Cut cold boiled beets in fancy shapes. Put a row of the chopped whites of eggs down the middle of the fish, on each side of that a row of the yolks, and next to the yolks a row of the beets. Pour over a French dressing, garnish with lettuce leaves, and serve. Fish à la Brunswick. Cook any large fish in salted water, adding 1 cupful of vinegar and sliced onions, celery root, and parsley to season. For the sauce, mix the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs with the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Add a teaspoonful of prepared mustard and a little salt, pepper, vinegar, lemon juice, chopped parsley, onion, capers, shallots, and chopped pickle. Mix to a smooth paste with oil, add the finely chopped whites of the eggs, spread over the drained fish, and serve. Fish aux bouillabaisse. Heat a tablespoonful of sweet oil. Cut a small piece of onion into bits and let brown in the oil. Add a cupful of strained tomatoes, a tiny bit of garlic, a bay leaf, a little thyme, a lemon peel, a dash of Tabasco, a little tomato ketchup, salt, pepper, parsley, and white wine. Let this boil for half an hour. Then add the fish and boil for 20 minutes. Serve on buttered toast with the sauce poured over. Garnish with parsley. Bouillabaisse 1. Cut into pieces and remove the bones from 3 pounds of fish. Add 6 shrimps or 1 lobster or 2 crabs, cooked and cut into large pieces. Add 1/2 pint of olive oil, fry lightly, and add 1 lemon and 2 tomatoes, 1 onion and 1 carrot, all sliced. 1 pinch of saffron, as much as lies on a 10-cent piece, a bay leaf and some parsley. A bean of garlic is used, unless the casserole is rubbed with it before cooking. Stir for 10 minutes, add 1 cupful of stock and 1 wineglassful of white wine or cider. Cook for 15 minutes longer, pour out into a bowl, place slices of toast in the casserole, and cover with the fish and vegetables, allowing the sauce sufficient time to soak into the toast, and adding salt and pepper to taste. Bouillabaisse 2. Put into a saucepan about 4 pounds of different varieties of fish, including 1 lobster. The fish should be cleaned and cut into small square pieces. The lobster should be cut in sections, leaving the shell on. Add a bunch of parsley, 3 sliced tomatoes, 1 large whole clove of garlic, chopped fine, 3 bay leaves, half a dozen cloves, 1 teaspoonful of saffron, 3 sliced onions, 1 cupful of olive oil, salt and pepper to season, and enough water to cover. Bring to the boil and simmer for 30 minutes. Line a soup tureen with thin slices of toasted bread. Pour the contents of the sauce over it and serve in soup plates with both forks and spoons. This is a genuine French recipe. Canapés of fish. Toast small squares of bread and make a border of stiffly beaten white of egg around each one, using a pastry bag and a tube. Bake in a quick oven until light brown. Fill the centre with creamed fish and serve very hot. Fish cakes 1. Season hot mashed potatoes with salt, pepper and butter, and add 1 beaten egg to each 2 cupfuls of potatoes. Add an equal amount of cold cooked flaked fish and enough cream or drawn butter sauce to make a smooth mixture. Shape into small flat cakes, dredge with seasoned flour and sauté in bacon fat. Serve with a garnish of fried bacon. Fish cakes 2. Chop the cooked fish and season with grated onion, sweet herbs, powdered mace and salt and pepper. Add half as much breadcrumbs as fish, mix with the unbeaten white of egg and a little melted butter, shape into small flat cakes, dredge with flour and fry in butter. Fish chops. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with a little very thick cream sauce and season with lemon juice and minced parsley. Shape into chops, dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Stick a small piece of macaroni in the small end of each chop to represent the bone. Serve with tartar sauce. Chartreuse of fish 1. Butter a small mould and put in alternate layers of seasoned mashed potatoes, cold cooked flaked fish, seasoned and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Pour over enough cream to moisten. Cover with potatoes and steam for 20 minutes. Turn out on a hot platter, garnish with parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Chartreuse of fish 2. Mix 1 cupful of stale breadcrumbs with 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish and 2 eggs, well beaten. Season to taste, adding a little Worcestershire sauce. Put into a buttered mould, steam for 30 minutes and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish chowder. Skin 3 or 4 pounds of fresh fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Cut 1/4 pound of fat salt pork into dice and fry crisp. Skim out the dice and fry 2 sliced onions brown in the fat. Strain the fat into a deep kettle, cover with sliced raw potatoes, add the fish, salt and pepper to season, and enough boiling water or fish stock to cover. Simmer slowly until the fish is almost done. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, half a dozen split Boston crackers, 4 cupfuls of boiling milk, and the onion and pork dice. Reheat and serve. Coquille of fish. Flake cold boiled fish and mix it with cream sauce. Season with anchovy essence, salt and pepper, then fill buttered shells with the mixture, cover with fried crumbs, heat thoroughly in the oven and serve. Court bouillon fish. Slice the fish in pieces. Red fish is best. Season with salt and pepper and boil until done. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into a frying pan. When hot, slice in 1 large onion and brown it. Add 1/2 can of tomatoes. Season with 1 teaspoonful of pepper, 1/2 teaspoonful of allspice, some finely chopped parsley, and 1/2 cupful of tomato ketchup. Just before it begins to boil, add 1 wineglassful of good claret. Cut some bread into small cubes, fry in butter to garnish the dish, place the fish in the centre of the platter, pour the gravy over, and garnish with the bread cubes. Fish à la crème 1. Reheat cold cooked fish, flaked in a cream sauce. Fish à la crème 2. Butter a stoneware platter and put upon it cold cooked flaked fish mixed with cream sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and surround with a border of mashed potato mixed with beaten egg, using a pastry bag and tube. Sprinkle with cheese and bake in the oven. Fish à la crème 3. Scald 1 quart of milk in a double boiler with a blade of mace, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of cornstarch and butter rubbed together. Take from the fire, add salt and pepper to season, and the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Put a layer of fish in a buttered baking dish, then a layer of sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed fish. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and season to taste. Peel large cucumbers, cut in 2 lengthwise, boil until tender in salted water, scoop out the pulp and fill with the hot fish. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed fish with oysters. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish with an equal quantity of oysters in cream sauce. Simmer until the edges of the oysters curl. Creamed fish on toast. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, season with lemon juice, pour over hot buttered toast and serve. Fish à la Créole. Chop an onion and a clove of garlic and fry in lard. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, cook until brown, and add 1 can of strained tomatoes. Have the fish cut into convenient pieces for serving, dredge with seasoned flour, and sauté in butter until brown. Pour the sauce over, simmer until done, and serve. Fish croquettes. 1. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with 1/3 the quantity of mashed potatoes, and add enough drawn butter sauce to make a smooth paste. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire sauce. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fish croquettes. 2. Prepare a very thick cream sauce and mix it with twice as much cold cooked fish flaked fine. Season to taste and cool. Add breadcrumbs or an egg, or both if the mixture is not stiff enough. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Curried fish. 1. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter, and add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Add 2 cupfuls of water or stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Reheat in this sauce cold cooked flaked fish. Take from the fire, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and serve in a border of boiled rice. Curried fish. 2. Season cold cooked flaked fish with grated onion and lemon juice, and reheat in curry sauce. Curried fish. 3. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter, and add enough flour to make a smooth paste. Add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season highly with salt, pepper, lemon juice, cayenne, curry powder, and a little sugar. Reheat cold boiled fish in this sauce, and serve with boiled rice. Curried fish. 4. Fry a chopped onion in butter, and add enough curry powder to season highly. Add a cupful of stock or milk and cold cooked fish cut into small slices. Simmer for 10 minutes. Sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Curried fish in ramekins. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in curry sauce. Fill buttered individual dishes, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated cheese, and brown in the oven. Fish cutlets. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with very thick cream sauce and season to taste. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Devilled fish. 1. Make a paste with a teaspoonful of dry mustard, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and cayenne. Fill small buttered shells with cold cooked flaked fish, spread with the paste, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Devilled fish. 2. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and chopped hard-boiled eggs, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and made mustard. Fill small shells, clam shells are usually used, and cool. Brush the tops with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Devilled fish. 3. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of mustard, lemon juice, and hot water. Add a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce and salt and paprika to season. Broil the fish until it begins to brown. Spread with the mixture, dip in crumbs, and finish broiling. Serve with tartar sauce. Escalloped fish. 1. Reheat equal quantities of cold cooked flaked fish and cold cooked macaroni, cut small, in equal parts of tomato sauce and oyster liquor. Season with salt and pepper, grated onion, paprika, and minced parsley. If desired, this mixture may be put in a buttered baking dish, covered with crumbs, dotted with butter, and browned in the oven. Escalloped fish. 2. Fill a buttered baking dish half full of cold cooked flaked fish, seasoned to taste. Cover with cream sauce seasoned with grated onion, chopped celery, minced parsley and clove. Cover with mashed potato beaten light with the stiffly beaten white of egg. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Cream may be used instead of the cream sauce. Escalloped fish. 3. Mix cold baked flaked fish with the remnants of the stuffing. Arrange in a buttered baking dish with alternate layers of seasoned cracker crumbs, having crumbs on top. Pour over enough cream to moisten and bake brown. Escalloped fish. 4. Into a well-buttered baking dish, put a layer of cold baked fish flaked. Add a layer of the stuffing, if any. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Pour over enough cream or cream sauce to moisten, and bake until well browned. Escalloped fish au gratin. Add 1 egg, well beaten, to 3 cupfuls of seasoned mashed potato. Make a border of the potato around a stoneware platter. Put a layer of bechamel sauce on the bottom of the platter, then a layer of cold cooked flaked fish. Cover with sauce, sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Escalloped fish in shells. Allow 1 cupful of cream sauce to each cupful of cold cooked flaked fish, seasoning with salt, pepper, grated onion and lemon juice. Add chopped hard-boiled eggs if desired, or the yolk of 1 egg, beaten smooth with a little hot cream. Fill buttered shells with the mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle also with minced parsley or grated Parmesan cheese, or sweet green pepper. Filled fish. Clean a fish thoroughly, and take the flesh carefully from the skin. Do not injure the skin. Take out the bones, chop the meat fine, and mix with an equal quantity of breadcrumbs. Season with grated onion, salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Add half a cupful of butter, half a cupful of blanched and pounded almonds, 3 whole eggs, and the yolks of 2 more. Fill the skin, preserving the natural shape of the fish, and sew up. Simmer in court bouillon until done. Drain and stick the body of the fish full of the blanched almonds shredded. Strain the liquid in which the fish was cooked, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, season with lemon juice, pour around the fish, and serve. Fish fritters. Mix any cold cooked flaked fish with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes, seasoning with grated onion. Make into a paste with beaten egg. Shape into balls, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Dip in egg and crumbs before frying if desired. Fish in green peppers. Prepare creamed fish according to directions previously given. Cut a slice from the pointed ends of green peppers and remove the seeds carefully. Stuff with the fish mixture, sprinkle with crumbs, and lay a bit of butter on top of each one. Put into a baking pan with a little hot water and bake carefully, basting as required. Fish hash. Cut salt pork into dice. Fry crisp and skim out the pork. Mix together equal parts of cold cooked flaked fish and cooked potatoes, cut small. Season to taste and cook slowly in the pork fat until brown. Arrange the dice round the platter as a garnish. Jellied fish salad. Mix cold flaked fish which has been cooked in court bouillon with mayonnaise. Add sufficient soaked and dissolved gelatin to make the mixture very hard. 1 package of gelatin will solidify 1 quart of the mixture. Pour into a mould wet in cold water and put on ice to harden. Turn out and serve with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs and lettuce. Kedgeree. 1. Prepare a cream sauce. Take from the fire, season to taste, and add 2 eggs well beaten. Add cold cooked flaked fish and boiled rice in equal parts, seasoning the rice with salt, pepper, cayenne, mace, and melted butter. Reheat and serve. Kedgeree. 2. Moisten cold flaked fish with 1 egg beaten with 2 tablespoonfuls of milk and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Heat thoroughly in a double boiler. Season to taste, and serve with rice which has been cooked for 10 minutes in stock. Creole Kedgeree. 1. Cook together for 5 minutes 1 cupful of cold cooked flaked fish, 1 cupful of cold boiled rice, 1 hard-boiled egg, chopped fine, a tablespoonful of butter and salt, red pepper and curry powder to season. Serve on buttered toast. Creole Kedgeree. 2. Prepare according to directions given above, adding chopped onion and garlic, and a little lemon juice to the seasoning. Fish loaf. Line a buttered baking dish with mashed potato that has been well seasoned with pepper and salt and made light with well-beaten eggs. Fill the centre with creamed fish, seasoned to taste. Cover with more mashed potato, rub with butter, and bake until the top is nicely browned. Serve in the same dish. Fish with lemon sauce. Put to boil in a wide porcelain-lined kettle sufficient water to cook the fish. Add 1/2 cupful of vinegar and 1/2 cupful of wine. Add a heaping tablespoonful of butter, and when melted, put in the slices of fish, which have already been seasoned. Boil until the fish is tender. In the meantime, beat the yolks of 4 eggs until light with 1/2 cupful of sugar and the juice of 2 lemons. Remove 1 cupful of fish stock from the kettle with the fish. Let boil until thoroughly mixed, shaking the pan to prevent curdling. Put on a serving dish and garnish with slices of lemon and parsley. Baked fish with lemon sauce. Bake the fish in a pan with water and butter, taking care to add water when all in the pan has been absorbed. When the fish is done, drain off all the gravy which is in the pan and put on the stove to boil with 1 cupful of white wine. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 1/2 cupful of sugar, stir a little wine in, add the juice of 2 lemons, put back on the stove to thicken, and just before serving, pour the sauce over the fish. Half the quantity of sauce can be used for a small family. Cream lemon fish. Boil the sliced fish until tender in enough water to cover, to which a lump of butter, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, and salt and pepper have been added. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs and 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, and add the juice of 1 lemon. Take the fish out of the water and put on the platter in which it is to be served. Thicken the gravy with flour that has first been dissolved in a little water. When thick, pour 2 cupfuls of the gravy over the eggs and lemon, stirring all the time. When cold, add 1/2 cupful of cream, whipped stiff, and pour over the fish. Masked fish. Cover the bottom of an earthen baking dish with sliced onion. Add a thick layer of sliced raw potatoes, seasoning with salt and red pepper. Cover with a layer of fish. Add a layer of sliced tomatoes, cover with raw potato, and fill the bowl with stock or water in which 1/2 cupful of butter has been melted. Bake for 2 hours in a slow oven. Stewed fish à la Marseille. Cook 3 pounds of fish with the crab in equal parts of hot water and cider, seasoning with minced garlic, parsley and thyme, a bay leaf and a clove. Cook for half an hour and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Add the yolks of 2 eggs, beaten with a little cold water, and salt, pepper and lemon juice to season. Add a green pepper chopped fine and 2 pods of okra. Simmer for 15 minutes and serve in the dish in which it is cooked. Fish en matelote. 1. Cut any firm-fleshed fish into strips and season with salt and pepper. Parboil 2 sliced onions, drain, season, add a cupful of hot water and 1/2 cupful of sherry. Add the fish and simmer until done. Thicken with butter cooked in flour and serve. Fish en matelote. 2. Cut 3 or 4 kinds of fish into convenient pieces for serving, and sprinkle with salt and pepper. Cover with water and claret in equal parts, and add parsley, thyme, and bay leaves to season. Simmer until done. Take the fish up carefully and strain the cooking liquor. Fry a dozen or more small white onions brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and the liquid drained from the fish. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add boiling water or stock if too thick. When the onions are done, take from the fire, season with lemon juice, add a few cooked mushrooms, pour over the fish and serve. Matelote of fish à la Normandie. Fry brown in butter with sliced onions 2 pounds of fresh sliced fish, using several kinds. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, half a dozen sliced mushrooms, salt, pepper and lemon juice to season, a pinch of sweet herbs, and claret and stock in equal parts to cover. Simmer for half an hour and serve in a casserole. Fish mousseline. Mince enough uncooked white fish to make 2 cups. Add 1 cupful of soft breadcrumbs and 1/2 cupful of cream. Press through a colander. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, a suspicion of mace and Worcestershire sauce. Fold in carefully the beaten whites of 4 eggs. Turn into buttered moulds, round bottom ones, and steam 1/2 hour. Turn out on separate plates. Surround with the sauce and drop tiny balls of boiled potato in the sauce. For sauce, make a stock of the fish bones and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour cooked together. There should be 1½ cupfuls of stock. Add 1/2 cupful of cream, and when boiling, salt and pepper and 1 tablespoonful of grated horseradish soaked in lemon juice. Mould of fish. Line a buttered mould with seasoned mashed potato, and fill the centre with alternate layers of creamed fish and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Cover with the potato and steam or bake. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish patties. 1. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and put into buttered patty shells with alternate layers of crumbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fish patties. 2. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in bechamel sauce, adding a few cooked mushrooms. Fill patty shells and brown in the oven. Fish and oyster pie. Butter a baking dish and put in a layer of cold cooked fish, seasoning with pepper and salt. Sprinkle with breadcrumbs, add a layer of oysters and season with nutmeg and minced parsley. Repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs and dot with butter, or with a rich biscuit dough, and bake. If the biscuit crust is used, rub with butter and bake until brown. Fish pie. Soak 1 cupful of stale breadcrumbs in milk. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, salt, pepper, minced parsley and thyme to season, and beat until smooth. Skin and bone 2 medium-sized fish, using bass, cod, flounder or mackerel. Scrape and pound half of the flesh and add it to the bread paste. Cut the rest of the fish into slices, season it, and arrange in layers in a deep baking dish, spreading each layer with the paste and seasoning. Cover with thin slices of bacon and pour over 1 cup of stock. Cover the pie with pastry, leaving a hole in the middle for the steam to escape. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 3 hours in a slow oven. Take off the paper, brown the crust, and pour into the hole half a cupful of stock, to which a tablespoonful of sherry or white wine has been added. Serve cold. Normandy fish pie. Fill a baking dish with any kind of fish, freed from skin, fat and bone, and cut into small pieces. Season with minced parsley, grated nutmeg, salt, cayenne, black pepper and mushroom ketchup. Moisten with white wine and brandy in equal parts, cover, bake and serve very hot. Fish piquant. Boil the fish whole in water, seasoned well with onion, celery, salt, red pepper and a tiny bit of garlic. When tender, drain and put on a platter. Mix a lump of butter the size of an egg with 3 tablespoonfuls of flour. Then add the juice of 1 or 2 lemons, according to size. Stir into this 3 cupfuls of the water in which the fish was boiled. Put back on the stove and stir until thickened. Remove from the fire, pour over the well-beaten yolks of 2 eggs, add some cut-up pickles and olives, pour over the fish, and garnish with parsley or celery tops. Pickled fish. 1. Cut any kind of fish into pieces, dredge with flour and fry. Cover with hot vinegar, adding a sprig of mint and a pod of pepper. Let cool in the liquid, drain and serve very cold. Pickled fish. 2. Cut any firm-fleshed fish into small pieces, dredge with seasoned flour and fry brown in butter. Cover with boiling water to which half a cupful of vinegar has been added. Add a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, and a teaspoonful each of ground mace, cloves, and allspice. Simmer for an hour and serve very hot. Potted fish. 1. Pound cold cooked flaked fish to a paste, seasoning highly with salt, mustard, red and black pepper. Add melted butter to moisten, pack closely in small stone jars or cups, and steam for half an hour. Cover with melted butter and keep in a cool place until ready to use. Potted fish. 2. Cut the fish into convenient pieces for serving. For every 6 pounds of fish, allow 1/4 cupful each of salt, black pepper and stick cinnamon, 1/8 cupful of allspice and 1 teaspoonful of clove. Put a layer of the fish in the bottom of an earthen pot. Dredge with flour, sprinkle with spices, dot with butter, and continue until the dish is full. Fill the jar with equal parts of vinegar and water. Cover tightly and bake for 5 hours in a slow oven. Serve cold. Potted fish. 3. Clean, skin, split, bone and cut in small pieces 3 shad or half a dozen small mackerel. Pack in layers in a small stone jar, sprinkling each layer with salt, cayenne and whole spices. Cover with vinegar. Close the jar tightly and bake for 5 or 6 hours in a slow oven. Let stand for 2 or 3 days before using. All the small bones will be dissolved. Réchauffé of fish. 1. Take 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish and put in the chafing dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of crumbs, salt and pepper to season, and 1 egg, beaten smooth with half a cupful of cream. Simmer for 5 or 6 minutes. Réchauffé of fish. 2. Reheat 1 cupful of cooked flaked fish and 1 cupful of cooked macaroni in butter. Season with salt, pepper and Tabasco sauce, and add 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes. Heat thoroughly and serve. Réchauffé of fish. 3. Prepare a cream sauce, using for liquid equal parts of cream and fish stock. Add cold cooked flaked fish, which has been seasoned with salt, pepper, oil and lemon juice. Reheat, season with anchovy paste and minced parsley, and serve. Réchauffé of fish. 4. Allow 1 cupful of egg sauce and 4 cupfuls of mashed potato to each 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish. Put a layer of potato in a baking dish, lay the fish upon it, add the sauce, cover with potato, spread with melted butter, and brown in the oven. Réchauffé of fish. 5. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, cayenne, ginger and mace. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in the sauce. Réchauffé of fish. 6. Reheat 1 1/2 cupfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes, seasoning with salt and pepper. Warm cold cooked flaked fish in the sauce. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg beaten with a little cold water, and serve. The fish may be put on a serving dish and the sauce poured over it if desired. Fish à la reine. 1. Mix 1 pound of cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper and minced parsley. Add 3 chopped mushrooms and the yolk of 1 egg, well beaten, and reheat but do not boil. Serve in paper cases or shells. Fish à la reine. 2. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in a cream sauce, seasoning with pepper, salt and minced parsley. Add a cupful of chopped cooked mushrooms, and when very hot, take from the fire and stir in the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Serve in patty shells or individual dishes. Fish rissoles. 1. Flake cold cooked fish, add 1/3 the quantity of grated breadcrumbs, season with salt, pepper, grated onion and melted butter, and add enough well-beaten yolk of egg to make a smooth paste. Cut pie paste into 3-inch squares. Place a teaspoonful of the minced fish in each square and cover with the paste. Wet the edges to make sure they adhere. Dip the rissoles in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Fish rissoles. 2. Season a cupful of cold cooked flaked fish with salt, pepper and melted butter. Soak a French roll soft in half a cupful of milk. Add the fish and beat until smooth. Season with a little grated onion and mix with 2 eggs well beaten. Bake in small buttered cups. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish salad. Cut a large fish into slices and boil the trimmings in water to cover with a chopped onion, a little butter and pepper and salt to season. Boil for 15 minutes. Strain and simmer the sliced fish in it until done. Take up the fish carefully and squeeze the juice of 3 lemons into the liquid. Season with cayenne, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 6 eggs and the whites of 3, beaten with a little cold water. Reheat, but do not boil. Pour over the fish and let cool. Serve very cold. Fish salad à la tyrolienne. Add 1 cupful of cooked shrimps cut into dice to 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish. Mix with 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of capers, a pinch of celery seed and a little pepper. Add 1 green pepper freed from seeds and shredded. Mix with mayonnaise and serve on lettuce leaves with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs. Stewed fish. 1. Cover the trimmings of a large fish with cold water. Boil for half an hour and strain. Add 2 fried onions and cover the fish with the liquid. Add the juice of half a lemon and 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of flour cooked to a smooth paste. Simmer until the fish is done. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley and mushroom ketchup. Add 1 quart of parboiled oysters and serve. Stewed fish. 2. Boil 3 sliced onions in water to cover until tender and drain. Season the onions with salt, pepper, cloves, mace and allspice. Cover with thick slices of fish. Add white wine or claret and water in equal parts to cover, and bring to the boil. Simmer until the fish is done, and thicken the liquid with butter and flour, cooked together. Stewed or sharp fish. Put in a fish kettle on the stove 1 tablespoonful of fresh butter. When melted, add half an onion cut fine, a tiny piece of garlic cut fine, let brown, then add a tablespoonful of flour lightly browned and enough water to cook the fish. To this liquor add some cut-up celery or celery seed, some finely chopped parsley, 2 cloves, 1 bay leaf, a tiny pinch of mace, a small pinch of cayenne pepper, some black pepper, a little ginger, and 1 tablespoonful of fresh butter. When this mixture begins to boil, add the fish, which has been cut up and salted. Cook until done. Remove the fish to a platter, and add to the liquor 1 cupful of sweet milk, stirring constantly. Boil for 1 minute, then pour over the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, stirring all the time. Slice a lemon over the fish, then pour liquor over. Serve hot or cold. Sweet sour fish. First cut up and salt the fish. Shad or trout is best. Put in a fish kettle with 1 1/2 cupfuls of water and 1 cupful of vinegar. Add 1 onion cut in slices, 1 dozen raisins, 1 lemon cut in slices, 2 bay leaves and 6 cloves. When this mixture begins to boil, put in the fish and cook thoroughly. When done, remove the fish to a platter. Put the liquor back on the stove, add 3 tablespoonfuls of granulated sugar, which has been melted and browned in a frying pan, then add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, which has been rubbed smooth with a little water. Let boil well and pour over the fish. If not sweet enough, add more sugar. Serve cold. Sweet sour fish with wine. Put to boil in a fish kettle 1 cupful of water, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of brown sugar, 6 cloves, 1/2 teaspoonful of ground cinnamon, and 1 onion cut in slices. Boil thoroughly. Then strain and add to it 1 lemon cut in slices, 1 wineglassful of red wine, 1 dozen raisins, and 1 tablespoonful of pounded almonds. Return to the fire, and when it comes to a boil, add the fish cut up and salted. Cook until done. Remove the fish to a platter, and to the liquor add a small piece of Lebkuchen or ginger cake, and stir in the well-beaten yolks of 4 eggs. Stir carefully, or it will curdle. If not sweet enough, add more sugar. Pour over the fish. Shad or trout is the best fish to use. Spiced fish. 1. Cook together for 10 minutes 1 cupful of vinegar, 1 tablespoonful of sugar, and 6 each of whole allspice, cloves and peppercorns. Strain over 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish, and serve very cold. Spiced fish. 2. Cool 5 pounds of sliced fish in salted water. Drain, cool and skin. Boil together a quart of vinegar, 2 blades of mace, a small onion sliced, a small red pepper, 2 tablespoonfuls of grated horseradish, 6 cloves, a bay leaf, a tablespoonful of mustard seed, and half a cupful of water. Put the fish into an earthen jar. Pour over the hot spiced vinegar, and let stand in a cold place for 2 days before using. Fish timbale. Pound in a mortar 1 pound of fresh raw fish and press through a purée sieve. To every cupful of fish pulp, add a tablespoonful of breadcrumbs soaked until soft in cream. Add also the beaten yolk of 1 egg, and salt, pepper, grated onion, and nutmeg to season. Beat thoroughly, and for every cupful of pulp fold in the whites of 2 eggs beaten stiff. Fill a well-buttered mould 3/4 full, set it into a pan of warm water, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 20 minutes. Do not let the water boil. Turn out on a platter, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish timbale. 1. Run through a meat chopper twice 1/2 pound of white fleshed fish. Add 1 cupful of soft breadcrumbs which have been boiled to a smooth paste in a little milk. Cool, add to the fish, press through a sieve, add 6 tablespoonfuls of cream, and salt and pepper to season. Fold in carefully the stiffly beaten whites of 5 eggs. Butter a small timbale mould, fill with the mixture, and put in a baking pan half full of boiling water. Cover with buttered paper, bake for 20 minutes, and serve with cream sauce. Fish timbale. 2. Chop cold cooked fish fine, and mix to a smooth paste with breadcrumbs soaked in milk. Season with melted butter and grated onion, and moisten with the beaten yolks of eggs. Bake in buttered individual moulds, turn out, and serve with a sauce made of 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, mixed with a wineglass full of sherry and half a cupful of cream, and thickened with the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Add a few shrimps and cooked oysters to the sauce, pour around the timbale, and serve. Fish timbale. 3. Chop fine 1 cupful of raw fish and rub it through a sieve. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion, and add a dozen blanched almonds, chopped fine. Fold in 1 cupful of whipped cream and the whites of 4 eggs, beaten very stiff. Fill small buttered moulds, set into a pan of hot water, and bake carefully. Fish timbale. 4. Add 1 cupful of cold cooked flaked fish to 1 cupful of very thick cream sauce, and season with salt, cayenne, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs, well beaten and cooled. Fold in the whites of 3 eggs, beaten stiff. Fill buttered individual moulds 2/3 full, set into a pan of hot water, and bake for 15 or 20 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. Turbot of fish. 1. Prepare a cream sauce, seasoning with grated onion, powdered mace, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Add the yolks of 2 eggs. Put a layer of cold cooked flaked fish in a buttered baking dish, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and brown in the oven. Turbot of fish. 2. Cut thin slices of fish into narrow strips, remove the skin, dip in seasoned oil, and roll up, fastening with wooden toothpicks. Dip in seasoned flour or in beaten egg and crumbs. Fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. If preferred, do not roll the fish, but fry the strips straight. Fish turbot. Reheat any kind of cold cooked fish in a cream sauce. adding the beaten yolk of an egg to the sauce. Put into a buttered baking dish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese if desired, and bake brown. Or put the fish and the sauce in the baking pan in separate layers. Fish toast. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little milk, and heat thoroughly, but do not boil. Spread on very hot buttered toast. Fish à la vinaigrette. Flake cold cooked fish and arrange on a platter with a border of lettuce leaves. Pour over it a French dressing to which chopped olives, capers, and pickles have been added. End of section 43.